disappointed in every one of you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I kiss you on the mouth.
No, I'm not cool with that. I'm sorry.
One more time.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
I mean, I'm dealing with degenerate animals.
I'm disappointed in every one of you. Disappointed in every one of you.
All right, come on.
Honestly, I can't do it, man.
I'm disappointed in every one of you.
Let me tell you why.
It's gonna be all right, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
He just killed a fucking man.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, because you got nothing. You don't got a thing. Yeah, because you got nothing. You got nothing.
I want to get out. I want to get out of this rat hole. I want to get online. I need
BDA Boxing.
Game over, man. Game over. Well, that's great. That's just fucking great, man. Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? Game over, man. Game over.
Alright, this is King Butcher. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the boxing debate arena. We'll have some people in the chat. Guerrero de la Info, Buddy Aces, the Quags, El Mario. Guys, welcome to the show. Alright, we have also Stu on the line. Stu, are you there? Probably not. Getting some tea.
I'm here, mate. I'm here.
Alright, what's up, man?
I'm just putting the YouTube on so I can see the chat. I can't see the chat any other way. I have to fucking have the YouTube.
No, don't worry. I'll put the chat out so you can see it. Hold on.
Yeah, mate. Nice one.
There you go.
Watching fuckers. I'm watching you motherfuckers today. The old wrench is out. Ready to strangle necks.
Yeah. I mean, you better be careful, people. And, you know, if...
So, what's up with that comment I saw one of your videos? I'm not sure which one it was. I was reading one of the comments where this guy said, "Oh, hate to be associated with negative channels like this, you know, running a man's achievements down." I'm like, look, you sound like a right pussy. It sounds like you're in the wrong sport. Go and fucking play water polo or something, or fucking synchronising swimming. That's about up your road. This is not for you, this boxing stuff, because you get offended. What are you going to do? Get offended when you see someone get a bloody nose? Oh, boxing should be about that, you know? Well, get the fuck out of it. At the end of the day, we're telling it how it is. We saw a shit fest, which we knew it would be, and the pay-per-view, but I'm not buying 25,000 pay-per-view buys. I'm not buying that. I think it's more than that. Or 2,500. I don't believe Wilder is that unpopular. I just can't believe it. I don't believe he's a popular guy, and I don't believe the numbers come flooding in. I don't believe that for a minute, but I don't believe that 2,500. Fucking hell, man. If that's the case, then pay-per-view is dead. And Al Heyman needs to, Al Heyman needs to get some more funding because he's going to go down quickly at this rate.
Yeah, and remember this other guy who's like, "Oh, you guys are too negative." It's like, what were we saying that's negative? I mean, first of all, we have to be critical also, right? I mean, we can't just stand here and make up stuff and say everything's great and Wilder's fighting the best of competition. Of course, we're gonna criticize, but if you can't take criticism, then I mean, how are you living your life then? Because, anyways,
snowflakes, aren't they? And let's be real. Wilder fans are the biggest fucking snowflakes around because they've been given the go ahead to flash a victim card whenever they want. The race card, the victim card. They're just, most of them are big ass men, aren't they? Look, big fucking 6'4", fucking 16, 17 stone black man crying like little people. It's embarrassing, man. It's fucking embarrassing.
Yeah. I'll just ignore the comments at this point. I mean, so sure, I'll reply to one or two, but what am I gonna do? Get into a debate with these people? You don't like the channel? Fine, just leave. I mean, fuck, we're not forcing you to stay here.
Go and find a channel that's gonna suck fucking Wilder off for 2 hours. You'll find plenty of them around here. I mean, let's be real. We don't mind if they support their guy, because everyone supports their guy. But to come around say no one's worthy of his challenges. Muhammad Ali was a nobody. He'd knock Mike Tyson out. I mean, what the fuck are you clowns talking about? This is why I got away from boxing, because I have to deal with these fucking low IQ clowns. And it's only YouTube where I'm getting the mix with, because I live in the English countryside. We don't have these savages anywhere near us. Thank God.
Saying Brit, good evening, and who else? The Fight Scout says they need to put better opponents on pay-per-view. Wilder was fighting his own leftovers. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, but as soon as you say that, Fight Scout, we're called all sorts of names. Just, I don't know.
I'm going to keep it real, right? I've tried to be nice to Ortiz. He's fucking garbage. I've watched about 6 of his fights, and he's been shit in every one of them. So that's just how it is. I'm sorry he's not prime fucking George Foreman. He's not. The only connection he's got with George Foreman is when he's fucking cooking his pig foot on a Foreman grill. That's about it.
Yeah, exactly. George Foreman grill, man. It's so funny how Wilder fans try to make Ortiz be this boogeyman, this monster, and he's really not, man. And the only reason why they're doing that is because they're desperate to, like, they want to prop up Wilder's resume because he's garbage. So now Ortiz has to be this big badass boogeyman. He's not, man. He's old, and in boxing that's a lot, man. Being old, it's a big deal, guys. Fucking A, man. That's why boxers have short careers in any sport.
Let me tell you something now. Get me at my age now, right? And then put a 30-year-old version of me. That 30-year-old version of me is whooping my ass. Yeah. It's just how it is. Because you just get, even if you train and you're a fighter, you just get up in the morning and that yard's gone. That extra yard's gone when you're that age. Your feet start to slow down. You see punches coming, can't get out of the way. You know, all these things happen. And these are the recipe for disaster in boxing. If you can't get out of the way of punches, then fucking hell, you are in trouble. And let's be real. I mean, Ortiz is going to carry on, so he says. I mean, he wants the winner of Ruiz. He wants the loser of Ruiz Joshua. I mean, what is the point of that? What is the fucking point of seeing Luis Ortiz versus the loser of Joshua Ruiz? Because I don't want to see, if it's Joshua that loses, I don't want to see him fight.
Why does Ortiz feel entitled?
Huh?
Why does Luis Ortiz feel entitled? Who is he to fucking be saying these type of things? I'm gonna fight the loser. Like, you don't even deserve to fight the loser. I'm sorry.
Right. And the fucking guy can't even be bothered to fucking learn English. What a dumb bastard he is as well, man. He's fucking dumb as fuck, man. He's been in America for how long? He was staying in England for a while with Eddie Hearn. He's fighting. So just learn a few words. I mean, Canelo. With Canelo, he knows English. He's just an arrogant fuck and don't want to speak it.
Yeah.
But he knows it. But he doesn't need backing. He doesn't need people to get on side and get behind him because he's got loads of them, especially the females. So he can keep speaking Spanish. It don't mean anything to him. He's getting his $30 million. Luis Ortiz, he's not Canelo Alvarez when it comes to selling tickets, is he?
And another thing to piss you off, Luis Ortiz, remember he declined a $7 million offer from Joshua? And you know how much he got paid for the Wilder fight? $1.5 million. Sorry. For the Wilder fight, Ortiz got paid $1.5 million, and he rejected $7 million from Anthony Joshua. So how does that make sense?
Because he's a fucking dumb bastard, just like Wilder. They're all are. All them Heyman fights, you gather them together, put them all in a fucking room, you wouldn't find 10 IQ between them all. Dumb as fuck, a lot of them. They just don't understand business. And I don't know what Al Heyman's got. Like I said, I think it's MK Ultra shit he's got going on with these fighters. Because if you're willing to turn down $7 million to fight someone for $1.5 million, and you're accepting that, then there's some mind tricks going on, man. Because I just don't. Any man with half a brain cell wouldn't do that, would they? I mean, who takes $1.5 million ahead of $7 million?
How does that work?
And it's not right.
Hey, can somebody convince you to do that?
That's the MK. Listen, don't be surprised if you see someone, right? If you see someone fucking trying to assassinate Trump in some fucking, and it'll be one of the PBC fighters where Heyman's fucking mind tricked him into shooting Trump or something.
Yeah, then you hands her hand there. Fuck.
What's the first thing they do when they win? They've just gone through a 12-round war. Their face is busted up, yeah? They're fucking tired. They're sore. They don't thank themselves for putting themselves through that. They don't thank the family for going, the trainers. They thank Al Heyman, the guy that takes 20% of their fucking fee and there's nowhere to be seen. It's dumb shit. That's what it is. And I think a writer who was on the boxing scene, a writer said that Wilder fans have to be. I'm not sure what it was because I'm paraphrasing it, but he said Wilder fans have to be the dumbest fucking people on the planet. And this was a boxing film, right?
Man.
Yeah, trust me, it was a boxing theme, right? I can't remember the exact words he used, I'm paraphrasing, but he said they're the dumbest fucking people on the planet, and I have to agree.
All right, so we're getting information here that Solani Tete got stopped in the 3rd round by Casimero. So, yep, that was Tete for you. I mean, he's like that, what's it called, the super bantamweight? The African guy?
He's the one that ducked the tournament, isn't he? And he got everything. He ducked the tournament, pulled some fucking fake injury, thought he could go the easy route, like a coward he is, and guess what? He got his fucking ass whooped, and that's called karma. I'm sick of these boxers pulling out these. Don't want to be in these tournaments. I want to wait for everybody to fucking kill each other and then pick up the scraps. Nah, man. Butaev was another one, and Butaev got his comeuppance as well. It just seems the thing when you duck a tournament. You know, it's like a coward's way out. But then when you go and take some fucking cherry pick, it always ends up karma comes and bites you on the ass, and that's how it seems. And like I said, it happened to Butaev. I'm just waiting for Ramirez next. When Ramirez gets his fucking slap that he deserves, then I'll be very happy because you know you can't. It's a coward's way, isn't it? Like Butaev did the coward's way by waiting for everyone to fucking. Well, look at the. I mean that Super 6 tournament. A lot of fighters, you know, it took a lot out of them fighters. That did. Durrell was never the same, was he? He lost his heart and soul somewhere in England. Abraham was fucking mentally shot after Durrell incident. You had Kessler had such terrible cuts from Andre Ward that he was never the same fighter after that. You had was going on the road winning everyone and took a lot out of him. You had Jermaine Taylor, who got knocked out unconscious and couldn't continue in the tournament because his fucking brain scan failed or something. You know, these guys are killing each other while fucking Butaev sits in Montreal with his feet up wherever it is. Do you know what I mean? Nah, man, I've got no time for them fighters, man. That's why Tank Davis is all talking about Josh. I don't want to hear about fucking Tank Davis. I don't want to hear about him. If he wants to fight 140 guys, if he wants to fight Josh Taylor, it means he wants to fight 140 guys. Which means he should have entered the tournament if that's the case. But he didn't. He didn't want that. He wouldn't have beat Prograde. You think Tank Davis is beating Prograde? No chance.
Yeah. No, they get what they got what they deserve though. Now, I mean, forget about paydays, right? It's gonna be hard.
Why is Joe Lopez such a fucking dope? I mean, he just every time he comes out of a comment, he's just retarded.
What's he saying now?
Taylor will get on his knee like the rest. Yeah, right. When Tank fight, do you think Tank's gonna even fight at 145? He don't even fight people in his own
way, man.
I bet Lopez is the sort of guy that believes that Floyd's coming back to fight Canelo, but he'd probably pick Floyd as well. That's what a dope he is.
Yeah. Fucking A. Alright, let me change the title of this. I just wrote Live Saturday Boxing Talk, but let's make it more interesting here. So we have Frampton fighting tonight. He's making his 130-pound debut. You also have Oscar Valdez making his 130-pound debut. So we got new players in the super featherweight division. We also have on the zone, we have Besputin. Everybody's talking about Alexander Besputin, the Russian welterweight. He'll be fighting Ratsab Butaev from Poland. That's for the vacant WBA regular welterweight title. Forget about the title, people. But it is just an interesting fight. Everybody's been talking about this. I haven't really seen much of Besputin, so...
No, me neither. To be honest with you, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know a lot about them too.
Me neither, man. I'm not going to break down the fight or anything, but...
I'll break it down when I've seen it. When I've seen the guys, I can actually help you with that one. But, you know, like I said, I'm no boxing fucking expert. I've just been a fan of the game for, well, as long as I can remember. And I know enough. But I just, when it comes to up-to-date boxing, I haven't got time to sit and follow fucking Polish guys in Poland.
Yeah, exactly. But
They get a bit bigger. They get a bit bigger and they start getting on the scene, and that's when I'll notice them. But obviously, the UK fighters, I get to see a lot of them. But I just don't have time to watch. There's a lot of boxing I still need to catch up on, Butcher. I just don't have the time anymore, mate. Especially now when I've been ill. I was, you know.
Yeah, I know what you mean, man. It's not easy anymore.
There's so much content. Before you go on YouTube, there'd only be so many channels. You could watch them all in a few hours, and that'd be done. But there's so many channels, so much content. You'd never watch them all.
Exactly. You can't.
Joe Lopez, yes. Listen, you was probably talking about Taylor Ramirez, but all I saw, because the chat was up, I was talking about Tank, and then you're saying all I saw is you put Taylor will be on his knee like the rest. So, like I said, I didn't scroll up, so I just assumed you were talking, because I was talking about fucking Tank. And let's be real, Ramirez, right? Ramirez is the same thing's going to happen to him that happened to Butaev and Tete, mate. The karma's coming to land one right on the chin for being a pussy and ducking that tournament. And like, if you go back and watch Progray's interview when they asked him about Ramirez, this is before he fought Josh Taylor. Ramirez, they asked Progray what had happened between Ramirez and Josh Taylor. Go and see what Regis Progray said. Regis Progray said Josh Taylor would knock Ramirez the fuck out. Smoking. That's what he said. So,
let's open the phone lines. All right, take over for a little bit. Read some comments.
Yeah, let's have a read of the chat. Right. Grievous has put oi peasants. Yeah. What are you saying, Grievous? I've just read Joe Lopez's Tete Glass Chins, his fight scout. I mean, yeah, I had high hopes of Tete, to be honest with you. I thought he would have been a threat in that tournament. But he didn't fancy it. And like I said, if he's getting knocked out like he did, I haven't seen it yet, but can you imagine what I knew he would have done to him if he caught him on the fucking chin or Donaire? So, like I said, one of the frames of that tournament, but backed out, faked an injury, and now he's got a proper injury. Good job and all. I don't mean, like, seriously, I hope that's not the case, because I do take that back, because I don't know, but I take it he got up and walked out the ring. He's all right, but he got knocked the fuck out. That's good enough for me. He deserved it. That's what duckers do. And that's what duckers do, mate. They get their karma in the end. Right, Ray Rodriguez is playing nice. The fight scout Tete was flopping around like a wet noodle. Shepherd of the Sun says Butaev is Russian, you pleb. I think he's talking about me. Who gives a fuck what he's Russian or not? You've obviously got more time in your hands than I have. Subash Kumar, Casemiro, Shep, Ray Rogers, Tank, overrated. Well, he's not fighting anyone to be rated, is he? Mr. Pigeon says Mike Tyson. Mr. Pigeon, Mike Tyson, Regis Progray is a bum. Yeah, you did. Actually, for that comment there, take 300 seconds. I ain't got the.
What happened?
I've just timed his ass out. Call him Regis Progray a bum. If he's calling Progray a bum, he doesn't know anything about boxing.
When you get timed out, go have a smoke. Think about what you said.
Think about what you just said. Come back. Apologise. Everything will be all right. Blues Boxing says Taylor spanks Ramirez. I'm going with Blues Boxing. I hope he fights Ramirez in this. I really want to see that one. Andy Lopez says Ramirez unified with Hooker and it's fighting Postol next. He's fighting tough opponents. Yeah, I've got no problem with Ramirez fighting Postol, but he still ducked the tournament. He's fighting a guy that Josh Taylor's already beat. So what's he proving by fighting Postol? He's like taking Crawford and Taylor's sloppy second sort of thing. But like I said, it's a good fight for him, but it would have been a Progray would have been a better fight, and so would have Josh Taylor. Even the Baranchik. Can you imagine Ramirez v Baranchik? What a fight that. Does Regis Progray is a sour mook? I don't know what that means.
Right, go ahead.
Butcho, he said it to you. He said it to you, not me. Sorry, Shep. I thought you was having.
No, I thought somebody was Polish. I read somewhere. I heard Polish. Okay, so
yeah, because I just heard you say Polish, so that's why I said Polish. I apologise, Shepard. I thought he was having a little pop at me. You know what I'm like. I always fucking... You always get a counter shot off me. I always fucking take the shot on the gloves and then come back with the counter. You know what I'm like. I'm not like Lewis Ortiz. Lewis Ortiz just stand with my hands up and let him punch through the guard and knock me clean out. You know. That's what I do.
People that fall.
Antonio Marguerite said Stu is a bum. He knows me. He knows me well.
The Shepherd of the BDA Boxing.
I'm not the guy
that's BDA
I'm not the
Boxing.
guy that created a counter and named it after a fighter that's been retired about fucking 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bum to me. Right, Jason Bourne, I'm the only Polish man here. Jason, how's it going? How's that Latvian storm going on in
The Latvian storm.
in your area? Has it died off yet? You know, as the houses started getting
Polish people.
built again, and you know the mess cleaned up from that storm that you got from in Latvia. Antonio Margarita says Polish people eat too much cabbage, sore bums. I tell you what the fuck's wrong with Margarita? This guy's a douche. He's got one more chance. Dude's a bum dosser, says Antonio Margarito. Yeah, but at least I'm not an illegal bum dosser. Shepardson says Latvian storm. St. Brit says Leeds are going up. Yeah, they probably are going up, then going back down again the next season.
Leeds, they choke, no? All the time.
They're up and down like my girlfriend's fucking panties, mate. Stu hid. Shepherd of Bay Box. Stu hid because AJ lost. Don't believe the hype. Yeah, all right then. I hid. I was there. I was there for weeks after AJ got beat. Weren't I? Months, weren't it? Joe?
Yeah, what? You cut off.
I was saying because Shepherd of the Bay says I hid because AJ lost, but I was around for months after that.
No,
weren't I?
you fucking guy's crazy. He was here right after. Actually, he was on the show the day after, I think. So.
Yeah, hey, I tell you what, right? Blues Boxing makes a good point. These guys turning on Progo, the same Muppets that turn on Bum Squad when he loses. Yeah, the thing is, mate, no loyalty over there. They're the most unloyal fans around.
Yeah.
They'll turn on. Trust me. As soon as that fucking zero's gone, they'll turn on you. Because half of them are fucking casuals.
But why are people shitting on Progre anyways? Like, what's the deal now with Progre? Oh, everybody's like,
well, I'm picking my boy Regis to win this one. But you know, they was doing all the predictions before that. With my boy Regis, my man Regis. Now he's all of a sudden, Regis is bum, man.
Yeah.
Bum.
Because they don't want to give credit to Josh Taylor.
What it is, because anyone that loses to a white boy is a bum. They said it. Remember when Bernard Hopkins lost to who was it? The Koval. Oh, he's a bum. Lost to a white boy, bum.
Yet Tank Davis wants to fight this bum.
Yeah, Tank Davis don't fight no one, man.
I know.
Tank Davis, he's quite happy to come to England to fight fucking Liam Walsh, but he won't do it to fight Josh Taylor. You can bet your fucking life on that.
No, he's just jealous. He wishes he had like a trophy, like the World Boxing Super Series trophy. I mean, some sort of accomplishment. Because he has nothing. Seriously, he only has a few fans that are cheering him on and saying that he's gonna be the greatest thing ever. But okay, at some point you gotta become the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, no cap boxing. Progre was a bum. You can have a fucking timeout as well, because you're just coming here to troll now. You know, just have a timeout. Think about what you just said. These are the same fucking clowns that tell us about Deontay Wilder's skills. Oh yeah, pound for pound number one of all time and skills. Fuck out of here, man. Yeah, Progre's a bum now. Listen, Taylor is a top pound for pound fighter. It was a very close fight. And Jason Bourne. This is what I mean about that guy.
Nah, man.
This
you're gonna get timed out, man. Did you see
Bourne, right? This guy's always calling British fighters bums. But the only thing Polish fighters are good for is being punching bags in gyms. I mean, like I said, in Britain, right? Because we've got so many Polish people here, we don't buy punching bags anymore. We just hire a Polish guy for the day. He takes more punishment and he's cheaper.
Jesus. By the way, did you see John Gonzalez's new profile picture? It's fucking Marcellus Wilder on the canvas.
Yeah.
They couldn't hide that shit, like you said. It's true, though. I remember when he got knocked out and everybody was talking about it. Well, not everybody, but people were talking about it. And we couldn't find any footage. It was fucking weird. They were hiding that shit.
Listen, I mean, fucking this way, Wilder's going to be pinching fucking Arthur Spilker's mattress modelling job. If you can't sleep at night, try one of our mattresses. Proved by Marcellus Wilder. Knocked the fuck out of every one of his fights. So, Marcellus, how was your sleep? God's sake, you can see it now. That's the only thing he's good for.
By the way, check out Stu's video on Marcellus Wilder. He predicted that this guy was gonna get destroyed. He shit on Marcellus, and that was like a year ago. And we have that on a special playlist that I called The Best of Stu Little. The playlist is on the channel. You know, go to a playlist and you'll see it.
I'll say, before he even lost a fight, I did a video about this guy. Told you he's not about that life. Told you he's going to get knocked the fuck out as soon as he fights someone with a pulse. That he's a pussy hole. I'm sorry, I don't mean to call fighters that, but I saw it when he attacked Tyson's crew on the sly, and as soon as he got a slap, he ran behind his brother like a little bitch and just cowered. You know when a dog gets scared, he cowers in the corner. That's what Marcellus did. That told me he's not a fighter. And this is a guy I didn't take a pick on him because he's Wilder's brother. I picked on him when he came to England and started giving it the big one to Tony Bellew. Saying he'd knock Tony Bellew out and stuff like that. What would Tony Bellew? Come, Butcho. What would Tony Bellew do to Marcellus Wilder?
Man, he knocks him out. Absolutely, he knocks him the hell out. That's what. Did you see Tony Bellew's reaction? He was just like laughing the whole time. He's like, "Who is this guy?" He was not intimidated at all. You could see just Marcellus Wilder freaking out.
In his teeth, giving it the big one. You can't beat me. Never mind my brother. Can't beat. He was 1-0 at the time.
Oh, remember he said, remember this Belly or somebody from his camp said, like, you have no professional fight. You only have one professional fight or something like that. And he's like, yeah, but in the streets, he said something about, like, his street record.
I mean, GB Boxing says, Mr. Bellew, the elite British boxing champion, never actually beat a champion. Every belt was vacant, he won. Yeah, a bit like Deontay Wilder's. That was a vacant belt because it might as well have been because they made fucking Stavern and Areola fight for it and Wilder fight the winner. I mean, if that's not vacant, never seen a fucking vacant title. They might as well just handed him the belt instead of wasting their time. Hey, it doesn't mean you're not a champion when you're taking a vacant title. It means fighters are moving. This is what I mean about these fucking casuals, Butcho. We start really attracting now. I used to prefer it when the channel was a bit smaller. We had proper boxing fans in there. Now we've got these fucking clowns who just don't connect dots. Because a vacant title, it means you're not a world champion. Anthony Joshua basically picked up a vacant title. Because Charles Martin Glasgow, I think, who fought for that title, that's a vacant title to me. So you could go down the list. There's loads of champions that fought vacant titles. Yeah. I mean, Leo Santa Cruz gets given his titles every time he moves up.
Yeah, in this day and age, it's not that big of a deal having a belt. I'm not saying it's easy, but come on, there's 4 belts per division. There's intern titles, there's super titles. It's just a fucking mess. All right, let's take a phone call. 337. Dead Game, is that you?
Yeah, what's up, family?
What's up? What's on your mind?
Oh, man, I'm working today. Just seeing that y'all had a little cast going. Just wanted to jump in and see what the subject was about. What's happening?
Whatever. We're just talking about anything. Did you think about what I told you about
anything?
About how Wilder's gonna get knocked out on November 22nd? Are you getting scared now?
Oh, man. That's the least of my worries, bro. The least.
Are you a Wilder fan, caller? Sorry, I don't know. What's your name?
Dead Game.
Dead Game. Dead Game. Are you a Wilder fan, bro?
Although I'm gonna say this, Tyson Fury being 6 foot, whatever he is, 9. If he would put some ass behind his punches, he could do a lot more damage to people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
He likes to pity pat his punches so he can bring them back into protection area you know, before, you know, because once you throw that power punch, you're leaving yourself a little bit open. So I think
It's like anything, mate. You have to take risks in sports. You have to take risks. If you try and play everything safe, it's going to come to bite you. So, you know, Fury has to plant his feet and land some of that.
I disagree. I disagree with that, Stu. I disagree because Tyson got to where he was boxing that way for this long without putting no power behind his shots. I mean, if he could pity pat you and if he can frustrate you, you're done. If he can get into your
what
head,
I'm saying is, though, bro, when you're doing it to Wilder, you have to do it for 36 minutes. You have to be on the ball. You have to be no mistakes. You have to be concentrating. That's impossible to do. I'm sorry, it is. Not even Floyd Mayweather can do that. Concentrate without making a mistake for 36 minutes, right?
But he did. I mean, he did catch a few shots from Wilder, and he took them okay.
The real one, no, but the real punch Wilder fucking threw, the real one that landed properly. Look what happened there. Fucking hell. A second away from being stopped.
Yeah.
And that's all sitting around at range, flicking out jabs and not putting any. He should have got Wilder out there when Wilder was flagging. You got to go for the kill. This is a kill or be killed sport. This is not pitter patty.
Tell me this, brother. If that's what you've been doing all your life is throwing pity pat punches, and when it's time to punch hard, you have to think about it. I would think, man, because if you're not used to taking people out and you're always pity patting, when it's time to buckle down and sit on your punches, I don't think he even know how to do it when the time is right. Or I don't even know if you know when the time is right.
I don't believe that, bro. I believe Tyson Fury does know. I've seen him do it a few times with guys that shouldn't be in the ring with him. That's the problem. I've seen him do it. The problem is you can't plant your feet when you're constantly on the move. When you're on the back foot on the move, you can't plant your feet. So that was a bit like Kovalev the other night. People say, well, Kovalev wasn't planting his feet. He wasn't, but he was on the run. He was on the run all night. You cannot plant your feet when you're running.
He hurt Wilder in the 12th round.
Yeah, but it won't matter this next fight because it's going to be decapitation, bro. It's going to be a total decapitation of Tyson Fury on February 22nd.
Yeah.
The thing is, if he couldn't do that to a fat out of shape Fury, what's giving you the confidence that he can do it to a fit Tyson Fury that's got?
I mean, I'm not going to say that, man. You know, Tyson Fury, I think he's better as a big man. I think losing that weight is going to hurt him even more. I think Tyson should be like when he was on that D-ball. When he was on D-ball when he fought Klitschko, he had that type of body, that big tub-looking monster, almost 7-foot monster leaning up on you, feet like a ballerina, sticking and moving, feints that's making you fucking lose your mind. The feints that Tyson gives you is what really destroys you.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you.
That's why he would. What?
I agree with you 100%. That's right. That's how he.
A big man like that, bro, it's hard to beat. But like I told you guys before in my last call, man, we're witnessing greatness with Wilder right now, and I just want people just to all the people that really see it, just enjoy it, man. You know, you're gonna have haters, people hating. Don't even worry about that, you know.
Wilder's
going to fight another 6 years, and it's going to be another 6 years of hating. But all the fans who enjoy it, man, just love it, enjoy it.
Yeah, but the thing is, bro, it's not hating. 6 more years of them bums. That's what he's going to be doing then, if that's the case. And it's not called hating. It's called. We're just speaking reality, mate. The guy's fighting nobody, and that wasn't exciting. If you, like you just said, just carry on enjoying what? Enjoying one punch in 6 rounds. I can't enjoy that. Sorry. It's like anything. I mean, if you went to watch a tennis game and the guy kept hitting the fucking net when he served, they kept hitting the fucking net. It's going to get boring after a while. And it's just like boxing. If no one's throwing any punches, it gets boring.
what's boring about knowing that the opponent is going to get knocked out? It's just win. It's just win, man. The RT fight was great, man.
It is just win. But then don't complain or blame anyone when you see the pay-per-view numbers coming in.
Stu.
Because this. Well, hello, Johnny. What are you saying, brother?
No. Let me tell you something real quick here. Here to the caller. Here, listen here. That fight
Johnny,
was shit.
Johnny, hold up, Johnny. Johnny, you know who it is, Johnny. You know who it is. It's Dead Game.
It's Dead Game Boxing, Johnny.
That fight was shit. Wilder looked like shit. His pay-per-view numbers are shit. And just because, and I hear
how do you know when wait, hold up, Johnny, because Johnny, you know what, Johnny?
Let him finish. Dead Game, let him finish. Let him finish, then you can come in, Dead Game. Let him finish.
The fucking fight shouldn't have been on pay-per-view to begin with, bro. It was a bum-ass, boring fight, the whole fucking card. And also, not to mention the guy's 65 years old and he looked like shit again. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dead Game. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, Johnny. Me and you got into it because, you know what I'm saying, I picked up on some tendencies. But it seemed like you would stop, and now look like you're back with your friends, and you're going back to the same old stuff. What I need to tell you is, Johnny, nobody knows what these numbers are just yet, man. Why are people making up lies and like hoping that the numbers are
I must admit, Johnny. Hang on a second, Graham. I must admit, Johnny. I don't think I believe 2,500. I mean, I just don't think I can believe it. I mean, there's probably more people than 2,500 that booked it by mistake. Do you know what I mean? So I can't agree with it. If someone said 25,000, now even though that's terrible, I could take to that. Well, but not 2,000.
And this is the thing, bro. Dude, who gives a fuck about the pay-per-view numbers, bro? The fact of the matter is he looked like shit fighting a 60-year-old fucking man, bro. So who cares how many pay-per-views it buys?
Well, the thing about it, you know what? People, you know who gives a shit about pay-per-view numbers? People who don't like Wilder. The numbers hadn't even came out yet, and they're talking about pay-per-view numbers because they just don't like the man.
Dead game. What did I just say though, bro? Who cares about the fucking numbers, bro? You're getting caught up in that. Who cares? The fact of the matter is, the next guy you fucking.
You the one that started the conversation with numbers. What are you talking about?
Listen, Dead Game. I think with the numbers, right? I think why we're saying the numbers is because Wilder turned down a massive deal with DAZN. He said he was the star. He didn't need the DAZN. He could make more money on pay-per-view with Al Heyman. He's got a massive campaign. He's Wilder's one that's making that.
What are we worrying about? Why are we worrying about Wilder's pockets for, man? Wilder has more money than all of us put together. What are we worrying about his pockets for? Let's enjoy the fight, man.
Well, listen, it's not about his pockets. I couldn't give a shit if he was living in a fucking dustbin cupboard. I don't care. The fact is, he's saying he's a star. Listen, let me finish, Dead Game. He's saying he's a star, bruv. Yeah, he's saying he's a star. He's got a backing. He can do pay-per-view on Showtime. He doesn't need DAZN. But at the end of the day, he hasn't got a backing. That was a failure, and I'm telling you that. Do you think Fox are going to? This is not socialism, bro, where you keep spending other people's money and it's all gone. Fox are going to want something back, and if they don't get it, then Wilder be gone. He'll have to fight. He'll have to sign for DAZN eventually.
And where's DAZN getting their money from?
Investors.
The thing with DAZN have got money, and actually, DAZN are funding. They've got their funders, but they're actually putting on good cards with the money they got. Al Heyman got $500 million and put on absolute fucking trash. Spent the lot, and now he's like I said, he's a social.
Jesus Christ! What the fuck's that sound, man?
That's not from me.
No, it's Dead Game. Dead Game. I'm gonna unmute you and see if the sound's still there.
You got you sound like you got a burnt Beyond Wilder toast in the fucking toaster over there, bro.
I'm in the wind. Hold on, I was in the wind. Hold on.
All right, it's fine now.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
Here, bro. Look, this is what I want to say real quick, Butch, because I only got a few minutes here. I just wanted to jump on and show some love, and But here, Dead Game, you're getting caught too much up in. What are his pay-per-view numbers? How much money does he got? And all this other bullshit when you're losing focus on what actually happened in the fucking fight to begin with. He looked like dog shit against a 52-year-old fucking Ortiz that was hanging out with Meyer Lansky when he got kicked out of Cuba. Get the fuck, dude. Like I said, bro, if Wilder doesn't fight, and if the Tyson Fury fight happens, if they're saying it's confirmed, but somebody will step on the fucking Lego and they'll call it off for 6 fucking months over here. So hold your breath, because the next guy he fights with a pulse, he's getting his ass beat, bro. So go ahead.
Hey, how can you justify them WBC recycling 2 guys he's already beat and sticking them to the top of the mandatory positions so he can avoid other opponents that are going to come to win? Opponents with a pulse for a start, which is a nice start, isn't it? You know, we're not asking for a lot here, just a fucking pulse would help. But they bring out Barry White and, like I said, fucking the Cuban exile that was part of Operation Mongoose fucking back in the 60s. Do you know what I mean? Get out of here.
And explain to me this.
The only problem that I have, guys, is that Ortiz has lost to nobody but Wilder.
And he hasn't beaten anybody either.
And nobody, hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish. All we ever hear was Ortiz is old, Ortiz is this, Ortiz is that. And like Bomb Squad say, fight the old man, beat his old ass. You know, if he's so bad,
Anthony
beat his
Joshua
old
tried
ass.
to fight him. Anthony Joshua tried to fight him. If 7 million, if 7 million can't get you a fight, what can?
Man. Anthony Joshua pussy, man. We all know that Eddie Hearn
He tried to fight him.
To get Ortiz over there.
I tell you what, Anthony Joshua might be a pussy to you. But Anthony Joshua's fought. No, you hold on a minute. Anthony Joshua has fought Vladimir Klitschko, Dillian White, Joseph Parker, Andy Ruiz. I mean, the list goes on. Takam, fucking Povetkin. Now name Wilder's fucking resume. I'll tell you it. The Cuban exile, the fucking Barry White, the mattress model, Arthur Spilker, the guy who stands there and lets his wife get beat up by people in a hotel, Dominic Brazil. I mean, it's a kind of list of clowns. I mean, I think I've even got my boxing clown edition list. I've got it sorted just reading that out for the next year. Terrible. You call fucking Joshua pussy. Listen, if they say if you haven't got defeat, it means you're not fighting the right people.
And Dead Game, let me tell you this real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me tell you this real quick. Okay, now I go in on Anthony Joshua all the time. I don't like neither one of the motherfuckers. I don't like neither one of them. That's why when it comes to these fanboys on both sides of the coin, I go in on both of them. But the fact of the matter is, AJ's got a resume, Wilder don't. AJ's got the best fucking resume in the division. Even if he loses to Ruiz again, he's still got the best resume in the division.
On, Johnny, spot on.
Yeah, I mean, the dude's actually out there fucking fighting people while Wilder's pulling these fucking senior citizens out of the fucking nursing home in Havana, Cuba, and fighting fucking titty-flopping bum-ass Dominic Brazil and shit like that, bro. So you can hang on one second. So you can come up with all this bullshit. Oh, look at his pay-per-view numbers. Oh, look at the check that he got out of the fight. Oh, who gives a fuck, bro? Tell him to go fight somebody. We all know he got his ass whooped by Fury in that first fight and got fucking stiff, and Fury got fucking stiff.
That's, I mean, he's not even a champion, Johnny. That got Wilder in my eyes is not a champion.
No,
what is?
Tyson Fury's the WBC champion as far as I'm fucking concerned, bro.
You, brother, me too.
Okay, first of all, brother, one of you guys was the one coming on here talking about money. I cleared it up. Don't say I came in here talking about money. If I'm not mistaken, it was Johnny. You the one the first thing you talked about was money.
Listen, let's talk about that man's fight. Hey, didn't Deontay Wilder pull out of a fight because he didn't know? Deontay Wilder pulled out of negotiations with Joshua because he couldn't find out what Joshua was earning. So why can't we talk about money and use money as a reason? Wilder can. He can talk about money. The fact is, he turned down Joshua's offer from the top because he didn't know what Joshua's getting. That's the only reason, you reckon? That's what they're saying.
Bro,
That's
those talking points are old now, bro.
Why?
Those talking points are old, bro. Those are some old talking points, dude.
Are they as old as Luis Ortiz, though? No.
Yeah, it might be, brother. It might be, you know, as old as Luis Ortiz. Beat Luis Ortiz old ass. You know, I dare anybody. He's probably the second best heavyweight right now, anyways. We're talking about tackle.
No,
We're talking about tackle. Hold on, let me say something. We're talking about tackle. We're talking about pussy ass Joseph Parker. We're talking about Povetkin.
Joseph Parker beats Luis Ortiz. Joseph Parker beats Luis Ortiz all day long. Joseph Parker beats Luis Ortiz all day long.
Joseph Parker got his ass whipped by Andy Ruiz, and they gave him the fight because it was in his hometown.
No, he didn't get his ass whipped. I watched that fight. Let's be real. Andy Ruiz did not win that fight. I watched it. I got two eyes. They were. Let me tell you something. If Wilder fought Parker, I'd be picking Parker.
And you know what else? And you know what else? Joseph Parker was beating the shit out of AJ, but the referee wouldn't even let him get in fight up close.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Let me.
He wasn't letting his hands go. Wasn't letting his hands go.
Every time the man would try and start working on the inside, they stopped the damn fight.
Dead game. Hold on. Let's put that in perspective. When AJ fought Parker, I agree. The ref was a fucking fugazi, and he was a dago too. He was a fucking fugazi. The ref was terrible. They should have let him fight on the inside. But he wasn't whooping nobody's ass, bro. Stop with that bullshit. He wasn't whooping nothing.
He wouldn't let his hands go. He was too negative. He just doesn't have that killer instinct. I tell you what, if Joseph Parker had Wilder's killer instinct, this guy don't let him talk. Right, stop now, please. We're having a conversation here. You got to let people take their turns. You can come in after me. If Joseph Parker had Deontay Wilder's killer instinct, Joseph Parker would be the number one fighter in the division. This guy's tough. He's got a boxing skill. Just doesn't throw his hands enough, and it's the same with the Joshua. But I'm telling you now, if Parker fights Wilder, I'm picking Parker because boxing-wise, because Wilder's got no boxing skills, and Parker can hold a good shot. Parker's a very good boxer.
Hey, check this out, bro. You better be praying to God, Tyson Fury. You better be praying to God, Tyson Fury's fucking playing grab ass at WWE and not focusing on boxing. Because if he's focusing on boxing, he's gonna fuck your boyfriend up. You better hope, son. You better hope.
I don't know what
all
you're
right,
talking
no
about,
answer.
Johnny.
He's like,
that's some weirdo stuff there, buddy.
All the guys in the chat, look, we've got people in the chat. Stu's bumming again. I don't know what he means, but he's a fucking idiot, that pigeon. GB Boxing, did Parker beat Huey Fury? Yes, he did. It was a poor performance. Everyone's got a poor performance in there. But styles make fights. You know, Huey Fury's awkward and horrible. He's just negative. And like I said, we all know what happens when negative guys come to fight. Just go back and watch your hero, Luis Ortiz, fight Malik Scott. Couldn't land a glove on the fucking guy. So this is the thing. You get them displays now and again. But my idea of this fight is Parker's going to come and give it a bit more, and he's got a lot more skills to offer than Deontay Wilder. He knows a good shot. He can knock you out. If he had a bit more in it, he would have stopped Dillian White. He could have beat Joshua that night. I agree with you. Joshua was there for the taking. He could have beat Joshua that night, but just didn't have it. But one day, I think if he gets in there with Wilder, he won't be negative Wilder. I think he's going to put it on Wilder, and I think you'll see, mate. Joseph Parker is a very good fighter. He is, and he's a better Ortiz.
Dude. And here's the thing, bro. I don't really have a fucking horse in the race when it comes to Fury and Wilder. I think they both deserve their fair share of criticism. But the fact is, bro, dude got a fucking boxing lesson in the first fight. And if Fury's head's where it's supposed to be in the second fight, he's gonna get another boxing lesson. That's what it. But that's a big if.
Johnny, all I want to see, right? I'm not even asking for a murderous row for Wilder. I'm just asking for a guy to come and put it on Wilder, make him work. So he's not strolling around the ring, throwing no punches with his right arm pulled back, waiting to land it. I want to see him have different dimensions. I want to see him dig deep. I want to see him take into deep waters. I want to see him I want to see him have to do something different than just throw a right hand once every 4 rounds. And I want a guy that's going to bring that. And these guys we're mentioning will bring that. We're not saying that Wilder doesn't win. Wilder lands on them, they're out cold. We know that. But at least a different dimension.
Oops. Go ahead, Stu. I'll read the
dimension. You know, we're getting flat-footed bums. You know, Ortiz, the feet have gone, mate. The feet have gone. Give it 4 or 5 years, that guy would be fucking walking around with a Zimmer frame. His legs are gone, mate. Gone. Right? So, then you got, I mean, that Stavern was probably one of the most embarrassing fights I've seen in a decade. I mean, the way that guy came, well, like I said, I thought he was going to bust out a Barry White song when he came out. I didn't expect him to start throwing hands. Well, he did throw hands, let's be real. He sat there waiting to get fucking knocked out. Terrible. And then you just go through the list. Gerald Washington, how did this guy get a shot? You know, and we don't mind you fighting a bum, but then don't recycle the bum and bring him back when you've got killers waiting to fight you.
Speaking of recycling bums, Stu, you know, it's funny these PBC guys constantly do that with guys like Robert Guerrero, Brandon Rios, fucking Paulie. You know, they just constantly okay, Sean Porter beat his ass, we'll throw him in there with Danny Garcia. Oh, Danny Garcia beat his ass, we'll throw him in there with Keith Thurman. Just recycling these bombs over and over and fucking over again, bro. That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
And then you got the ball and then you got the balls to come over here and tell me I'm being too critical of them. The fuck out of here, bro.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Al Heyman's very good for the environment, the amount of recycling he does.
Yeah.
He fucking dude. Here, check this out, bro.
All right, guys, look, guys, check this out. Look. Enjoy the show, bro. Next time I call, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be more hate. Y'all have a great day. Blessings. Peace out, family.
All right, take care, man.
I think the fire was getting to dead game there. The kitchen got hot and he jumped out the window, didn't he?
Yeah, bro, he don't want none with me. I'll school on him on his little fucking Messiah Wilder, bro.
I think dead game just got tete, didn't he? You know what I mean? Just...
Hey guys, I gotta. Before I take another phone call, El Dog, thank you for your contribution. He says, I used to like Deontay Wilder, but these LBC fanboys and their racist anti-European narrative has made me despise Wilder. They are running constant smear campaigns against the likes of Lomachenko and Fury. Good point. Magic Man says, thanks for all the shows this week. Did you guys see that Ted got stopped by Casimiro in the 3rd round? Go ahead.
See, and my man T-Love sitting right next to me, bro. He's a big Wilder guy, dog. But the fact of the matter is, he's not spitting his bullshit at me like fucking dude was just doing. He's a big Wilder fan. He's sitting right fucking next to me.
They're the first to come on. They're the first to come on here and complain about us. You know, talking bad about a brother, knocking a brother down. But it's not about that, because we come on here and pray. Look at me, I've been fighting Dillian White's corner for a fight. I want Dillian White to have the fight ahead of anyone else.
Stu, he's not black, he's British. Remember?
Yeah, listen.
That's what I heard at some point.
These are the guys that come on here playing the victim card, but they're the guys that, like you said, can't stand to see a white guy win a fight. I mean, look how they turned on Prograis because he lost to Taylor. Not that Taylor's a very good fighter, and that's what happened. Believe it or not, these fucking guys need to get out a bit. There's actually white boys out there that can fight, you know. It's actually true. I know they don't like to believe it, but it's actually true. And when you come to Europe, mate, you get your ass whooped very quickly in some of these places. Do you know what I mean? So don't think because you're a fucking American that you're going to go anywhere in Europe and hold your own, because you'll get whooped like anyone else would. So there's tough guys everywhere, but they don't seem to think that. Oh, there's no way can a brother lose to a white boy. It's ridiculous. Like I said, when I watch a boxing fight, I'm picking my guy. That's it. I pick Dillian White against who's the Aryan Brotherhood guy that he fought? Lucas Brown.
Yeah.
Hey, bro.
I want Dillian White to beat Lucas Brown and stuff like that. So yeah, it's ridiculous.
Roll up in Naples if you're hard, bro, and see how far that gets you, dog. You'll end up in the fucking Mediterranean.
Funny, right? Because when I used to play football, because I used to play for Nottingham Forest back in the day, but before that I used to play for as a youth player. Before that I used to play for an Italian team, the locals, and a lot of my friends were Italians, and every one of them had fucking loads of money. They were rich. Italians have got money, ain't they? And a few of them were from Naples, and they was telling me the stories about Naples. Naples is one of the fucking toughest cities in Europe, man. It's a fucking rough place, man. And the mafia is full of mafia. Everywhere you go, there's mafia.
Yeah, the Camorra. Nice picture, Bucho.
I'll tell you a tough place as well. Marseille in France is a very tough place as well. It's a very rough place to go. And then you've got all your Eastern European places that are fucking. You don't want to go there in a rush, do you? I mean, it's not on the holiday list, is it? Russia and places like that.
Yeah. Fucking, you know what was great? Remember in Bruges when fucking Buddy comes to town and he's like, no, give me a normal gun for a normal person. I'm not taking a Tech 9. I'm not doing a fucking drive-by in South Central fucking Los Angeles over here. I want a normal fucking gun for a normal...
Guys, we gotta take a phone call here. 585, you're on the air, 585.
How you guys doing? This is Vince.
What's up, Vince? What's on your mind?
Yes, what's on my mind is that bum from the UK, Mr. Dillian White.
Okay, what's wrong with Dylan White?
Yes, I just feel the people that believe that he needs a shot at Mr. Deontay Wilder. Let me tell you something right now, Mr. Bucho. If Mr. Dillian White gets in the ring with Mr. Wilder, that would be the last time he sees the ring again. I'm telling you right now. He's just a fat bum, and he's overrated. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Hey, Vinny. You remind me of another Vinny kid we know. What do we think about Vinny? Go ahead.
Who is that? Yes, Mr. LSD. Go ahead.
That's Johnny Boy.
No. It's just we know this other guy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnny Boy. Yes, go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say we all know this other guy named Vinny. He turned out to be he turned out to be a fucking fudge pack and homo. I just hope you're not one of them.
No, I'm built like a brick. Trust me. I'm not one of those like homosexuals. I'm not those type of guys.
The thing is, why
you're built like a brick but have a voice like Mickey Mouse?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, if you're built like a brick, why do you have the machismo of Rick Moranis?
Listen, dude, I'm a fat wop, a fucking flaming hot Cheeto eating savage, and I bet you I'd fucking still kill you.
No,
how you doing, Vinny Mac?
Listen, people make fun of my voice all the time, but a lot of people tell me I'm pretty big and buff and stuff. So yes, a lot of people make fun of my voice, but they respect me at the end of the day, guys.
You're built like you say you're built like fucking AJ, but your voice is like fucking like Mickey Mouse. Why is that?
Excuse me, who is this? That said my voice sounds like
it's
Mickey
Mr.
Mouse?
Recognize. It's Mr. Recognize.
Oh, Mr. Recognize. Okay, I should have known. Yes. Are we still waiting for the numbers for Mr. Wilder and Ortiz? Correct.
Yep.
No.
Okay, and that bet is still on, Mr. Recognize. So don't
Just
run
put it
from me, okay?
just put it this way, Vinny. Vinny,
we had a bet, right? We had a bet.
Me and you. Vinny, it didn't take them long to count it by the sounds of it.
Yeah,
So the numbers should be out soon.
I think me and Vinny had a bet. Me and him
what
had a bet.
What was the bet, bro?
That it would do under 200,000.
Oh, I'll tell you what. You've won. Collect your money now.
Fuck yeah. They would have announced it.
Collect your money now. I think Vinny's about 195,000 out by the sounds of it.
Vinny, you better pay Recognize up, dog. We're gonna have to come get you, throw you in the trunk like the old days. Be fun.
That's it.
You're gonna have to explain to me, Vinny.
You'll be swimming with Luca Brazzi.
Wait till the numbers come out, sir.
You'll be swimming with Luca Brazzi.
You're gonna have to explain. You have to come on here and say why did it do 200,000.
You need to tell Mr. Dillian White to calm it down over there in the UK before Wilder knocks him out. Okay, please.
I would like Wilder to knock him out. I want him to prove he can knock him out.
At least we agree on that, Mr. Recognize.
No, I want him to prove it. I don't want to just assume he could.
I got a question for Vinny, and this isn't a shot or anything at him. Who do you think's a better fighter between Wilder and Lomachenko?
Yes, Mr. Johnny Boy, are you asking me if they both got in the ring right now, what would happen, basically?
No, I'm asking you, who do you think's a better fighter? I'm asking, who do you think's a better fighter?
Technically, it's your guys' savior, Mr. Lomachenko. But if it was like a street fight, you give me Mr. Deontay Wilder, he'll knock his head from here to the other side of town.
I'm not talking about a street fight, you fucking bum.
No, what's this fucking guy on about, man? Pound for pound skills. Come on, man. Collect the dots here, Vinny.
Come on, this is easy.
Who's the, if you could shrink Wilder down to Lomachenko size or the other way around, let's just say that. Who do you think's a better fighter? I know it's a hypothetical and stuff like that. But...
Okay. I got one for you, Stu. Let's supersize Lomachenko, and you got Usyk. Let's put Usyk in there with Deontay Wilder, and I guarantee you'll get a schooling.
Yeah, well, that's a good. That's a good one to use, really. I should have said Usyk from the start, but because he's like a little Lomachenko.
Yes, I'm just wondering what Mr. Eddie Hearn is doing, since you guys are so confident in Mr. Usyk that he can beat Wilder. Why don't they make that fight next, guys?
Well, talk to Wilder. Usyk is all in.
Yeah,
he's all in. He said he would fight him next if they could give him that fight.
I don't think I've ever heard Wilder mention Usyk's name. I might be wrong, but I don't think I've heard him mention.
No, he did.
He did. He said that Usyk's too small for him.
Lot of barking, no biting over there at the PBC. Except for
this is where the bullshit comes in, right? This is where the bullshit. This is what a fucking clown Wilder is, right? He says Usyk's too small for him, but Arthur Spilker's not.
Yeah, he was like 6'2". Yeah,
Usyk is bigger than Arthur Spilker. He's a bigger guy.
Good point. All right, Vinny. Anything else?
Nothing else, Mr. Bucho. Just you have a good night, and I'll be listening to the podcast. Maybe I'll call back. Thank you.
All right, Vinny. You know how we end our conversation. I want you to go somewhere and fuck yourself. Okay?
Yeah.
I just want to get Mr. Pigeon in the chat. He said, Stu, laugh out loud like a little Lomachenko. I think most of us in this chat agree that he's like a little Lomachenko. We don't mean that he fights like Lomachenko. We mean he schools people like Lomachenko and he breaks their hearts. And
they're similar. They're similar in their overall skill set. They use a lot of angles, beat you with a lot of punches.
Hey, Usyk against Derek Chisora. Apparently, that's likely to happen in February.
Oh man, I like that fight.
Yeah, so do I, bro.
I like that fight. Usyk taking a bigger challenge than Wilder in his second fight of the division.
Exactly. No, I made a video about it today, and I said exactly that. Like, listen, if Wilder would have fought and beaten Chisora, wouldn't that have been his best win so far?
Win?
Yeah.
I mean, look, it would be up there with Ortiz. The only difference is Chisora lately has a much better resume than Ortiz does.
Yep.
He's fighting. Look, you take his early career. If you take Chisora's early career, dude, he fought pretty good opposition. This is why he lost a lot of fights. He's gotten better, and you could see that.
And I thought he should have gotten a nod in the first white fight, to be honest with you, too.
Yeah, it's possible. It was a close fight.
It was a close fight, but
Yeah, no, listen, no, I think that Chisora is much better than Ortiz. Not much better. He's a bigger win than Ortiz. Just because of what
he's a better fighter than Ortiz right now.
The experience he brings. Ortiz has no experience. I mean, in the sense that I'm not sure why he didn't accomplish anything. And then in the professional level, Malik Scott and Brian Jennings are his biggest wins. And after that, who did he fight? And he's old. I'm not saying
he couldn't even lay a glove.
No, man.
God, man. Was it Malik Scott? Yeah, it was.
That
I
was boring.
almost,
That
I
fight was
almost,
boring.
I almost wish they'd make Usyk Luis Ortiz just to shut this bullshit up once and for all. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Listen, we could be proven wrong about whatever we say, but the thing is, these fights never happen. Like Ortiz never fights anybody, Wilder neither, right? So, but what do you want to? What do you want to
Usyk goes
start
in
with?
there and beats the shit out of Chisora. Be prepared for a lot of heavyweights, including Wilder, to say, I don't know if I want to fight this.
Yeah, yeah. If he goes in there and just does a number on him, bro, they're not gonna be too amped up like there was before.
You see,
Nah.
Here's the thing with Usyk. Usyk is a southpaw. So is Luis Ortiz. Ortiz doesn't have a fucking clue how to use the southpaw stance. He instead of staying outside the orthodox, put his lead foot outside, he circles his way in to be in the to put the orthodox fighter in the power position, and that's why he got knocked out by Wilder. That's the reason why Wilder knocked him out. Now, that's not going to happen if Wilder fights Usyk. He will not be the one that's saying, okay, I'm going to fight into your power position as the orthodox. No, I'm going to always stay on the outside. You're going to have to earn those knockouts, those punches, and he's going to have to get lucky. Like, realistically, I know Wilder fans get crazy. He's going to have to get lucky in that fight to land a good punch and knock him out. If he don't, my man, he gets waxed for 12 rounds. He doesn't get beat. He gets waxed.
Yeah, straight up.
Whacked. By the way, people, just to remind you that the phone lines are open so you can call in and, I guess, defend Deontay Wilder. Don't worry, we don't scream, we don't yell. We keep it civilized. It's just a debate. So don't be afraid to call in. And now I'll be right back. So, Stu, you take over.
Stu, I just got to bring this up real quick, man. And I just not to change subjects, but tell them pussy ass Garcia boys to sign up and fight Pacquiao and quit pulling this bullshit. You pussy motherfuckers, both of y'all, Mikey and Danny. Mikey, you ain't Mexican. Danny, you ain't Puerto Rican. Both you motherfuckers is born in the States. Fuck out of here. You ain't cut like that, dude.
I'm more Puerto Rican than Danny Garcia.
Yeah, my ass is tanner than Danny Garcia's fucking head.
Garcia's probably like third generation American already.
Bruh, recognize, bro. Don't know, and you can vouch for this. Don't know. Well, I mean, you got some hood motherfuckers or whatever, but don't know. Act like this motherfucker walking around in his "I love hip hop" clothing and bullshit. Ain't no true Puerto fucking Rican gonna be doing that, bro. With his gay ass NWA fucking chains. Like, nah, man. Fuck that.
Well, you know what? He's from Philadelphia, New York. There's a lot of those over here in New York. I have to be honest, and in Philly, they're like similar cities. They're very much the same in a lot of ways, and the Puerto Ricans, they're very much the same. But look, forget about like I want Danny Garcia to just step in there. I mean, look, Danny Garcia, this is your opportunity. I'm sure if he gives him a good fight, the nod might go to him. Like, at least give him go in there and like give yourself a chance to give him a good fight. But I think he's afraid what they're afraid, or Al Heyman might be afraid of. You know, what if Pacquiao beats the shit out of him? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
because he beat up. I don't care what anybody says. He beat the shit out of Keith Thurman. All right, so that fight wasn't close. Was it Did he make it competitive in the sense that he fought back and he landed some shots? Absolutely. But that the fight was close? Shit, I only gave him 3 rounds at best. That's it. And I think that's fair, giving him only 3 rounds versus
against who?
Keith Thurman and Pac.
Oh yeah.
I said the most I could have given him was 3 rounds. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
So he got whacked. So they look at that and they say, man, can he do that to us? You know what I'm saying? Can he do the same thing? And if you look stylistically, probably could, because you got a guy who's very heavy on his front foot. Manny Pacquiao still could dart in and out, you know. All he has to do is be 60% of what he is, and he could dart in and out without getting countered with the lead left. You know what I'm saying?
And here's the thing, bro. I was like, yeah, Danny ain't got the feet Keith Thurman got. He fucking he ain't as mobile as Keith Thurman is. You know what I mean? And fucking the thing is, bro, I was just like, really. After he's like, I want to take a tune-up in January, then I want to fight in April. I'm like, bro, you fought like 3 times in the past 4 fucking years. Now all of a sudden you gonna take 2 months and 2 fights in 4 months? Like, come on, man, fuck out of here.
Danny, right? He's had so many opportunities, but just I never feel like I get 100% out of Danny. He just comes in and strolls around and gives it 60%, whether he wins or loses. Just that's how it seems. I'm not saying that's the case, but he's had so many opportunities. He's fouled in most of them, and let's be real, the big ones. And I'm not sure if I want to see the guy much anymore.
Well, and Stu, the thing that got me with Danny is he took a year off after he lost a close decision to Thurman, right? He took a fucking year off. I mean, he wasn't busted up. He didn't get no fucking broken orbital bone or none of this other shit, bro. He didn't get a bunch of broken ribs and break his hand or anything like that. He just took a year off just because. And then they dug Brandon Rios back from the fucking grave. Yeah, like, come on, man. The fuck out of here with this shit.
He cherry-picked Lamont Peterson, and it nearly backfired on him.
Yeah. You know what? I thought Danny won that fight, but only because Lamont didn't step on the gas until like round 5 or round 6.
He's spot on, Danny.
Yeah.
He's spot on, bro. I had Danny winning that fight. But he was
getting fucking smashed.
He was getting smashed to pieces, right? And like you said, if Peterson had started earlier, he could have got the stoppage because Danny was a broken man in there.
Yeah, the last 5-6 rounds of that fight, Lamont was just beating the fuck out of him. Hell yeah. And I always liked Lamont Peterson because he always brings it, man. I'm glad he retired. I mean, he had a good fight, a damn good fight with Connie. He had a damn good fight with Danny. He had a good one with Lipinets at the end there. I always liked Peterson.
I don't mind Lamont, right? There's nothing. He's one of the reasons I don't like Amir Khan, and I don't like. Well, it's not I don't like Lamont. I've got a problem with him.
You don't like him? Just say it, man.
It's not I don't like him because I'm going to explain now, right? The steroid thing left a bad taste in my mouth with Amir Khan. But then when I heard that Amir Khan paid Lamont Peterson $50,000 for that fight,
what?
You just realise 50 grand. Go back and look at it. Lamont Peterson got 50 grand to fight Amir Khan, right? That shows you what a low life scum piece of shit Amir Khan is, right? You know, paying a guy.
Oh, he's at the level of
sleeping in a fucking car only a few years before. He's not exactly got money. And you think you'd give him a bit more than that? Fucking 50 grand.
He's just as bad as Andre Ward.
Yeah, well, Khan got millions. I mean, and what's Khan done? I mean, you know what I mean? It makes you sick, doesn't it?
He's just as bad as Andre Ward. Didn't Andre Ward give, what was that guy, Brand from Colombia, like fucking 35 grand?
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, no, it was Rodriguez, I think.
Well, it could have been Rodriguez, but I also think it was Brand, too, the Colombian kid.
Hey, son of God. That's what Jesus would have done.
That's what Jesus would have done, right? The Son of God.
Jesus would have said, Jesus would have said, "Come on, you pussy motherfuckers, start fighting each other."
The Son of God hangs out with gangsters.
SB in the chat says, "Why did Peterson take the fight then?" Because sometimes you have to take these fights to make money in your next fight. Look, Peterson had nowhere to go. He's not going to turn it down. But the fact is, he was offered 50 grand. It's an absolute disgrace to fight for a world title, and you know it is.
You know, I get tired of that. That people say, "Well, then." Like, you know, like, why did this fight? Why did Kovalev fight Canelo? Because it's $12.5 million, you motherfucker.
Like, bro,
who the fuck wouldn't take that fight?
Stu, and recognize. Hey, check this out, man. Sometimes you got to take the opportunity when it presents itself. You know what I mean? It's just like getting a piece of ass. It's just like getting a piece of ass. Oh, bro, oh, girl calling you up fucking 3 weekends in a row. You know, you gotta jump on that while it presents itself. Otherwise, she gonna go get some dick from some other motherfucker. You know?
It's a bit like Joshua and Charles Martin. Now, Joshua gave most of his person to Charles Martin to get him over it. For the future, he's thinking ahead of himself. Get Martin out of the way, the money will come. Peterson's probably thinking, beat Amir Khan, get a title, then the money will flow in. He's got no choice. He's in. Sorry, I'm eating Chinese. He's in PBC where there's not exactly dates flowing out their ear off. You know, they haven't got dates flowing out their ear off. So you're lucky to even get a fucking date on a card. You know what I mean? So
Hey, Stu,
you've got to take this opportunity.
What do you eat, somebody in the chat somebody in the chat says that Stu sounds Jewish.
Sorry, I'm eating Chinese. I shouldn't have spoke really because I'm eating Chinese food.
Somebody says you sound Jewish because you're talking about money and I don't know what else. Payments.
Oh, I take it he's one of these fucking lefties that wants to take all the money off the people that earn it and give it to the fucking lazy cunts. I think he's one probably.
I always liked you, Kleinfeld. Not because you're a Jew, huh? I know plenty of Jews.
Because you're a dirty, sleazy slime.
All right, don't make me put up that. Don't make me put up the disclaimer. I'm gonna fucking do it. There you go.
I never liked you, Kleinfeld, not because you're a Jew, man.
the fucking line pit's already dug for you, Kleinfeld. So come get me on the boat.
That was a great movie,
asking,
man.
Eating Chinese what?
What are you eating, Stu?
Chinese cunt.
Spare ribs. I've got a special fried rice, crispy beef, chow mein.
There we go.
Okay, just finished now, so.
Manja.
Right, it's only silence now. People, the phone lines are open. Please call in and let us, well, just drop us a topic. Anything goes tonight. There's nothing really, we have phone calls. Jesus Christ. Forgot to check the phone lines. All right, let's take a phone call here.
Where head honcho at? Tell him to get his bitch ass on here.
Head honcho, call in, all right? We got Johnny Boy finally here. 501, you're on the air. 501.
Fuck you, faggot.
What? I just heard it. Fuck you, faggot. All right, we're gonna take another phone call. Eight went through. You're on the air. 813.
Hey, what up? There's Red Glove Militant.
Hey, what's up, man? What's on your mind?
Not much. Just been, I saw a live stream. It said, anything goes, no fight footage. So, I figured I'd chime in. But, yeah, I find it interesting how when y'all was talking to that guy who is a Wilder fan, which there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
How at the end of the phone call, he just said that, I'll call him next time and I'm sure the hate will still be here. Like, can people just not have a point of view and then it not be labeled hate?
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of stuff that was being spoke about was facts as well. And one thing that I find very interesting is that he didn't want to talk about the pay-per-view. He's like, I don't give a shit about the pay-per-view, but I think the only reason why any of us really ever bring that up is because the fight that we wanted to see didn't get made because of, certain people perceiving that they were the A side when they really weren't. And that's been happening not just with Wilder and AJ, but look what happened with Crawford and Spence. Spence said he wanted to take the easy road, and then he got into a car accident, and now we don't know when we're going to see that fight or if we will.
Can I ask the caller something? Caller, if you look at the PBC roster, is there a fighter there that you can think that can to be a pay-per-view star, you know, and bail him out of his financial problems, shall we say? I'm not saying he's got financial problems, but the PBC have. And do you think there's a fighter out there that can be a big pay-per-view star, or do you think they've just got a roster there that's just not going to cut the mustard?
Red Glove, are you there?
Yeah. He asked me a question. It was kind of breaking up a little bit if he was asking me.
Sorry, brother. I just asked you, is there a fighter in the PBC that you can see becoming a pay-per-view star, with bringing in big numbers, you know, even half of Floyd's numbers, which would be impressive? But do you see that, or do you think, because every one of these guys, they're not bringing the numbers? I mean, I think only Errol only brought the numbers because Mikey was there. So do you see a fighter there that can do it?
I honestly don't see another pay-per-view star coming out here in the States. I mean, unless there's a big shift in how pay-per-views are handled over here, I honestly don't see anybody really putting out, you know, really good numbers. I really think that the subscription-based model is kind of the way to go. You know, it's just a matter of finding that sweet spot where it's going to be profitable. You know, you got to charge an amount of money that people are willing to pay to get that subscriber base up and still be able to make, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's basic business.
Maybe they should adapt the UK. Maybe we should adapt Sky Sports system, the UK system. $20, no, $25. Say it's $25, $30. But people won't mind paying that. But when you're charging $75 to $100, then you're outpricing the people. You're outpricing people.
Exactly, and I agree. You know, even if I'd be willing to pay, you know, like $25 or $30, because I know that pounds are worth more than dollars. I'd be willing to pay, you know, or even like maybe even $40, and there be some advertisements to help, you know, compensate for that money. You know, that money can come from elsewhere other than the consumer's pockets. That way, everybody's happy. You know, the people who want to see the fight are seeing the fight for a price that they feel gives them good value, even if they have to sit through, you know, some ads. And the ads don't have to be ridiculous. You know, it's not going to be the same as watching network television. You know, I think it's just I think that's really what needs to happen over here in the States, at least. Either we need to change.
You have to stack the undercard as well, right? This is the thing where they're going wrong. Because if you stack an undercard, right, even if the main event's not a great main event, you'll get people buying it to watch their guy. There'll be a guy. Say if you put Ryan Garcia on there, just an example, he's going to bring a lot of people to the event. It's going to be worth putting him on that event, or someone else, even Tank or someone like that. Just you've got to put on good undercards as well, and then you charge $40, $35, whatever, and you think you're losing money because you're charging less, but you watch the numbers will fly in, and it's a bit like the Chinese economy. They do so well because they make fucking cheap things. They make loads of it. So that's the way you got to go. I think this $90, $100 bullshit, absolutely dead in the water. No one's going to pay that anymore for boxing.
Hey, fellas, I got to bounce, but y'all have a good Saturday. Have a nice weekend, bro. Hope y'all had a nice Thanksgiving and that.
All right, man. Take care, Johnny boy.
All right, fellas. Peace.
But, yeah, I completely agree. Because you're not doing any extra work to, you know, if you're bringing the price down and more people are buying it, you're not doing it's not really costing you anymore. You
exactly.
know, if you got 100,000, you know, if you have 500,000 people buying it for $35, but you only got 50,000 people buying it at $75, I think it's easy to see where you're making more money at. You know, and it's not costing you more money to lower the price. It only costs you more money if the same amount of people buy the pay-per-views regardless.
See, the problem is, Al Heyman, when he puts on a card that's pay-per-view, he needs to get, sorry to say it, but he needs to get Mexicans on the card for a start, on the undercard, with fan bases, because they are the buyers in America. Say what you like, most of the pay-per-view numbers come from. There's a reason Floyd Mayweather always fought Mexicans, or he tried to fight Mexicans. And what dates did he fight them on? Mexican holidays. There's a reason he did that. It's because they are the buyers. You know, a lot of Americans, then they like UFC. They don't like boxing and stuff like that. So, but the Mexicans do. So Mexicans are very like the British. We love football, and we love fucking boxing. You know what I mean? And where it's just a bit different over there. So he'd have to put on Mexicans and with names, and that'd probably help the card and bring the numbers in. It's going to cost you a bit more to put on a show, but this is what you got to do. You know, you got to. Sometimes you've got to put a bit of quality in and pay for it, and then you'll get the rewards in the end. But when you're putting on garbage, you know, and it's not like that Ortiz card had a decent undercard we could get excited about. It was fucking garbage. Like Santa Cruz, I tell you what, who needs sleeping pills when Santa Cruz is around? That guy, I mean, if you watch the Santa Cruz fight, you wouldn't go for work the next day. You'd sleep through the day. And the guy just puts you to fucking sleep. He was terrible. I know I said put Mexicans on there, but not that one. Anyone but him. Because he just doesn't. He's boring to watch. Panta Cruz, I call him in the chat, but Panty Cruz. But yeah, you got to put decent names on. I think that's what Eddie Hearn. So when Eddie Hearn puts on cards, he'll have these shithouse main events that are embarrassing. But when you look underneath the card, you buy it because there's some decent fights on it that you want to see, sort of thing. I think that's what he does.
I mean, it doesn't matter why they're buying it as long as they are buying it. So that's a good point that you bring. Like, stack the card that way. If people don't care about the main event, they'll be willing to spend money on the co-main or one of the other, one of the undercard fights.
Exactly, bro. And this is the thing. I've lost count of how many events I've bought to watch the undercards. You know, to watch some of the fights, because some of the main events I'm not that interested in. Some of them shit fights. I'm not that bothered. I won't just pay for that. But when you see the undercard is stacked that, you think, cool, yeah, there's a couple of good fights there. It's got to be worth $25, $30. So you buy it. And that's how you get them in. But when you're looking at a card, you see Luis Ortiz, Wilder fighting Ortiz, an old guy, right? Then you see the undercard, most of them fouling weight on the night for a start. I'm fucking joke. Who's going to pay for that? And this is why they suffered.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's just a matter of doing good business, and I mean, I feel the PBC has not been doing good business lately. I think they've, especially with last Saturday. I mean, I really want to know what those numbers are, not because I care about Deontay Wilder's numbers, but because he made a big old stink when they were in those negotiations. Well, now it's time to see if he really has that star power that he claimed to have.
The same guys moaning about the numbers, and the same guys were talking about DAZN numbers, saying how bad they were. It's double standards, and this is why I can't be done with these people. They want to talk about numbers when it's DAZN, who have just started. Let's be real, and I don't care what to see. I don't care about numbers. I care about seeing good fights. DAZN are putting them on; they get my nod. I mean, I didn't have to pay for the Wilder fight the other night because I'm in the UK. Obviously, it was free on Sky. But I never would have paid for that fight in a million years. I've lived in America. You might as well just fucking throw me in the trash bin.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, they're not the only ones who are doing that. We saw what happened with Tyson Fury. They put over here was on, was it the Otto Wallen fight where I believe it was on ESPN Plus over here. So that was only $5, but over in the UK they charged for pay-per-view, if I'm not mistaken. And that was pretty bad because it was like really early in the morning, I think it was for y'all. Correct me if I'm mistaken. So I mean, to be fair,
if the fight's on in America, then it will be early in the early hours. Yeah, in the UK. If the fight's in America.
So I mean, if I'm being fair, they're not the only ones who do it, but they do seem to do it way more frequently. I mean, last year there really wasn't that many boxing pay-per-views here in America. This year, I mean, Manny Pacquiao versus Adrian Broner. I don't believe that should have been pay-per-view. I mean, I love Manny Pacquiao, but Adrian Broner, I don't think he's worthy of a pay-per-view. He's not disciplined. He doesn't really take the sport seriously, and every other month he has a new charge that he's being charged with, by the legal system over here. Then you got Spence versus Mikey Garcia. That fight shouldn't have happened to begin with, much less be on pay-per-view. You know, Pacquiao versus Keith Thurman, that one was more understandable being a pay-per-view. And then Spence versus Porter, same thing, but I just didn't see the star power there. You know, so out of all those fights, and then Wilder Ortiz too, of course. Out of all those fights, the only one that I see worthy of any kind of pay-per-view was Pacquiao versus Keith Thurman.
You're probably right.
So,
Even though as much as I
that's just
love,
my opinion. Oh, what was that, recognized?
no, I was going to say, as much as I love Sean Porter versus Errol Spence, I thought that was a great fight to me. But you're right; they both went in there with not really that star power to be pay-per-view. But the fight turned out to be excellent.
Yeah, so if you pay for it, you at least got at least you feel like you got your money's worth.
That's correct. Yep.
You know, so we can at least say that much for that fight. But Wilder versus Ortiz, it was very easy to tell that Wilder was going to knock out Ortiz sooner than he did in the first fight.
And he did it with one punch.
Say,
Red Glove.
Yeah,
one punch this time.
One punch. But here's the thing. Somebody made an excuse, I give Wilder a pass because the first fight was controversial. Okay, if that is the case, then why didn't he fight him right away? All right, the man is already older than you. You're gonna wait over a year and a half to do the rematch on don't you think his age in itself is gonna make the fight controversial? And he didn't. It's not like he fought Ortiz it's not like the rematch happened back to back after the first fight. He fought Tyson Fury, and then he fought Dominic Breazeale. While I think Ortiz took like 3 fights in between. You know, the man wasn't getting any younger, and he was getting more war torn. So if that was the case,
he had about 3 fights, and he wasn't impressive.
Huh?
Yeah, no, I was going to say that
terrible.
You're right. He took 3 fights, but he didn't look good in those 3 fights.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I don't buy that he thought it was controversial. That's why he wanted to rematch him. Because he knew that Ortiz had at the very best, he had 6 years on him. He probably has more than that on him though, because we really don't know his age. So, yeah, there's just all kinds of like Stu said it best, double standards. You know, I'm not a Canelo fan at all, and recognize you know this because I think you saw when I made that video years ago saying Canelo's a redheaded bitch. I'm not a Canelo fan at all, but to say that his knockout against Kovalev was a fix, and then Wilder gets outboxed for 7 rounds and wins the fight with 1 punch and act like he's a boxing god in the face of boxing, that's double standards right there.
Yeah, with Wilder, he literally did nothing for 6 rounds, which tells you, right, that he's really not that worried about Ortiz. He's not worried about it. He knows that he can hit him with 1 shot, and that Ortiz will just fall over. And that's an indication that he was well aware, obviously, that Ortiz is not even as good as he was when he fought him the first time. And that should have been obvious by his performances going into the Wilder rematch. So, look, man, again, Wilder could be very entertaining. I like the 1 punch knockouts. Yeah, I actually like the way he knocked out Ortiz. But let's see him do that against Dillian Whyte. Why when I bring up Dillian Whyte, why is it a problem?
Because Dillian Whyte's very inconvenient if you're a fanboy of Deontay Wilder. And that's the thing. I don't have a problem with a fan of any boxer. Like, but just be realistic with it. Like, you know, I'll use Triple G as an example. I'm a Triple G fan, but never in my wildest dreams did I ever try to say that he was A-side against Canelo. But you hear that about Wilder and AJ when they were negotiating, how there was I actually heard it a lot that, oh, well, Wilder's actually the A-side. How do you figure? The proof is not there that he's the A-side. So that's what we see. And, you know, some people just make themselves look foolish when they can't take their emotions out of it. I'm subscribed to channels that have called AJ a pussy. Doesn't bother me because I'm not emotionally attached to him.
No, but I'm not attached to AJ,
Wilder,
bro. Listen, bro, I'm not attached to AJ either. But I'm going to call bullshit when I see it. You can call AJ what you like. You can call him a quitter. You can call him a muscle-bound freak that can't fight. Whatever, you call him what you like, but don't call him a pussy. The guy has a far better resume than fucking Deontay Wilder. Much better. I mean, there's no comparison. Like Johnny said, the best resume in the heavyweight division at the moment. No one can deny that. Probably, Tyson Fury's probably only one. Well, is close to him because for me, he has a win over Wilder and Klitschko. So yeah, he's up there. But he might be a lot of things. But one thing he's not is a pussy. And I can't. You got to call bullshit when you see it. And let's be real. With this Dillian White thing.
Well, I agree with you that he's not a. I agree with you that he's not a pussy. I'm just saying I'm not bothered by it. Like, there is a such thing as a wrong opinion. So that's your opinion. He's a pussy. That's fine. I live in America. You got the right to be wrong. That's how I see it. But you know,
you've got a right. Yeah, you've got
like,
in America. You've got a right to say what you want, but that means people have got the right to fucking debunk what you're saying and call you out on it. Let's be real. Dillian White. I keep hearing from Wilder fans, "Oh, Dillian White's not worthy. He don't deserve that shot." Right? But it seems to me that they're scared of Dillian White because if they didn't
But
find
Brazil does, right?
if they didn't find him as a threat recognised, then they'd be saying, "Yeah, let's fight Dillian White." Because obviously they want to stay unbeaten, keep padding up this record. If White's such a bum, worse than Ortiz, another easy victory for Wilder. But they don't want it because they know Dillian White has a pulse. He's going to come to fight. That's why.
Yep, and he's going to come to knock his head off.
Yes.
And I agree with both of you on that for sure, because I mean, here's the thing. What a lot of people don't realize is anything that you can say usually can be a double-edged sword. So if that's the case, who did Ortiz beat to get his shot with Deontay Wilder?
No one. He beat no one. Like, he beat Christian Hammer.
Travis Kaufman.
Exactly. And that's why it's so irritating when you hear that. Oh, well, you know, White didn't beat anybody to fight Wilder. Well, who did Ortiz beat to fight Wilder? Better yet, who did Duhaupas fight to beat? You know, to fight Wilder?
None of them guys have a better win than Dillian White. Dillian White has a better win than Deontay Wilder. He has better wins because for me, Chisora and Dillian White, Chisora and Joseph Parker are better than anything Wilder's got in his resume. Because let's be real, he doesn't have a win against Tyson Fury. If he'd have beat Fury, fair enough, but he didn't. He lost. Everyone knows it.
Yeah, he lost that fight.
Yep.
I mean,
but
look,
at the very best, you could say that he got a draw, and at
the very most,
so
that's being kind to Wilder. That's being kind to him, giving him a draw.
Right. I mean, okay, look, officially he's got a draw.
That's being very nice, and you know, that happy early Christmas, Wilder. You got a draw, but.
And that literally what it was, because it was like 2 weeks before Christmas. That fight was 2 weeks
I bet
before
and
reckon that draw was sweeter than taking $8 million off Al Heyman the other day for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had to set somebody straight because they tried to tell me Wilder. Well, they weren't telling me personally, but I was on a live stream. An individual said Wilder's the best heavyweight, and I had to set him straight. I said, look, you can say you believe that he's the best heavyweight, but you can't walk around saying that like it's fact, because guess what?
Right, you can't say he proved it already.
Record. Exactly. He has a draw on his record, and he has since not beaten that man. So at the very least, all you could say is he's one of to the best if that's what you really feel. But you can't
Joshua
you
had the
can't say
belts.
he's the best heavyweight when he has a draw.
Joshua had the belts, right?
That means
he wasn't the best either, because until he'd fought Wilder, until he'd fought Ruiz, until he'd fought Tyson Fury, he can't be the best. This is why we can't say who the best in my opinion. They're all as bad as each other. There's not one there that looks like they're going to reign for long. They're all a fucking KO waiting to happen or a schooling waiting to happen. They are.
They should say, I think he will be the best. He will be.
No, but they want to skip that.
Yeah,
they want to
exactly.
skip that part and say, Wilder's the greatest, and if you don't think so, you're a hater. It's like
you're a hater. Yeah,
this is a cheap tactic. It's like, get out of here with that.
Vitaly Klitschko, we could say he was the best, right? Because he fought most of the guys. We could say Vladimir was. We could say Lennox Lewis was. Them guys, them guys fought everyone around them that they could. So you can say they're the best. But when you got guys like Josh, obviously not so much Joshua, but when you got Wilder and other people like that fought nobody,
That's why I'm disappointed in Lennox Lewis. Not totally, but his assessment of Anthony Joshua. And I think Anthony Joshua is that's what pisses him off about Lewis is because he's pretty smart, Joshua, in the sense that look, Josh, if anybody who's close to what Lennox Lewis has done, it's Joshua. If anybody's close to doing that, it's Anthony Joshua. Look, he's willing to take on the big opponents.
Do you know
he wants to get paid? Of course, he's going to get paid, man. But he's willing to make these fights happen.
Exactly. The thing is recognised, right? With Lennox Lewis, you know me, how I feel about Lennox Lewis. He's one of my favourite fighters. I've got him. I mean, people laugh when I say it. I've got him the best heavyweight of all time. I have. I've got my reasons.
I think you can make a very good argument for that. Very good argument for that.
I'm going to do a video on the BDA, a 20-minute long video, and I'm going to break down why I said that. Break down his resume, his wins, who he was fighting at the time, where they were. These were not bums he was fighting. He was fighting the best of the best, and obviously he had defeats. Every top fighter has defeats, but for me, he was a. But I see. Lennox Lewis, he's acting like a female. You know when you turn a female down and she gets all bitter and twisted towards you?
Yeah.
When she sees you out, she's giving you the looks and trying to get guys to start on you and shit like that, right? That's what Lennox Lewis, how he's behaving. It's like, he's just been really out of order with Joshua, and I don't get it. Joshua's doing his thing. He's got not close to overtaking Lennox Lewis as a great British fighter sort of thing. Not close to it yet. So I don't know why Lewis has to get. Lewis should be encouraging the guy, but he's so far up Al Heyman's ass. He's so far up Al Heyman's ass. It's embarrassing.
That's why when he was giving a breakdown after the fight, I don't know if you checked it out. He gave somebody an, and he's like, Deontay Wilder just has a great right hand. What else? He has a great right hand. What else? He has a great, you said great right hand like 50 times. Why can't you say something else? Because he can't. He can't tell you what he's good at.
Mr. Kumar in the chat, you tone that language with me, young man. I'm not having that. Lewis was Canadian for a while, but we all know he was a Brit. Born and bred in East London, went over to Canada. They called him the Brit over there. So he was, obviously the guy is a bit confused at the moment. He don't know what fucking nationality he has. I mean, he's got more flags on his shorts than the United Nations have.
He's a confused Jamaican.
Yeah, I mean, when he's in Jamaica having a joint, he's Jamaican. When he's in Canada, he's Canadian.
He's waving he's waving
when he's in the UK collecting honours and that, and everything else, he's British then. Yeah,
he's waving more little flags than Don King. Remember Don King's always waving those little flags? I know he got the joke. Go ahead.
Jamal said, "Y'all haters, y'all." I like the way the Americans say that. Y'all. Listen. I've said it before. You'll hear it on my videos. If you've come here for positivity and talk good about yourself and get your ego stroked, and you're in the wrong place. Like I said, this is a negative hellhole, just pure negativity, pure ignorance. But I love it here. So if you come here for positive stuff, positive vibes, and talking about how great Wilder is, you're in the wrong channel. Just switch off, mate, because you're going to be here a long time waiting for some.
And who was it who said that? His name was Jamal what? Does he have a last name?
Jamal. Yeah, Jamal said yeah.
Jamal. No, because I've dealt with some guy named Jamal White.
We've got John
Oh, sorry,
Gonzalez
White.
saying boo Butcho with his thumbs down. I don't know what Butcho's doing to John Gonzalez. Mr. Pigeon, Mike Tyson. He was born in Forest Gate, stayed until 14, then returned at 20. British. Do you know, Mr. Pigeon, that's the only thing I've agreed with that you've said today. Anything you've said, I've agreed with. Aaron Rosas says that's how Americans say that. Yeah, I know it is, and I just like the way they say it. It's funny. Jamal Falk says Wilder, the greatest athlete of all time. Straight facts with a Z. 100%. I mean, fucking hell.
He hasn't proven it yet.
Oh, but listen. I mean, bless Jamal. He's new to this game.
It's not fact. See, some of these people need to go back to school and learn what a fact and opinion is. If that's your opinion, that's fine, but it has not been proven to be fact as of yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wouldn't want these guys defending me in court with their so-called facts, which is
That's why now I don't take these people seriously, because I like you said, I don't think they know the difference between a fact and opinion. So now I just let it go. I'm like, oh, okay, they probably just don't know what the hell they're talking about. They don't know the meaning of words. So just let it go.
I mean, let's look at some facts here. So Deontay Wilder is the heavyweight champion of the WBC, right? This is the sanctioning body who currently hands out belts to YouTubers. So how much credibility does the WBC really have right now?
Like I said, don't be surprised if you see a rainbow WBC belt coming out soon with a Lando Cruz walking about with it. I mean, it's just become an absolute fucking circus.
A tranny belt.
Where are we going to stop? Where are we going to fucking stop?
I mean, the WBC, they came out with this franchise belt, right? But the reality is this. Wilder was the first franchise champion. He's been getting away with not fighting mandatories and doing whatever the hell that he wants. So, I mean, really,
this is also true. Yep.
Deontay Wilder has been the franchise champion for some time now. Canelo's the first official franchise champion.
Franchise champion. I mean, that fucking says it all. Boxing Archives and Facts is Stu. Who wins at 168? Calzaghe versus Jamal Charlo. Is this guy serious?
Come on, fucking Calzaghe.
Guys, have you watched Boxing Archives and Facts channel?
Is this fucking guy serious?
Guys,
you got one guy.
You don't know what you're dealing with here.
So the guy that
you don't know what you're dealing with.
168 fighter of all time.
Yeah, the guy that can't beat Matt Kurabov at 160 can beat Joe Calzaghe at 160. Get the fuck out of here.
Joe Calzaghe would have boxed circles around him at the end. He would have threw up in his corner.
Let's see Charlo Andrade first, and then we can.
Yeah, I got a better question for the guy. How about Andrade versus Charlo? All right, let's not talk about legends of the past. Let's talk about like guys he could fight now, guys he hasn't fought.
Hey, I want you back, Charlo. I'm not even asking Charlo to fight.
I think Eubank might knock his head off. I'll be honest with you.
Charlo to fight a Golovkin or Canelo.
Stu, I think Eubank might knock Charlo's head off.
I do, mate, and that's why I want the fight, because it's not a fight. I'm not asking too much here. I'm not asking him to go in there with a killer like Golovkin or Canelo. I'm saying go in there with a Eubank. I tell you, then we'll know where Charlo is. I'm telling you, I'm picking Eubank in that one. I am.
What's Jamal saying to you, Stu, now? What's he saying?
I think Eubank Jr.
Everything's straight facts with Jamal. I mean, everything.
I think Eubank Jr. is too much of a man for him, to be honest with you, bro. I look at Eubank Jr. I'm like, nah, elite level guys could beat him up. I don't think a clown like Charlo could beat him.
The thing is, I recognise because Charlo is very wide with his punches, right? Very sloppy and very open when he's trading. But he does let his hands go. He's not like Wilder, just pulls his arm back and waits 5 rounds. He does let his hands go, but leaves himself wide open. And Eubank is a very good inside fighter. So I think Charlo could outbox Eubank from distance, but I don't think that's Charlo's sort of way of fighting. He's going to step in, he's going to get into a dogfight, and I think that's when Eubank catches him on the chin, because Eubank is quite with his inside game, he's quite technically quite good. His uppercuts and his hooks are quite decent. And we all saw when he hit Yildirim, we saw what happened then. You know what I mean? So he can take. And I think 160 suits him as well. I don't think he was never a 168 fighter.
Yeah, I don't know where all these crazy notions come from. Like this isn't the first one I heard today. Earlier I heard somebody say Spence knocks out Canelo. Facts. Like, are you serious?
That's insane.
Like Spence couldn't
Canelo knocked out
Porter,
Kovalev, but he's gonna get knocked out by Spence. Right.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
love boxing fans. They're the greatest.
Listen, I'm telling you something now. There's not a PBC fighter out there that can beat Canelo Alvarez. There's not one. They all go get the same fate, and that'd be a fucking devastating KO loss.
Talking about
he knocks
Spence,
them all out.
Did you guys hear that the rumors that he might come back next summer? Which to me is pretty impressive, though.
Who's that? Spence.
Spence, yeah.
Canelo?
No, Spence he might come back next summer.
Spence.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll keep hearing about this Spence, but let's be real. If he walked out of that car crash, then he's got to be all right. Surely.
Well, how did he? Maybe he wasn't even in the car, man. Maybe something else happened.
I think he were.
Come on. Maybe he wasn't in the car. Maybe something else happened. He had to make the story, so that was somebody else in the car. And I know it
could have been something else. He could have been beaten up in a bar fight. He was attacked. You know.
I don't think it's a bar fight. I think he's going to come on top in that one, don't you?
I mean he got jumped, Stu. Listen.
Oh right. Oh, he's probably wilder.
If I punch, look, I'll give you an example. If I punched Earl Spence and I get one in, and especially if he's not looking, he's going night. He's going.
True, yeah. You're a big guy. If you hit anyone,
remember you're dealing with bigger guys. So he could be dealing with a bigger man than him. And I saw Spence in person, and I was like, look for a welterweight, he's big, but for real life, he's a small man.
Hey, welterweights are small guys, man. When you see them in the streets, they're small guys. But
they're small dudes. They're not that big.
Yeah. I think if you sucker punched anyone, you take them out, man. You're a fucking big guy, man. But,
right. That's what I'm saying. He could have gotten into a fight with a big guy, or how about this? Got into a fight with one guy.
They're not the sort of guys that are going to go out on their own, though. They're not going to go out on their own to recognise. He's not going to go out on his own, is he? Let's be real. He's going to have people around him. I don't think that's happened.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he would have people with him. He should have people with him.
You wanted to start Cotto. You just couldn't get near him, could you? Because he had his boys with him.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality is, it sounds like he just walked away from whatever happened. I mean, it doesn't seem like, supposedly the reports are just lacerations and some teeth that were knocked out, from my understanding.
I mean, did you see the picture?
Yeah, I saw the mugshot.
Yeah, so you could see the redness in his eye. Now, I don't know if that was right after the accident. I don't think so. Or like after he got out of the hospital, he came back. Either way, that the bloodshot eye, he suffered trauma. That almost, you know what I was going to say? Look, this is the reason why I bring it up. That almost looks like he got into a fight outside, not a car crash.
Yeah, that's what I was.
That looks like the signs of somebody who got jumped or was in a big fight with a guy who hit him.
Well, his face looks like he was scraped a bit. Like, see the side of his face? There's.
Okay, yeah, no, you know something, yeah, but still, you could get that from a fight. You can get that from a fight, but yeah, I mean, look, I'm not gonna spread any conspiracy. They reported he fucking got into a car accident, and that's probably what happened.
At the end of the day, whatever it was, he's not going to be in the ring anytime soon. So that's what.
Car accidents like that, though, walk away with that little bit of a scar. He is lucky, very lucky. That's not what you look like after a car accident like that.
The thing is, now Spence is out of action for a while. You've got Wilder's just fought, so you're not going to see him for a few months.
No.
What's Heyman going to do? What's Heyman going to do with his cards?
It's terrible.
Well, like I said, he's put on all the fights that he can put on anyway. What's he going to do? Keep recycling? Is he going to put Porter in with fucking Danny Garcia again or someone like that, or Thurman? What's he going to do?
Has to do something. I mean, Tank Davis is gonna be fighting Gamboa. I don't know, man. Jesus Christ.
He's the one who's gonna give Riddick Bowe that comeback that he's looking for. Wouldn't surprise me.
Hey, no, they
Wilder versus Riddick Bowe.
They have Pacquiao. they have Pacquiao, big name.
I'm willing to fight Deontay Wilder. He has to put down to like maybe 185. Maybe 185. I fight Deontay Wilder. I'm doing my job. And then Wilder. I'm fighting a legend. You know, one of the greatest fighters. He's fucking a midget. Doesn't matter. He signed up for the fight.
Nobody wants to fight. Nobody wants to fight Pacquiao.
Recognize. What do you think about this? This card on the Joshua card, the all heavyweight action.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, you do like it. Yeah. What about you, Butch?
Oh, I mean, I made a video about it, and I said it's great, man. And I said thank you, Eddie Hearn.
They even threw in Dillian White last year.
Yeah. Let me put it up on the screen.
Fucking Huey Fury pulled out tonight, didn't he? With another virus. That guy, man. What a hypochondriac.
Really?
So he pulled out, huh? He made it
He's like one of the little hypochondriac kids that's never at school because he's always got a fucking chest infection.
My stomach hurts today.
Daddy, nose is running. Do you know what I mean? Fuck it out.
I got a fever. Can't go to school.
Look at the undercard.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off the line. That way, some other callers can call in and everything. But it's been a real.
All right, brother,
chat.
man.
I liked it.
All right, man. Take care.
Yeah, cool, bro.
Yo, this heavyweight card is stacked, bro.
Hergovich, Molina.
Look, you got Hunter.
Yeah.
And Povetkin. That could be a main event. That could be a main event fight. Not a pay-per-view main event, but a main event fight.
Yeah. That's the fight I like the best out of all of them, I think.
You got that kid Hergovic. I think I'm saying his name right.
Hergovic.
That everybody's talking about.
The thing with Hergovic, like I said, I'd have liked to see him take a bit better opponent than Eric Molina. I'd have liked to see him in there. I think he's ready for that step up. And I don't think Eric Molina's a step up for anything.
I'm always hearing Shepard, his son, and all the guys on the Discord. They're talking about this kid a lot. I seen some highlights. He looks good. I mean, let's calm. I'm gonna wait to see what he does in this fight. I mean, Molina's kind of passive.
He's looking very good. He's not set the world alight yet. He looks like he's got a few more gears to step up.
Yeah,
I think every time I see him, it looks like he's trying to get rounds. If you get what I'm saying, because he's only had a few fights, 9 fights. I think he's trying to. I think he could get these guys out a lot earlier. But he's very European, isn't he? Eastern European style.
Dude, I remember this. I remember this heavyweight card. The one that you got up, Bucho.
Yeah.
Did Ruiz fight Galata? I didn't remember that.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
you like that? Wait, that card was garbage. I think. No, Rahman Mihan.
I mean, it
was a
probably
guy from
turned out.
Australia.
From what I remember, turned out to be garbage, but it was pretty good on paper.
Yeah, but that is a terrible card.
Oh, Don King was putting all this garbage here with pay-per-views, by the way, which I wasn't really paying for. But
a great card.
I had the box.
Yeah, me too, man. But
it's got some good names on there. It's got really good names on there. But I said not great fight. Mind you, they ended up being good fights. So I reckon I said so. It's not when you see it here. If you see this for the first time and this was happening, say next Saturday, you wouldn't be like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to get that one.
Wait, I think one time I don't know who they fought exactly, but it was like Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield, and Ray Mercer were all on the same card. Or HBO broadcast their fights. I'm not sure if they were on the same venue.
I don't remember.
In other words, they used to give really good undercards.
Do you remember this one from Madison Square Garden? Bert Golada. Wait, did that fight even happen?
Yeah. Ruiz Oquendo.
Ruiz Oquendo, yes, but Bert Golada didn't Golada pull?
No,
no,
I don't think so. No,
they
didn't.
It looks weird.
I think Golada got suspended.
What Hearn's done with that card, though? What Hearn's done with that card is what I've been saying all along. You've got to stack them cards. You've got to stack them these days, mate. People are getting tight with their money. If they're going to post it, they want quality. And
yeah, but Stu, do you think this won't happen again because the only reason why it's happening is because there's a lot of money involved, and probably the Saudis went like, "How much money do you need here? Oh well, you want a good undercard? I'm gonna need this much. Go ahead, take it. This money." But,
Yeah. Well, that's one of the reasons, of course. But let's be real. The noise is coming out of Matchroom is that the Saudis are keen to get them all over there.
ugh,
You know, they want they've got the money. They want the big fights. They're bringing all the Western media over. You know, they're in a bad light at the moment, aren't they? They fucking killed that guy in the embassy, didn't they? They don't look good for
they
him. So they're
chopped them
trying
up
to
or some shit.
sweeten
Yeah,
everyone up. Didn't they?
Oh, they did fight. Bucho, they did fight.
they did fight. What happened in that fight? I don't even remember. Like Chris Bird
Draw.
won.
It was a draw.
A draw.
Yeah,
Fucking
it was a draw.
Probably fell asleep before the main event. No,
Yeah, the Saudis sound like they're going to be bringing a lot of boxing. And like,
The open ceremony to the fight's going to be a beheading.
oh no, recognise, man.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
They'll bring a woman in and stone her to death for adultery.
Oh, but I thought I was bad.
Yeah, it's even worse. To me, man.
They're gonna bring a fucking girl in. Come on, let's stone this
man.
bitch.
Now, Stu.
Go.
Do you want more fights in the U? I mean, are you gonna be happy if they go back to Saudi Arabia?
Listen, mate. If they're going to put the money together and put the cards on, yeah, I'll watch.
Dude, they're getting Stu. He's getting $85 million for this fight.
Well, this is it.
Yo,
$85 million.
It's almost what Conor McGregor made against Floyd. Well, he did like 100 something million.
I think he got like 75 million. Where fucking this guy got 300 million. Another $300 million fight for Floyd. Right. But he's gonna get 80. Okay, so I think Ruiz is walking away with 15 million. Where it's a $100 million fight basically. It's an $100 million fight. 85 million goes to Ruiz. Excuse me, not to Ruiz. To AJ.
No, Joshua's getting 75 million.
Oh, is it 70? Okay, 75 million. Excuse me. I knew that there was a good chance I could be over exaggerating.
It's still a lot of money, isn't it?
It's still fucking a lot of money. God damn, 75 million. And Ruiz is getting like 15, I think. 15 million.
I think 20 million, I think.
Even look at that. So, fucking Ruiz goes in there and is getting bigger paydays now. He's getting bigger paydays than Wilder.
Hey, so if they're getting that much, the people in the fighters in the undercard, how much do you think they're getting? I don't think they're getting 50,000 or something like that. They're getting fucking.
No, they're getting a nice paycheck. Yeah.
Dillian White's probably getting $1 million to fight Morris White.
Yeah.
He's probably getting $1 million to do that. That 10 million, that's 100 million event. They put 100 million in the kitty, and obviously, what's left over pays the undercard. Because let's be real, Hergovich is not going to be too expensive, is he? You get him for a couple $100,000.
Yeah, no, Hergovich is right now just trying to get exposure. You know,
exactly.
He's doing the right thing.
Marius Wack's not going to be too expensive, is he? I mean, he don't charge much to get his ass whooped.
And Marius Wack is going to fight. Okay, he's going to fight Dillian White. All right, because I was like, who the fuck is he fighting? Then I remember that Dillian White just entered the undercard.
By the way, Jamal is seeing in the chat that AJ really getting 5 million. Ego already exposed the numbers.
Yeah, Ego, yeah. Ego exposing.
Oh, it must be true if Ego said it.
Oh, Ego.
Yeah, it must. Yeah. I mean, when Ego said it, I mean, that's
listens to his channel, man. Oh, I know.
It wasn't like that until Ego said it.
Yeah, I mean, it ain't official till Ego speaks. Ego probably doesn't even pay for Wilder fights. I bet you that kid don't pay for no Wilder fight.
Yo, fuck no.
I want receipts. Anybody who here, go to Ego's channel and tell him Recognize the Matrix wants receipts if he buys Wilder fights. I don't.
He's a right narcissist, that Ego as well. Thinks highly of himself, doesn't he?
Of course he does. Yeah, he does. He's a clown.
I like it.
He's a con artist.
Him and the other guy.
He's a con artist.
70,
Travis
78.
Scotty. What's happened to Travis Scotty? What's happened to him?
Oh, I never liked that dude. That dude was a clown.
I hadn't seen him around for ages.
Last time I saw him, he was doing a video going up in everybody's face. Well, I think it was Golovkin. Golovkin had a fight with someone. He's got their camera in their face, right? And I think I told him, I said to him, yeah, you know who to do that to. I noticed that there was a bunch of like gangsters on the other side. You ain't do that to them.
Thing is though, Ego is the sort of guy. Not Travis Scotty, sorry. Always fucking begging, weren't he? Pleading for something, pleading poverty. But he'll do the video. He'd have £300 sunglasses on, fucking iPhone 10.
He was funny though. You gotta admit, he was funny though.
Can you remember when he stopped? YouTube stopped paying him. He had a breakdown nearly. He was
Jesus.
It was like. No, but he was like to his listeners, look, if you want me to carry on doing this, you've got to start putting your money in your pocket.
He had a debate one time with Thunderdome. That was embarrassing, man. Thunderdome he ended up laughing because he didn't know shit. He literally
I remember.
said, wait a second, you really don't know? And he's like, why do I gotta answer that?
Yeah, I think he asked him in which division does Chocolatito fight in. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know, featherweight. I was like, all right.
Dude, that was embarrassing, man. That was bad.
Yeah, and that was at the time, when Chocolatito was at the top, And
this is Travis Scotty. I used to make fun of his voice. I said, you sound like a bitch, man. Talk all that big stuff. You sound like a little girl.
Jamal says, Ego, the truth.
Yeah, sure he is. Eagle's boring. He puts me to sleep. Like I remember when I
suppose Ted Bundy's the truth as well, Johnny.
Yeah, Ted Bundy's the truth. I remember watching Eagle stream, and they literally put me to sleep. I fell asleep. I was like, "This dude is
I don't
boring."
know. Yeah, I've seen it. I was like, "What?" I don't understand why people are watching that. He's just sitting there.
And this is him the whole time. That motherfucker's hating, loving my hating my swaggy style. Like, yo, you're boring, bro.
Yo, I feel bad for the people who listen to this guy because their lives must be shit. The fact that they enjoy listening to this guy.
He'll do a video, right? He'll get some fucking article from TMZ or something and put his breaking
news. David T says if he's boring, why y'all listen to him on the low? Yeah, I listen to him all the time, man. I actually subscribe to his channel.
I'm going back years. I didn't even know where the guy was. It just shows you have a listen, you give it a try. You might turn off and think, I'll give him another try. I might have been tired that day. And then you go again, it's fucking boring again. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, Jamal saying now Eagle have 191,000 subs and Wilder got 3.1 million pay-per-view. All media already being debunked. Okay. Good point. 3.1 million pay-per-view, guys. Box says Eagle has 85 bots as subs. Yeah, and a lot of people who like the whole race talk. Oh, by the way, let me play this for you guys.
What's his name? Who's that Jew bastard? What's his name? Ellie Setback.
Oh, yeah.
Right? He's got about 80,000 subs. But go look at it. No one watches him. He's a fucking clown. No one takes him serious. You could take a dump in a toilet and get a fucking 100,000 subs now on YouTube. You don't have to be special. It's all about clickbait. You just got to be a clickbaiter. You just got to be an arse licker, and you're halfway there. And so having subs don't mean anything. You've got to get the views.
Yeah, exactly. It's all clickbait, and then they drop off after 2 seconds.
Because they'll subscribe for a little bit and then realise it's all clickbait shit, and then just not even watching again.
All right, guys, listen to this shit. And try not to laugh. This is the LDBC Try Not to Laugh Challenge. All right, here we go. Oh, oops, it's muted. Hold on. All right, here we go.
But they won't do that to Lomachenko. Lomachenko came in the gate
what to Lomachenko?
Taking L's. And they want to constantly tell you how great he is. A skill set we ain't never seen. Man, fuck you motherfuckers, bro. You can't tell me that shit ain't racism.
There we go.
No, I'm not no dumbass nigga. I ain't afraid of you. I know who you are. You ain't finna get me to stand down. You know what I'm saying? I ain't these other niggas. I know what time it is. You motherfuckers racist. And you'll use any scary ass nigga you can find. Any nigga who's scared of you and oh, he think you somebody. Man, fuck, you ain't shit to me. Fuck out of here. I'm not no sob story telling ass.
What?
This dude sounds like he needs to be in the military or something. Right? Think about, you ain't finna get me to back down. You ain't finna get.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? People coming to your house and telling you don't make these videos.
What's he talking about?
He sounds like he's under fire. You know, like
like he's under attack. Like he's in fucking Baghdad or something.
The guy's cracking. The guy's cracking, right? His hatred and his racism is eating inside him, and he's having a breakdown. He's cracking in front of our eyes.
Yeah,
he is.
Exactly.
Doctors too.
I've seen enough people have breakdowns and crack, and he's definitely. Like I said, there's not so long you can play this role before it fucking takes its toll on you. And like I said,
it's starting to take his toll. Let's continue. Ass
nigga, I ain't had shit. My mama was a whore. My daddy was a dope fiend. No, nigga. My peoples was bosses. You know what I'm saying? My grandma was a boss. My daddy was a boss. My mama was a boss. You understand me? I ain't got that side story. I know who the fuck you motherfuckers is. You ain't better than me. 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 I'm not impressed by your culture or nothing. You understand me? So you can kick rocks with that suck ass shit. Go talk to them other niggas who ain't never had shit. $500 means something to them. You give them $500, and they woo wee. Good Lord, that's a lot of money. Good Lord, that's a lot of money. Good Lord, that's a lot of money. Go talk to them.
No, it's it, man. So what do you?
Who is that? First of all, who's that talking?
Turn that fucking clown off, man.
Who's that talking?
That's 78.
Late sports TV, isn't it?
Oh, that dude is a clown, man. Like, yo, listen, if you take that dude serious, you a fucking clown yourself, man. Talking about people who haven't eaten nothing. Like, yo, this is opinions. Fuck what. Put it this way. Fuck what you've been through. I don't care what you've been through.
Guy's a
motherfucker. Like, talk boxing. I don't care about your everyday struggle. Fuck you and your struggle. Stupid motherfucker. Oh, ain't nobody finna make me back down, nigga. You think you in prison or something? Like, he's talking like he's in jail or something. Does that sound like a boxing video to you? Or a guy who's in prison talking to his boys, talking about they ain't finna make me back down.
Recognize, listen. He fucking years ago he did a video about Billy Joe Saunders. Billy Joe Saunders addressed him about it, and he replied in this video, and he's saying, "I'll smack the shit out of Billy Joe Saunders." I was like, Billy Joe would fuck you up, son.
Of course he would. Billy Joe would fuck his ass up, no problem. Of course he would. But this guy's not making videos. He sounds like he's talking prison talk. He's okay. This is what it sounds like to me. When somebody gets locked up, right? And they're writing to their boys, or they're speaking to them on the phone, and they're talking about the beef they have. You know, like, yeah, I'm in jail. They're coming at me, but I ain't finna back down. No, that's not gonna happen. That's how he sounds. Like, does he sound like he's talking about boxing? I want to know who's going to 78's house. I'm
waiting for him to bring up a fucking series on his channel, like prison stories. You know, all these fucking stories he's got. Yeah.
I want to know who's going to 78's house because they disagree with his opinions on Lomachenko. I want to know who's done that. Who did it?
That guy has been hating on Lomachenko for years. I remember when he kept telling us that Rigo was going to break his jaw and stuff like that. Yeah, how did that work out?
Stu, did you remember what he said after Lomachenko lost to Rigonda?
Say it again.
Do you remember what 78 said after Lomachenko won? After he beat Rigonda?
Was that the one where he says, "Oh, he feels really down, man. He's like fucking losing a kid or something"? Weren't he saying something like that? Was that? I'm paraphrasing it. Is it when he's really gutted, man?
Yeah, but apparently he also
he came on and he was fucking. You could hear it in his voice. He was down, and he was really relying on Rigondeaux to
win that. I feel like
Did he say he felt like shooting somebody after?
Yeah, he said I feel like getting my gun and shooting somebody. It's like, what the fuck is wrong, man?
Then started shouting at his dog because he was yapping. Do you know what I mean? So,
you know, and then he's the one that's gonna complain that people look at him and are afraid.
That people what?
People are gonna look at him and be afraid. He's gonna complain
Of
about
what?
that.
He's ugly.
Oh no! You know what he said in the show. I think you told us this, that he was like, I was in the street and there was this white couple and they were like,
I heard this.
The guy wanted me to sleep with his wife.
I think this motherfucker, honestly, that's his fantasy. That's his fantasy, and he's trying to make it look like it's real.
He's a storyteller. Let's be real. He's a storyteller.
Story time with Mr. 78.
I remember,
He's
right?
the kind of guy. He's the kind of guy that his girl cheats on all the time because he's lame. Think about it. He's talking on camera, talking about anybody want to bring it to me.
Yeah, imagine the girlfriend's like, what the fuck is this guy on? Who's after
you?
You?
Lame. I bet.
You okay?
Listen, man,
who's after you?
78 is the kind of guy that he dates a girl. She's fucking somebody like within 3 months. Somebody else.
But you know what's more concerning? I mean, obviously,
I would love for him
case.
to threaten me because I'll just be like, "Yeah, you gonna come to New York?
Yeah,
come over here.
Listen,
Tell me where to meet you at."
The thing is with him, right? He's got an act to play because he's getting paid to do it. The people are donating, and he gets quite a lot of donations. So, you know, for the role he's playing, he's getting paid for it. Because let's be real, he doesn't have a normal 9 to 5 job because he's on fucking camera all day long. So he's definitely making a living out of it. So he has to keep this act up. And it's all a fucking act. I mean, he runs out of things to say, so he starts making stories up. Do you know what I mean?
You know, that makes sense. If he's making money,
race card.
If he's making money off of it, but like, call it for what it is. Dude,
Yeah.
you're a race pimp. You're a storyteller. You're a liar. Ain't nobody coming to your house because you disagree with Lomachenko. Like that, get the fuck out of here. I call bullshit on that.
90
You ain't finna come to my house. Ain't nobody coming to your house for. You would probably do that. That's something he would do. I guarantee you, that's something he would do.
It's projection.
Right, projection.
I remember when
He'll do it to the weakest one. He won't do it to like a real nigga like me because he knows he knows that something bad will happen. That's what happens.
If you go on his channel, right? Let's say like when Kovalev beat Ward in the first one and he got robbed. A lot of his own listeners and followers were saying, "Look, I think Kovalev won that," and he was like, "Get the fuck off my channel if you think like that." Do you know what I mean? He was getting really angry.
He's like kicking people off his channel, right? Like
the same people that donated last week. Do you know what I mean? It's going mad, right? And you just can't have a different opinion. You can't say that the other guy won, especially when he's invested in these fights. Like Wilder, that guy. If Wilder lost, man, then you're talking. That's the final story. He'll end up in the net house. He will.
Stu, that's what I'm saying. I asked his question. What's gonna happen with Wilder? So the Wilder fanatics, not just the fans. There's normal fans, but there's fanatics. What's gonna happen to them when Wilder loses?
Okay, you saw when Trump beat Hillary?
Yeah,
that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Or even worse, there's going to be a few holes dug around America.
I actually posted a video yesterday on Discord about what Wilder fans are gonna look like after Wilder loses. Let me just look for it. It's in the meantime, Stu, can you read some comments, I guess?
Yeah, I'll go through the chat. Let me just get onto the chat. Hang on a sec, bro. Can't see that one. Right, let's go up here a little bit and go down. We'll start here. Boxing Ducks are the thing. Adamis Power overrated. I'm not sure he's on about. John Gonzalez Canales getting flashbacks. Boy Babignow says you guys don't care about integrity. You want Wilder to fight drug cheats. Oh, Wilder's the
poor little Wilder fighting
Wilder's cleaning the spot up, man. He's cleaning the spot up, man. Get the fuck out of here.
You know, I thought he was Spartacus or Achilles or you know, one of these fucking ancient warriors of all, one of the greatest of all times.
All of a sudden, right, whenever Wilder's fighting anyone with a fucking pulse, all of a sudden they're passing suspicious drug tests. They're fouling them, sorry. And then when it goes to court and all the evidence is out, they end up winning the case and they're allowed to fight on. But Wilder's long gone by then. Exactly. Very, very suspicious. To find me one guy that's... I mean, listen, Dillian Whyte, he said he's a drug cheat, but he's allowed to fight. He hasn't been suspended. He was allowed to take what he took. There's a reason. If he was a drug cheat, he wouldn't be fighting in Saudi Arabia.
Let me tell you something. If Dillian Whyte was around when Lennox Lewis, Mike Tyson, Vander Holyfield, they would have said, I don't give a fuck what he's taking. I'm going in there to beat the shit out of him. Mm-hmm. Okay? That's the difference between Deontay Wilder and fighters of the past.
Even Joshua, bro. Even Joshua, right? When Joshua found out that Baby Miller was fucking doing Ivan Drago testing in Siberia, AJ turned around and said, "Oh man, I'll take the fight still. That'd be a hell of a fight, man." And that was his attitude. He still wanted to fight Baby Miller after he was tanked up on roids. Where, like I said, Wilder, you sniff a bit of Vicks for a cold, and if Wilder senses you've had that, mate, he's out of there. I'm talking about cleaning the sport. It's about like Floyd Mayweather, always talking about cleaning the sport, but sitting there fucking injecting stuff in it.
Of course, man. Listen, Wilder's definitely taking something. Okay? I know he's taking something. I definitely know it. Nobody behaves.
Yeah, it's nobody up and down.
What did we learn from Floyd? The guy who cries about it the most is the guy that's doing it.
Lawrence Armstrong. He was.
Yeah. No. What was the other guy's name? Jesse Owens. What was the guy's name in 1984?
Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis. Okay. Carl Lewis, bitching, moaning like a little faggot that he was raised to be.
Well, that's what he was, by the way.
Okay. No, of course I know that. That's why I say he was a little faggot, right? And
let's come.
Sorry. And bitching, crying about this Canadian beating his ass. Okay? Because that's what the Canadian boy did. He whooped that ass.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
And all along, this bitch ass nigga that comes from the Floyd cloth, okay, was taking.
Listen, all them golds. Look, all them golds. Carl Lewis won, right? Cheated for every one of them golds. Yet when someone does the same as him and beats him at doing it, he fucking cries like a little woofter. I've never liked Carl. I didn't like the guy when Linford Christie beat him. I loved it, right? But I just don't. I've never liked Carl Lewis. Never have done. There was just some. And like I said, I mean, he is the Lance Armstrong of athletics. He is.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Can you look at the? Are you looking at the screen? Here's a video from the future of what's gonna happen to Wilder fans when Wilder gets defeated.
His facial expression.
That's gonna be 78. It finally got to me, dog. Damn, dog.
Oh man,
this racism is killing me. All these white bitches walking with their husband trying to fuck me. I'm getting tired of this.
Yo, he wishes, man. This guy's weird.
Yeah, I know he wishes, bro. Fuck. I know that.
And then the thing is, people on his channel, they buy his bullshit.
Of course, man.
But fuck, man.
But you know, they're funny like that. They're like dreamers. It's like, yeah, you know, look. I mean, would you like me to tell you every little black slob I've met that wanted to do the nastiest shit with me? I'd be like, man, you should be ashamed of yourself, girl. Get out of here. Talking about you want me to fuck you and call you your little slave.
Oh my God.
Yeah, like, do you want me to brag about that? Like, that's nothing to brag about. So what? Some girl that was a little freak wants to have sex with you and she's walking with her boyfriend. What does that mean?
Damn.
Let's be real.
We've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day.
Do you anyone actually believe that? Because, like I said, this is when you look at 78. It's not Anthony Joshua you're looking at. He's no fucking. More like a 40-year-old Riddick Bowe. That's what I.
Oh my God!
I mean, are there little freaks out there? Of course there are, man. But so what? So what, man? I remember I dated a black girl. I used to call her neck bone because I could fit my whole dick down her throat. Like, no, I'm just saying. But it's nothing to brag about. Listen. What I'm saying is, it's nothing to brag about. It's not like I'm the only guy that's out there doing that. You know, it's just. Oh yeah. I'm sure she did it with other guys. You know. I'm sure she did it with a lot of other Spanish guys.
Put it this way: when it comes to women, I've had them all shapes, sizes, races, the lot, mate. I'm not prejudiced when it comes to pussy. I was gonna say.
Yeah, especially if she's cute. You know, she's very feminine. She knows how to take care of herself. Yeah.
Like I just don't believe. I mean, like I said, even the biggest slut in the world is not going to sit there and do that to a guy just walking by when she's walking with her boyfriend. I mean, what stories has this guy got, man?
He sounds like he watched that in a porno. Let's be honest, right? Like he saw this in a porn and he said, "Damn, I'm gonna tell my boys on YouTube that this happened to me."
I bet the title of the video is "White Cheating Sluts Walking Through the Hood." Do you know what I mean, or something like that. He clicked on that, and that's what he's done.
Hey guys, we have a phone call. 805 here. 805.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear me just fine?
Yep.
I bet you ghetto gaggers makes him really upset.
All right. Just to address a few issues that I see going on in the chat.
No, I mean it's disgusting, but listen, it's just this guy's over here talking. This is boxing. He's over here like he sound like he was in prison.
Hey guys, we have a phone call. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna add on to the comment that Stu read about Wilder supposedly fighting these alleged drug cheats. I don't know much about the White situation, but I did read up on the Povetkin situation where this guy, what's his name, Roy Baninu on the chat, he's a freaking moron who never read a piece of article in his life. It was proven in court in New York, so you can't say that there was bias for Povetkin's team or Team Ryabinsky. It was proven in court.
I got the paperwork.
Yeah.
Anybody's interested, I got the paperwork.
After it was banned.
Great point, caller. This is my point. You know, you got Wilder fans talking about drug cheats, but would you like these guys on a jury if you was in court? I mean, they've got you guilty before you've even stepped on the dock, sort of thing. I mean, it's a joke. I mean, wow, you've got a spot on, bro. Like, if you want a drug cheat, then let me see the evidence, like Baby Miller. Yes.
That have happened for Team Wilder. They dug Povetkin. They awarded Team Povetkin $4.3 million because Wilder started slandering him, calling him a drug cheat, and canceling the fight. And that would have been the best name that Wilder would have had on his resume. But instead, he decides to try ducking him and calling him a drug cheat when it was proven in court that Povetkin was innocent. Proven in court.
Brilliant call. Actually, he's spot on. Everything he said, I've been saying, and so most of us at the BDA have been saying for a long time now. You know, it's a big excuse. He didn't want to go to Russia. He thought Al Heyman was going to back his ass because he's always been looked after, isn't he, in America? They fucking model caught the guy. Look how they've looked after him. So they thought that they'd win the purse bid, but Povetkin's got Russian billionaires backing him. So that when the big purse come in, Wilder had to go to Russia. How does he get out of it? He doesn't want to say, well, I'm not going to Russia because he looks a pussy. So what does he do? He makes up a drug story because he knew and this is with Varda involved as well as the WBC. They're all in it together. He knew that Povetkin was taking something that was legal at the time, and it just been banned a few weeks before. So he knew that. So they used that excuse to get out the fight. Cowards they are. I don't care when it says, and the evidence, the caller has proved it. Recognised has got the paperwork.
Yeah, anybody, if they would have did any little research, could have gotten that paper. I'm not gonna say their names. Me and somebody else that used to do videos offered it to somebody that we like. I still like him. I don't know if they like him. We offered a guy who talks boxing. I ain't gonna say his name. He refused to read it. That's how damning it was. He refused to read it. He knows who I'm talking about. If he's listening, he knows who he is. Because that's how much they're invested. They're not in. Listen, it's fake. They're not invested in. They're invested in these guys as a fantasy.
Hey, listen, they didn't want to go to
and then
Russia.
They're fooling
in
all
Russia,
these morons trying to
go
get them to
ahead.
believe that their lies are facts. When they have the facts in front of them, they're refusing to read them. They're just spewing complete fallacies. It's false what they're saying about all this.
Totally spot on.
It's incredible, really. Like, it's really incredible. It takes one Google search, Wilder versus Povetkin court, and you'll find a few documents, a few articles that prove that Povetkin was innocent, yet they want to pretend that Wilder is this boogeyman.
Dillian White, they're calling Dillian White a junk cheat now. Like I said with these guys, any excuse to keep Wilder away from these guys. All you just got to do is give them any sort of excuse and they'll take it, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and I was talking with somebody in the chat, like on another stream that we were doing not so long ago, and then when I started explaining him the situation, all he has to say to me is, "Well, Povetkin's a bum." I was like, "Well, really? How is that? If he's a bum, how is that any different than who Wilder has been fighting?"
Yeah. I mean,
I'm getting some questions in the chat, so I'm going to quickly read a couple of them. Boxing Archives and Facts is Josh Taylor versus Amir Khan. Who you got? Josh Taylor by devastating KO. What about you, Butcher? Who you got in that one?
Which one?
Josh Taylor, Amir Khan. We'll ask the caller as well who he's got in that one.
Yeah, go ahead, caller.
No, that's about it, dude. I just wanted to bring that up just so people
caller,
are aware of
caller,
the situation
listen. Caller.
with Wilder and Povetkin.
Caller, listen. I want to ask you a question from the chat. Who have you got? Fantasy fight now. Who have you got? Josh Taylor versus Amir Khan at 147.
What? Josh Taylor killed him, dude.
Yeah.
There you go. It's just a question we got asked in the chat, so I thought I'd let you answer that one.
Yeah, who asked this question? I think there's
No,
some troll
they've been asking
questions.
all these, like, ever since they started asking Calzaghe versus Charlo. I mean,
Yeah,
come on, they're just bringing
that's
up
what
all
I'm
these
saying. There's
ridiculous
some people
things.
trolling in the chat. Pugla Cam, thank you for the phone call, all right?
All right, man. Take it easy, guys.
Take care.
I'll listen to the rest of it in the chat. Take it easy, guys.
All right.
Peace.
All right, we have another phone call. 805. You're on the air. 805.
Hey, what's up? This is the other 805.
Yeah, there's how. So
Taking over your show, bro.
Pugla Cam,
Oxnard,
you
California.
and Doctor and
We're taking over, Bucho.
I know the 805s are all over the place. What's on your mind?
Oxnard.
I agree. Well, first of all, I agree entirely with the last caller, but I don't really need to add to that because we already all know that story. I think I also was like listening earlier. You guys were talking about Errol Spence getting maybe in a fight in public, but which is highly possible. But just because he's a good boxer doesn't mean he's invincible. And just so you know, around here, Fernando Vargas used to be like this badass boxer back in the day.
Yeah.
And he used to try to start fights here outside of the ring, like in the street, and his ass would get jumped quite a bit. Eventually, he learned this lesson. But
look, a few New York boxers got a lot of bad shit done to them out here in New York. I won't say their names because there's no need to, but you can piece it up together and you'll know who it is. He's just one of them.
Look at Sean Cummins from the UK. He was a boxer, a piece of shit as well. But he got found chopped up in his freezer, didn't he?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
There was a Russian boxer that was from the 90s. He was a cruiserweight, and he was found murdered, chopped into pieces. You know, you could do the math on who did that, but you know.
John
yeah,
Gonzalez?
probably Mafia or something.
Yeah, John Gonzalez. Gives Gonzalez.
Oh, yeah, another thing I wanted to kind of say, well, I don't know. It's not a big deal, dude. I don't really care. I just worry about you guys. Sometimes you guys like it, bro. But sometimes you guys get kind of out there with the language and shit, and I'm just worried somebody's going to, like, some haters are going to try flagging you guys or something.
No, we have a disclaimer.
Yeah, so whatever recognized says, like, you know,
Yeah, just put a disclaimer.
Doesn't express the BDA family's opinion, right?
Exactly.
About Carl Lewis.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go
And
on
by
a
the way, I
tangent
think it
about
was-
Carl
I think
Lewis,
it-
but you know, Carl Lewis was a
I think it was Ben
disgrace.
Johnson that you guys were talking about.
I'm gonna do it in my AJ voice.
Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis is a disgrace
Carl Lewis.
to the superior race.
It was Ben Johnson from Canada, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ben Johnson whipped his. He dusted him.
The thing about Ben Johnson, right, where he went wrong, it was like a few weeks before, say 6 weeks before that, he was coming 7th in average fields, and all of a sudden he's put a second, hasn't he, from nowhere, and that's got suspicious. Where
He realized something because he realized, Stu, these guys are on something. There's no way I should be finishing 7th place.
Exactly.
That's what probably happened, right? Like, nobody knew how good Ben Johnson was, but Ben Johnson put it together. He said, wait a second. I'm looking at these guys, and they're beating me. I usually beat guys like this. And he was right. He said, let me take something. What happens? What happens to when he started taking something?
I fucking destroyed him.
Yeah. And we know that it's an even playing field because Carl Lewis failed tests for those Olympics. The same one.
Go ahead. So let's just Michael Scott finish. Michael Scott, go ahead, man, because there's a lot of wind.
I'm sorry.
You have a lot of wind. Yeah.
No, but what Recognize is saying is that we witnessed a Olympic event where 2 guys were on steroids. So we basically saw a scientific experiment go down in the 1980s or something.
Yeah, I think it was late 80s.
The 200 meter.
It was either 84 or 88.
Yeah, like they both broke
I don't
records
remember.
or something at the time.
Let's be real. As a Brit, I'd admit Linford Christie was also on steroids. You don't get in that shape if you're not on them. So all back then, there was all on them. It just happened to be Ben Johnson was fucking taking a lot of them by the looks of it. I mean, because he gained a second from nowhere.
Yeah. Anything else, Michael Stott?
I don't know. I think I forgot what I was going to say, but I'll call back later if I.
Go back again later. Because there's a bunch of wind. All right, take care, man. I just want to read a comment from the chat, and it's where is it? Oh yeah, Celtic 67. He says, why do Wilder fangirls always put straight up facts at the end of their rambling?
Fact with his head.
Also, I want to thank Mr. Pigeon Mike Tyson for your contribution. Thank you for the donation.
Someone just called my name.
No.
Yes. Hello, who's this? Hello, Gonzalo. You're right, mate.
I can't hear Gonzalo. I think I muted him. Hold on. Fuck.
Do you know what, Gonzalo? It's one of them that it's very tough, because it could go 2 ways. Ruiz stoppage again, or AJ could change a few things up, adapt, and nick it on points. I think you could do that. But if I'm going to have to put my money somewhere, I'd probably say that Andy Ruiz does it again. I'm not sure. I think Josh was so bad in the last game. I don't think one training camp is going to pop up.
I see the UK got a lot of love for Andy Ruiz. Real recognized real.
It's not just that, bro. It's common sense. You got to give Ruiz respect. He came in there and did a great job. And I just feel that Joshua's that bad. One training camp's not going to be enough to polish up on them things that he was doing wrong. And like I said, styles make fights. And maybe Andy Ruiz is that guy that Joshua will never beat. It's a bit like the Shane Mosley, Vernon Forrest. He couldn't beat Vernon Forrest. Vernon Forrest had a style that Shane Mosley just couldn't beat. And Ricardo Miorga went and beat Vernon Forrest after that. And, Miorga's nowhere near the fighter of Mosley. So just shows you styles make fights. And there's sometimes there's a style out there that you just can't beat.
That's right. And Vernon Forrest, he called Heyman and he told him, I could beat this guy. And that's the first fighter that Al Heyman had. That's the first and about only time you'll see Al Heyman in the ring after the first Vernon Forrest fight. Yeah, that's when Al Heyman got started.
Let's be real as well.
Basically, Andy Ruiz did the same. He was like pursuing a fight he called
Yeah.
Eddie Hearn. So I want this
Exactly
fight.
right.
He was advocating for himself. Yeah.
These fighters are not stupid. They know what styles suit them. They're in the gym all the time, sparring other styles, especially in the amateurs. They know what styles will suit them. Ruiz in the face-off last night on Sky. I don't know if you've seen it yet. He said that Joshua's just got a style that suits him to the ground. You know, perfect for him. He said, and maybe that is true because he sees that Joshua's quite stiff, and his defensively he's quite poor. You know, he doesn't block shots. He doesn't really move his head. Do you know what I mean, he's quite easy to hit, and Ruiz has seen that, and it's just a style that he likes. And I think he'll probably nick it again. To be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a really, really good fight. It's a redemption story versus. I mean, Andy Ruiz was an underdog, but to many people that was like a one-time thing. So Andy Ruiz has a lot to prove. He still has a lot to prove.
Listen, if Joshua goes in there and lands an early one on Ruiz, that wouldn't surprise me either. Because let's be real, Joshua's power hasn't gone anywhere. You know, he's not become a shit fighter overnight, but he was just that bad in the last fight.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Go on.
Yes, Anthony Joshua is still a very powerful puncher, and he's a big guy. So I would give him a really, really good chance of knocking out Andy Ruiz within the first, let's call it 5 rounds.
You know, I didn't like in that face-off with Johnny Nelson. I didn't like the fact that Ruiz actually believes, or he said, he probably doesn't believe it, but that Joshua quit. Like he didn't. I mean, he didn't really quit because there wasn't anything else he could do, and he could have quit after the first second knockdown, let's say, and he didn't. You know, it was at some point he knew there was nothing left in him. So I don't know, man. I don't think he quit. And Ruiz is making all this fuss about AJ being mentally weak. I think that's an exaggeration. And if he was mentally weak, then he wouldn't be taking on an immediate rematch. So,
yeah,
it's my opinion. I think Ruiz is trying to psych himself up, or he was wishful thinking from his part, saying that AJ is mentally weak. I don't think so, man. I think it's gonna be a tough fight, man. He's not gonna crumble again. He might get knocked out, maybe, but he's not gonna crumble in the sense that, you know, he won't look weak like in the first fight. Pink Panther says I was glad he said that. Okay. AJ kind of quit. He was demoralized. Well, yeah, but he tried though. That's the thing though. Quit would be like Victor Ortiz. Now, that's fucking quitting. What else people saying in the chat? Ruiz trying to convince himself as Grievous. That's what I'm saying. Like, Joshua can only improve from the first fight because he really looked pretty bad. Unless that's his real level of boxing skills or level of even mental state, I don't think that's possible. Because he really looked very bad in that first fight. So he can only improve.
Let's not forget that Anthony Joshua had Andy Ruiz on the canvas in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
And he still came back and landed a monster of a shot after Ruiz got up. But, you know, Ruiz being a good fighter, he weathered the storm. And Joshua got caught with a good punch. And after that, you know, yes, Joshua was hurt. He took that temple shot. But, you know, he did have a level of recovery later on to where he tried, but it wasn't enough. But then we're talking about this is not a fresh Joshua by the 7th round. 6th, 7th round. So this fight is going to come down to the level of conditioning and strategy. And, you know, obviously these guys prepared, especially Joshua. He's been training for how long? He got started before Andy Ruiz, like two months before. I'm not saying that he's going to come in overtrained, you know, but he's prepared himself to where, like, nobody really knows. how these guys are going to look. They're going to do an open workout on Wednesday. There, we're going to get a better appreciation of the size. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe he started and like an early camp just to lose, because he knew what he had to do. I'm talking about Joshua. He knew that he had to lose weight.
Yeah, but I think people are getting too excited about the size, Butcho. In the heavyweight division, it's not a bad thing to be trim and quick. You know, look, Wilder's not a big, muscly, heavy guy. Look what he's doing. Usyk's the same. So, excuse me. Hunter, look at Hunter, how he's doing in the heavyweight division. That lighter weight that he's carrying, and obviously he's more athletic. He's quicker, better on his feet. It's helping him in them fights when he's fighting these big sloppy guys that are flat-footed. It's obviously sometimes size doesn't mean anything. So, you know, I'd like to see Anthony Joshua come in really trim.
Exactly, and that's what I think he did for this fight.
It's not going to take much off, because, like I said, when you at that weight, it's not going to take much off your power, because when you trim up, you're going to be a little bit quicker landing the shot. The speed is where the power comes from, really. Isn't it?
He's still going to be 240, man, or something. So I mean,
yeah.
Like, I mean, come on. If you're all of a sudden because he lost some muscle, being at 240 is not going to give him enough power. Get out of here, man. Fucking Klitschko was 244. No.
Lennox Lewis v Hasim Ratman, right? Just go and watch the first fight. Look at the shape Lennox Lewis in. He come in with all the weight and the size, right? Look what happened to him. But when he went to the rematch, look at the shape he was in. I mean, it was the trimmest I've ever seen Lennox Lewis. He went in the best shape I've seen him in, and he knocked Ratman out with probably one of the best knockouts I've seen in the boxing ring. So, you know, that weight meant nothing on the night. The fact that he was lighter in the second fight, he felt much better in himself. He was better on his feet. He was a lot sharper, quicker. And like I said, when you've got speed in your punches, that's where most of the power comes from. It's no good throwing these looping slow punches, no matter how hard you hit.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. People are making a big deal out of this.
Oh, that's right. The delivery of the punch. You're still a big guy at 240 anyways. And Joshua,
exactly.
He's a big guy.
Hey, how many?
But he has to do a good job of covering up, Bucho. He's got to do a good job of the return fire. What Ruiz is gonna throw, he's got to avoid getting hit by clean shots, multiple shots. He's got to do a good job of blocking those. I'm not saying he's not gonna get hit by a shot here and there, because Ruiz is a fast guy that throws combinations. You know, but he's got to have a good defensive game plan.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to learn to clinch better, because I think that's gonna be very important for Anthony Joshua to learn how to clinch. Because there's gonna be moments where he's gonna have to clinch. But like, you remember we were doing the film analysis, Gonzalo, and we noticed that his clinching abilities are fucking bad. He needs to work on that.
In the beginning, at first I thought, well, hell no, he shouldn't clinch, because he's not gonna learn how to do that, where he can get hit by a overhand right or left again. You know, Joshua. But when we went back and looked at that, basically what Joshua did when he knocked down Ruiz, he hit him off of a clinch. Ruiz got lazy and he pushed him off a little bit, got a little separation, and landed an upper hook. So they were at a clinch when Joshua knocked down Ruiz on the inside. So he can still do that. Clinch, push him off a little and get that separation and throw a punch.
Yeah, it's not like you can't hit fucking Ruiz. I mean, Ruiz is dangerous with his speed, obviously, but what about Ruiz's defense? We never talk about that. I mean, like you just mentioned, the mistake he made in that instance where
Ruiz has got quite good defense. I know.
Yes.
They were showing you clips of Ruiz when Joshua was leading with a shot, and Ruiz was just like pulling back just a little tad, and then just following through with a counter shot. He definitely knows what he's doing. He's quite slick in there, Ruiz. He doesn't look like it because he's a big fat slob, but he's a very very clever fighter. Ruiz, defensively quite good. And let's be real, that shot that Anthony Joshua hit him with would have sparked 95% of heavyweights out there.
Yeah.
They'd have been out cold. So the guy's got a serious chin on him, which when you've got a guy who's like a pit bull, who's coming forward, throwing loads of punches, making you work, who's got a solid chin as well, there's no worse a matchup in boxing for you. Just a horrible fight to be in. And I think Anthony Joshua knows that. But my best bet for Joshua would be going out there and putting it on Ruiz early and hoping he gets a stoppage, because I think the longer the fight goes, the more I favour Ruiz now. I'm thinking about, because I did think AJ points, but the more I think about it, I just don't think AJ's got the tank for that.
Yeah, and I think that because of what happened in the first fight, the first few rounds, he's gonna be like the one who's gonna be on the edge, like kind of nervous. He was gonna be Joshua, because this is a continuation of the first fight, and what happened in the first fight, right? He got stopped. But as the fight progresses, I think Joshua's gonna start building up more confidence that he can hang in there again and not get fucking dropped in round 3 or something. And yeah, it's gonna be difficult for Ruiz at that point.
Yeah, I see SSB28 says Ruiz has slow footwork though. No, well, Joshua doesn't have exceptionally fast feet either. When they speak about robotic, he don't have to catch up to the guy to where Joshua's gonna be all over the place. That's just the way it is. I think they exaggerate. When they speak about Mexican guys being slow-footed, they like this more like a stereotype, man. Each fighter is to each his own, you know. You can't say, oh, just because he's Mexican, he's slow-footed. Nah, man, the guy has quick hands. Obviously, his feet are not as fast as his hands. But yeah, when speaking about
what it is,
yeah,
what it is with the Mexicans, everyone says Mexicans are flat-footed because Mexicans, it's in their culture, and that it's expected from them to go in there and throw bombs and take the fight to the opponent, which means you have to plant your feet to throw big shots. You can't throw big shots on the run on your toes. So that is that it's nothing to do with because Mexicans can't fucking can't fight with their feet, can't fight on the back foot. That's a load of bollocks. They can fight on the back foot. Of course they can. They can use their feet, but it's bred in them culturally that they have to take the fight to the opponent, make it exciting. So what do? They have to plant their feet and let their hands go, and that's why a lot of them are come forward fighters, get behind the guard and go for the kill. They're not really boxers, but I think it's more of a culture thing. That's my point.
Yeah, and the whole aggressive, like, I have to chase you down. You have to do two things. You got to walk the other guy down. Then, like you're saying, Stu, you got to set your feet when you're going to chase the other guy down and plant yourself to punch. We think about, like, for example, in the Olympics, like these small Mexican men, the small ones, it doesn't matter what size you are, but when you think about the long distance marathons, they're like some of the most able walkers in the world, where they can go long distances, just treading their feet, walking, and they win these competitions. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. I don't know how you
that Freddie walk they do. I know.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah. Well, like I said, any fighter from anywhere in the world can show decent footwork and foot speed. It's just a lot of it's to do with styles of fighting, and so a lot of especially Mexicans, because there's a lot of Mexicans to compete with. If you want to be a star, you've got to be quite good, because you look at the fucking competition you've got. So you've got to go out there and be different. You've got to go out and be exciting. I mean, look at Miguel Vasquez. No one wanted to watch the guy. The Mexicans didn't even want to watch him because he stunk the joint out half the time. The most boring Mexican fight I've ever seen, I think. People don't want to see them sort of fights, especially Mexicans. They want to see exciting guys go in there for the KO. And I think it's expected from them. So where a lot of fighters, say the American fighters, they've got it bred in them to that you've got to fight like Floyd, pop shot your way to a points win on the back foot, bore the place to death. It's a culture thing. I think the Americans are getting out of that now. I think they went for a long period where everyone tried to be Floyd, and it really hurt boxing in America. But I think they're starting to get out of that. You're starting to see some very young, exciting Americans coming through, letting their hands go instead of worrying about looking pretty like Floyd.
That's right. I absolutely agree, and I've been saying it for a long time now that this is what I see also. Because, man, I can say many things about that. How easy can it be just to be on the back foot and win a points win if that's all you're gonna do? Anybody can do that, but they get the shine because they call these guys, like, for example, the most gifted guy of this generation. When you speak about Haney, they wanna give him that title, the most gifted, which is very it's a pretty broad statement. I'm not saying necessarily Haney, but they do say that he's kind of like Mayweather, where you don't want to do that. We saw this with Besputin right now. Besputin tries to emulate Lomachenko. He is not nowhere near Lomachenko, to where he's not doing what he's supposed to do because he's trying to follow another guy's style. I think, if you're not born to do something necessarily, you try to copy somebody else, you're gonna fall off what you naturally are born to do. And if you're not that guy, you're just not that guy. He did well. He's fast, but he's not a Lomachenko. This Besputin guy.
And a lot of this is like they confuse flashiness with skills now, right? Like Devin Haney. I mean, I don't think he's a bad boxer. It's a lot of flash and.
Here's another one.
Go ahead.
Here's another guy, for instance, Bucho. They just want to crown him the champion, the best.
True.
They don't want him to prove it. They just want you to recognize it now.
Well, it's also a marketing ploy, right? It's like a scam.
Well,
like,
let's
see how long you guys can watch this guy and think he's the best when he hasn't even fought the best, but we want to make you believe he's.
I can understand if Eddie Hearn in the zone are trying to push that propaganda. Remember, they're making money off of him.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's understandable. But you as a fan, what does that have to do with you?
Yeah, but with the skills thing, I recognise. Hang on a sec, I've got someone at my door. Carry on.
Okay, so it's probably 78 knocking us.
The Chinese hooker. 78.
Anyway,
you're going. No, whatever.
But yeah, I was gonna say that I kind of lost my train of thought. So hold on.
No, I'm back now. I'm back now. I was talking about skills. I mean, people got in their head, especially it's the boxing snobs, that skills mean you got to look slick on your feet and you got to be able to prance around. You know, like Crawford did against Postol and Rigondeaux and them sort of Floyd. Yeah, there's skills involved with that, but you can also be a skillful, slick fighter like Canelo Alvarez. Look at the slickness he's got and the special moves without being totally boring. So you've got to get the balance right. Yes, you can be slick. Yes, you can look nice on the eye without stinking the joint out. That's my point.
Yeah. Even with all the criticism I have with Canelo Alvarez, his fights are exciting. He doesn't.
Oh, by the way,
I don't want to fall asleep. It's not like I'll be like, oh man, I just want to go to sleep. When I'm watching a Canelo fight, I'm pretty up on my feet, kind of like I want to know what the fuck's gonna happen in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a Floyd fight. I mean, Floyd hurt boxing. That's a guarantee.
Look, Wilder. I prefer Wilder over Mayweather any day. Any fucking day.
I do.
Listen, I didn't have a problem with Wilder Ortiz. I mean, I had a problem because he was a pay-per-view fight. And I also had a problem because I'd rather see Wilder fight somebody else because he already beat Ortiz.
Yeah, you already saw him beat.
Yeah. But I was interested in the fight. I was like, oh, it's happening, fine. I'll watch it because I don't know what's going to happen with Wilder. Either he knocks somebody out or I believe he's going to get knocked out at some point. But that's exciting, right? Floyd wasn't at all. And you have to pay for it the whole time? I mean, fuck me, man.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, you're right. You got to pay for it, and then look again. Going back to the Wilder fight, like I liked the knockout, but I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah,
you understand? Like, why did I know it was going to happen? Because he already did it to him. That's why, and he did it to a better version of Luis Ortiz. Let's not forget he waited out Ortiz also. Right? He did the same thing to Ortiz as well. So. And I'm talking about the first fight.
Tell you what, that Luis Ortiz fight, I said it hurt Wilder badly, and it has done. It's hurt his image, it's hurt his reputation. And what has Wilder gained from winning that fight? Just apart from the cocksucking from the LDBC, apart from them, what has it gained, Wilder? He hasn't. Do you think the pay-per-view numbers are going to be flying in on the next one?
Point. Like no, exactly. Actually,
it was a no-win situation for him. It was a terrible fight to take. People don't like seeing rematches at the best of times. It's got to be a right classic, the first one, to be a rematch. The first one weren't no classic.
Yeah.
Why did that? Ortiz had his chance, blew it. He got knocked the fuck out.
Crawford, Amir Khan 2, the rematch. Like, that's the same kind of shit now.
That did terrible. Then.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they're gonna do with Wilder because he's got a belt. He's got to face mandatories. He wants to have big fights. He's gonna have to face great guys, the ones that are out there, because he's 10 fights away from breaking a record, and they can't cherry pick So if they pursue that route, they're gonna be exposed for what they are, WWE superstars. He has to fight 3 great fighters at least.
Took the piss too long.
Joshua. Yeah.
Took the piss too long, mate. As simple as. There's no point talking about it anymore because the facts are they took the piss out of the boxing fans for too long. 40 odd bums. This guy has nearly fought as many people as Joe Calzaghe. Let that sink in for a minute. Fucking joke.
And they're bringing out the narrative again. It's really popular. I just see the headlines on my feed. Freaking Joshua ducked Wilder. What was this like? The conversation that was happening 2 years ago? They're bringing it up like it has some sort of relevancy. It doesn't. He never fought him. Stop speaking about it. He fucking nobody. We don't know what happened. And if we do, they still didn't fight. So why the fuck do you have to bring it up again? Like you're trying to prove a fucking point.
All right, Gonzalo, calm down. But great points.
I just missed that. Who you yelling at, Gonzalo? Let me at him too.
Gonzalo, go ahead.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, Ruiz is fighting Joshua. Wilder never fought Joshua. Stop trying to take away the shine out of the zone event. Settle for what you got. You got the rematch with Ortiz. You didn't sell. Stop trying to take away the shine from these other guys. This is their time, not yours.
It's a major flop. The whole thing was a fucking flop, right? And it's embarrassing for Wilder, really, because they've been talking a good game, this team. Talking about DAZN. You're saying bad things about Eddie Hearn and DAZN. We don't need them. We're doing our own thing. We're a superstar. And it's just, they've embarrassed themselves, the whole team. And like I said, I feel a bit sorry for Wilder because I think he deserves a bit more numbers than what he's getting. It's shocking that America's not getting behind him. He's a champ. But at the end of the day, you've got to put quality on. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. There's so much entertainment going. Everything's pay-per-view. Everything you've got to fucking subscribe to. I mean, so when people are going to spend their money, they want to spend it on quality. And when you're fucking recycling these bums, then, I mean, look at, even if it's 25,000, because the numbers, I'm here with 2,500. I can't have that.
25,000. That's terrible. If it did 25,000, Stu, that's fucking horrific. That's
yeah. Well, the rumors are 2,500. I can't have that.
Come on, man.
Hey guys, this is what happened. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
This is what actually happened. This is what Wilder fans are seeing actually.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a cool hologram.
Well, their boy had a chance to do so. I mean, look, if that same AJ shows up that showed up against Ruiz, he probably gets knocked out too by Wilder. But Wilder didn't take that chance.
Wilder fucking sleeps while Joshua on that form.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably.
I agree with that.
But the thing is, anyways, I don't want to get into it.
Well, no, I'm just saying that performer. That night, yeah. I want to see.
That left hook.
Go ahead.
That left hook that dropped, or was it like a uppercut hook thing that dropped Ruiz? If that would have landed on Wilder, I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, you mean
that's right? Yeah, that's right. And they're both big
good.
guys.
Yeah, he lands first. Look, I want to see what happens with this AJ fight. I want to see what happens with AJ.
Fuck, I'm excited.
Because yeah, me too. It did turn out to be the biggest fight of the year. If you think about anticipations, backstory, and all that, it's turning out to be the big fight of the year. Now, the biggest fight of the year. Excuse me. I want to see this fight happen. I'll depending on what AJ does, it will tell me who's going to be the favorite if he ever fights Wilder. I want to see if he really makes adjustments on his on certain things that he did wrong, which would tell me a lot, which would tell me a whole lot. The worst thing that could have happened to Deontay Wilder is the worst thing that could have happened to Mike Tyson waiting for Lennox Lewis to decline. Okay?
Yeah.
Right? He declined just in time for Rockman to knock him out, make adjustments, and beat the shit out of Rahman and then beat the shit out of Mike Tyson. Okay? If AJ beats the snot out of Ruiz, that's going to give him so much confidence that there's no way you can't look at that and say he has no shot against Wilder. You'd be crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, what Joshua was saying on that face-to-face with Ruiz, that he scrapped all that nonsense. It got, he had all these members of his team, bringing all this science bullshit, asking him if he had the right trainers on and stuff, the right water bottles. And he said he scrapped all that nonsense and went back to the old school way, the Rocky 4 style, sorry. And I think that's the way he's got to do it. He had too many people telling him what to do, and there's no clear instructions. I mean, too many coaches, too many advisors, and you got Hearn in the background, fucking everyone else. I mean, he just needs to get with his trainer, come up with a game plan, and stick to that instead of fucking worrying about what everyone else thinks.
Hey guys, I recognize there's like weird noises coming from your end. 585, you're on the air. 585. Oh, oops, he's not even. Yeah, what's up, Vinny? What's on your mind now?
Yes,
How can I help you now?
Right now is, another, speaking about UK bums, another one, Mr. Anthony Joshua with the glass chin. He's getting chin checked, by Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz will take his soul. Trust me on this.
Hey, Rick Moranis. Rick Moranis. You better start showing some respect. UK bum. Listen, take the UK boxing scene out of the sport right now, and what a poor place boxing would be. For real, UK is keeping boxing together.
Yeah.
The cards, the fight, obviously with the zone as well. I could hear echo in the background. What the fuck, man?
Oops.
It wasn't me, Stu.
He is a UK bum.
But listen, we're a country the size of Texas, right? Let Texas fight the UK in a tournament and see who gets whooped, because it won't be us. We're a fucking pound. Echoes do me, innit? We're a pound for pound nation when it comes to boxing. 60 million people. Look how many great fighters we've got. We chump if you were bum. You know nothing about
You're
boxing.
backing your UK fighter, and you're very proud to be in the UK. But this is a Mexican we're talking about here, so he's used to getting hit, and he will hit back.
Oh, what, man?
And Joshua he's a mental
you think I
bigot.
see Mexicans get beat up in the UK? I've seen plenty of Mexicans get beat up in the UK, mate. Come here and get absolutely battered. So it works both ways. British fighters take beatings off Mexicans, and you take beatings off us. That's how boxing works. But don't make out that because he's a Mexican, that's all he needs. Just be a Mexican. Don't mean to fight on that. That's enough. Fuck out.
The UK created boxing.
Mr. Stu,
Modern
I'm
day
sorry to
boxing.
rain on your parade, but Mr. Ruiz, he's a Mexican. He's from the streets, sir. He can punch.
The streets don't mean shit. I know people that live in millionaire mansions. I could get a guy from the street, and I know he'd win in a fight. Just put it that way. There wouldn't be the guy from the street. I know people can fight from all backgrounds. Just because you live in the fucking shithole doesn't mean you're tough. Ruiz is a tough guy, don't get me wrong, but this where, he's from the streets, you don't want to mess with him. There's some right pussies on the street. There's some tough guys on there as well, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, and he's not from the streets. He's not from the streets. He's got a loving family. He got a wife and kids. He's got a father that put him into boxing just like any dad does for a kid in any type of culture. He's not from the streets.
Mr. Gonzalo, Mr. Ruiz, he's from the streets, sir. He is. He's built that way. You could just see it. He's very nice, smiling. He says hi to everyone. But it's kind of like me, But then when you get mad, I become a different person.
What do you mean by the streets? He's from Mexico.
Wait, let him explain himself, please.
Valley. He's been boxing ever since he's 7 years old, competed
Gonzalo, he's going to explain himself.
Traveled the country, many places in the world. He's not a gang member, like, with no father, only a mother that, was underprivileged. No, he's got a loving family. You don't have to be rich.
People get mixed up, right? People get mixed up. They think because someone in the street, Like a terrible hacker. They reckon someone in the street because they're willing to shoot a gun. That doesn't mean they're tough. Anyone can pull a trigger.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, guys, but listen, when Joshua hit him with that left hook, did you see Mr. Ruiz's eyes? He was like, oh, hell no. You know, this guy just didn't do this to me. And then he came back and he just hurt Joshua from pillar to post. You know, I was cheering this stuff on, too. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I was so excited, like you guys were.
All right, Vinny. Anything else?
No, I just want to say, you guys have a great
Take
night.
care, buddy.
Mr. Recognize.
Yeah, still out, Vinny.
We'll talk at another time. And you too. Have a good night, Mr. Stu.
Listen, yeah, goodbye, and have a good night.
Hey, Vinny.
He's
Go
gone.
fuck yourself.
He's gone. He's gone. 910. You're on the air. 910.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Steven Schneider.
Hey, what's up, man?
Encyclopedia Schneider.
What's up, Stu? What's going on,
What's
dude?
happening? What's happening, brother?
Same old shit, different day, man. Oh, shit, while we're talking about Stu, I got to say, he's right about Wilder and why he's not a draw American. As an American, I can say it's the opposition. That is a huge reason why he's not selling. I mean, come on. No one's going to – come on, man. You think people are going to pay $75 to see him whoop somebody's ass who we already KO'd? Wasn't he taking blood pressure medicine? Anyway, that's not why I called. I didn't want to talk about
He's
that.
taking blood. Yeah, he was. Well, go ahead.
But what's with this echoing, right?
Yeah, recognize knows he's good.
Yeah, after the phone call ends, the echo's going to be gone.
Oh, but the reason I called was I wanted to put my 2 cents in on the whole AJ Ruiz thing. One question that I haven't really heard asked or talked about: what was Andy Ruiz's best win pre-AJ?
Rudenko, probably Rudenko.
Well, this is why that's why this was like his coming out party, because he had contractual disputes where he was inactive, but then he got that it wasn't a draw. He lost to Parker, but yeah, he didn't. Lajkovic maybe.
I mean, before that that Alexander Dremchenko or whatever, he beat an old ass Kevin Johnson, didn't he? I mean, I don't know, man.
Well, you got a good point there, but this, like I said, this was his coming out party where the skills were there, so he was kind of underrated because he didn't have great wins, didn't have a good resume. People were thinking that
Parker
he was improving.
Going into that fight,
but, now that he beat Joshua, that is his best win.
Going into the fight with Joshua the first time, his best opponent was Joseph Parker, and I thought he arguably won that fight, but he lost. Right? He's got the one loss he has is to Joseph Parker, which is no shame in that. He fought a really fight that probably could have went either way, and that's his fight that he lost. I was going to say I did the film study with Bucho and Gonzalo. My coming away with it was AJ made mistakes against the wrong guy. That's what it comes down to. AJ, if he loses the second time, it's going to be because he's too intimidated. But I definitely think that AJ, if he cleans up his mistakes, I think he beats Ruiz.
Yeah, the second point, the second question or point or whatever however you want to call it, is, why I called in, is, a lot of people are saying like, oh, well, Joshua's trash, this, that, and the other thing. But I mean, how many fighters caused an upset and lost the belt literally afterwards? First come to mind, I remember being in Atlantic City, the first fight I ever seen like live personally. I seen B-Hop fucking beat Tarver after he upset oh my God,
Roy Jones,
Pavlik,
Roy Jones Jr.
Oh yeah,
Roy Jones Jr. Right? And then Douglas and everything. He lost that motherfucker real quick.
It happens.
People are overlooking the fact that Ruiz had them fast hands, right? They were trading. Joshua got reckless. Like a couple people have said it, but I don't see Joshua at all keeping that same mentality in this rematch. I think Joshua's going to stink the joint out. He's going to use that range. He's going to stick and move, and he's going to fucking bore. He's going to stink that joint out, and he's going to get a points decision. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah,
that could happen. I could see that. Yep, he could, because he's so much longer than him. He can do that. He can really just, stay away, stick and move.
I don't know if he's got that in him, mate. I don't think he's.
Yeah, I think it's gonna win. I think that if AJ comes in, I'm making my prediction now. I'm gonna say that AJ wins by knockout. I have a feeling he's gonna stop.
Me too.
Ruiz. Yeah.
Stu's the one that has lost all hope for Anthony Joshua.
It's just that, like I said, that performance was so bad. I'm not confident in him at the moment.
Hey, Steven, anything
You know
else?
what I'm betting? I'm betting on AJ being as good as I think he is. So this is going to be the moment. I always think that the best moment is for you to show how good you're going to be. It's after a loss. Like winning fights, you don't really fix anything. It's when you lose the fight. So I'm going to either be right or wrong. Either way, I'm saying that AJ is in it to win it. He's gonna. I don't know how it's gonna end for him, but I think he's gonna get past this test. I think he beats Ruiz.
I got it to where
Jesus.
Andy Ruiz beats Joshua, similar to how Margarito beat Cotto in the first fight around the 11th round.
You mean like that type of fight? Nah.
Yeah.
Margarito had something that Cotto didn't have: height, reach, rugged. Like he could go toe to toe.
Plaster
I
of
think
Paris in his hands.
Ruiz. I don't think Ruiz could go toe to toe too long. He's just the natural difference size. The difference in size.
Just like that ended in the 7th. Give him 4 more rounds. Pressure. I think AJ will slow down because he's big and submit, or he's gonna end up taking a knee.
Remember, he almost knocked him out in the 3rd round. Let's not forget that he knocked him down first, so it's not out of the realm that he could catch him again. Except this time he doesn't get back up.
Hey, guys, let's. Steven, anything else you want to add?
Oh no, nothing, man. Just love the channel. Y'all know I support it and keep it up, man. Recognize,
Snyder,
stop robbing people, and Gonzalo, don't drink so much, brother. You sound like you're doing good, and Bucho, you're Canadian, so I don't like you.
No, thanks.
But
yeah, I don't like him either.
I'm just joking, man. You're great. But yeah, man, good. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Fucking, I'll holler at you later. I'm gonna keep drinking.
All right, man. Take care. Thanks for the phone call. That was Steven Schneider, one of our loyal followers. All right, I'm gonna.
Thanks, Steven Schneider. But I'm about to turn in my 30-day chip for this fight with Anthony Joshua and Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna just have a few drinks that day, not this weekend. Yeah, I'm excited about this fight. I mean, everybody's bringing great points. I think it's a 50-50 fight. Despite of what happened in the first fight, I still think this is a 50-50 fight. So, man, this is great. This is what I wanted. A good fight.
It's going to be a good fight because, Bucho, when we did that film study, there was so many mistakes that Joshua made.
That it's impossible that he makes again.
But goddamn, Ruiz capitalized on every single one of them. So that means it's good. Right? So, look, you make a mistake. It's rarely that somebody makes you pay for it the second you do it.
Yeah.
Ruiz did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The second he blinked, made that mistake, boom, Ruiz caught him. Right? But I said to myself, if AJ cleans up those mistakes, he wins the fight. Right? He wins the fight. But you're asking him to fight a perfect fight. This is basically what you're saying. Fight a perfect fight. Don't make no mistakes, because if you do, you know what's going to happen. Ruiz is going to jump on you as soon as you make a mistake. So it's a good fight going.
But is it necessarily okay? Oh, first of all, I want to say that I'm gonna ask you guys also in the chat. Can shittier let's put it that way? Can a shittier version of AJ, that the one that showed in the first fight, can he show up on December the 7th? Can a shittier version of AJ show up on December 7th?
Well, obviously, no.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Let me.
Well, you never know.
Yeah. Let me. Before
It's unlikely.
before the chat holds me to it.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's
I don't know
unlikely.
that.
It's very unlikely. I mean, this isn't the late replacement anymore.
If he comes in,
well, you got to think about this, Bucho. That these guys fought one time already, so this is a continuation of the first fight to where Andy picks up where he left off.
Exactly.
With the game plan, and AJ can't readjust. Yes, you can have it to where
now
he's got his number.
Gonzalo, if this is a continuation, does that mean that Ruiz is gonna go after him like right away and try to like get him out of his comfort zone? Because as the fight progresses, AJ is gonna start feeling uncomfortable again, knowing that he's not being hurt, he's still on his feet, and his boxing skills. He has boxing skills. Let's be honest.
Andy Ruiz, he's gonna be a fresh version than Anthony Joshua. Dangerous. But Andy Ruiz said that when he got caught in the third round, he was getting lazy and he was standing too upright. For a sixth version of Ruiz, standing upright meant that Joshua was able to catch him with
big target
punch.
Yeah.
That's where if this 6'2" guy crouches a little down, he says that he's not gonna give Joshua the opportunity to catch him again. But still dangerous. Joshua's dangerous within the first 4 or 5 rounds, the first half of the fight. He's a dangerous man because he's a powerful man, and he's got punching power in both hands.
It's going to be interesting, man. It's going to be an interesting fight.
Does AJ need to? Well, the thing is, in my opinion, this isn't gonna work because when in a fight you say, you need to establish some respect, right? But how much respect can AJ give to? No, how
much respect can AJ give to Ruiz?
No. Well, yeah, because he knocked him down in the first fight, right? And you would think, Ruiz is just he's gonna tie up, he's gonna respect AJ. But what happened after the knockdown? He immediately went after fucking.
Yeah, look,
so this is insane, man.
I could tell you one. I'll give you an example. I had an amateur fight. I fought this guy twice, right? And this kid beat me the first time, but I remember, and they stopped it. What happened was, his glove went through and it hit my eye, and it kind of started swelling up, and so I started to let him tee off, and the referee stopped the fight, right? Because in the amateurs, if you stop punching, the ref is going to step in and he's going to stop it. And so that's what happened. But I remember going into the second fight, I was a little nervous, but I knew that I had much more power than him because every time I would hit him, his body would fly back. So I was a little nervous because he stopped me, but at the same time, he caught me in the eye. So once I went in there and I remembered that I'm much stronger than him, I pretty much got the fight done in the first round, right? He stopped me in the second when his glove went into my eye and he started teeing off because he noticed I wasn't, I was trying to what the fuck is going on with my eye? And in the first round, I knock him down. He gets back up. I start hitting him. His body starts flying again, and the referee, you know how they do in the amateurs. They stop it quick, right? So they stop the fight. And so, but I knew that, but I was nervous going in.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So AJ's going to be nervous because that guy beat him.
Exactly.
But I'm telling you, AJ's going to say to himself, I'm much stronger than this dude.
He already said it. I was going to mention, that's a good point because he said it in the face-up he had with Ruiz, with Johnny Nelson. He said, I am a strong guy. He kept mentioning how strong he is, and it's true, though. You can't deny that, right?
They had some not what they recorded, but they put a compilation of the things that happened before the recording. Anyhow.
Yeah.
They had to where they were in a room backstage to where Anthony Joshua was in the shadows. You couldn't really see his image, but he's just in the back. And then Andy Ruiz is telling him, "Thanks for signing the posters for my dad." But when Andy Ruiz is speaking to Joshua, you can't see Joshua's face because he's like in the corner somewhere. But you know, it looked kind of like menacing because you see Joshua like he's kind of thinking, but you can't see his face. And Ruiz is giving them props. Thanks for signing the posters for my father. But Ruiz is nervous. He's like, the thing about Ruiz, he's humble.
He's in the dark,
and he's a nice guy, but he's a tough guy. That you know, he's not overhyped. He's kind of underrated because people didn't know about him, but he's a good boxer. To where Joshua's a tough guy, and like Michael Stott was saying, he's kind of a villain in his own right. To where this is interesting. There's no guy here that you know is overrated just because you didn't do anything about Ruiz. And Joshua, he's a good fighter too. He's a great fighter. Yeah.
Ruiz got some balls though, because he tells AJ to his face. I think he quit.
Yeah. Exactly. So I was like, damn. He's not sugarcoating it. But then I think he needs to say that though to feel confident.
Which tells you that what I'm saying is he's not afraid of confrontation, which is not surprising.
No.
He's a boxer.
That's right. And he approaches it with an equal-minded, like Joshua, he's pretty like grounded as well. He's very nice, you know, he tells you, like, he gives you credit where credit is due. But Ruiz does the same thing too. To where there's no punks here. There's no punks.
But what do you guys think about people who believe that AJ mentally he's not all there in boxing? Obviously, he was doing just whole photo shoots and everything, and now that he lost, people are really, you know, thinking that AJ is not really. He wants to, you know, just retire now from boxing. What do you guys think about that? Because I don't think that's true, though. I still feel he has this competitive instinct.
Look, I don't think. I think it's fair to criticize his psyche, right? Because he did make some changes. Like this loss made him change his ways. That could work against you or work for you at the same time. Okay, we'll find out. But it's not a bad criticism or question. Excuse me, a question to criticize to question whether or not his heart is in the game, his mind is in the game, and all that. Like, I don't think it's unfair. I think it's pretty fair for them to say, you know, I think he might be done. I don't think so. I don't think he's done, but we'll find out. We'll find out in a week from now.
Yeah, maybe he is. Maybe he's not, but we'll find out exactly. You know, for people to make a conclusion already. I mean, I think that's premature.
It's a little bit premature to say he's definitely. Just like
come on, like
Wilder
it's a lot.
Definitely, knock out AJ, Ruiz, and everybody else. No, I think
it's one fucking loss, man. I mean, like we said, Lennox Lewis lost against Rahim Rahman. He lost against Oliver McCall. He came back all the time, so at least give AJ a chance. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now we live in a time in society where people's expectations are really high. When you know you think, oh well, why this guy get paid so much? If he loses again, if this other guy loses one time, he loses credibility. But in the reality of the world, that's not how things work. Not at all. You gotta think it more like it's a competitive nature. The game is, you know, this competitive now. That what are you gonna expect? I mean, tough fights, competitive fights. Look at the middleweight division. Everybody's going the distance. A lot of fights nowadays are going the distance.
Brandon White says, true, Bucho, but he was dropped 4 times crawling on his hands and knees. That's true, but he got back up all the time, though. I mean, I
don't know if he was crawling.
No, exactly. Well, when they stopped the fight, he was on his feet. Now, could he have continued? Yes, but for what? I mean, he got up 4 times. What else do you want?
Yeah, exactly. What's better, to get dropped 1 time or to get dropped 4 times? Many people will say, well, 1 time. No, well, actually 4 times, because this guy didn't get KO'd the first time he went to the ground. He had the wherewithal to pick it, drag his ass out of the canvas 4 times. To where one of those times he could have just decided to stay down. So it might look worse that he was 4 times on the ground. Mm-hmm. But no, those 4 times he took it upon himself to get up, where he could have called it quits.
It's like this. Would you rather get knocked out like Khan and Ricky Hatton, guys who went down twice, or would you rather go out like AJ, who got up 4 times and then the referee stopped the fight? I think that's easy for me. That's AJ.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to be knocked
look,
out
that's
of my
why
senses.
I said when Ortiz
and I
fought
can say,
Wilder,
all I can say is
this is going to be a KO.
I didn't go down 4 times. You know, like
Yeah.
I went down 4 times, but never knocked out of my senses. Where I went down 1 time and I was literally asleep.
Yeah, and you went down 4 times and you took the path of most resistance to where it would have been easier just to stay down like Ortiz did. That's why I called it a KO. That this how this fight would be ended.
You know, the
If
problem.
If Ortiz got knocked out the second time, he wasn't gonna get back up because he was gonna get hit that much easier.
Of course,
Wilder,
no, he was
Wilder,
done.
When he got you hurt,
He was
he's
done,
gonna
man.
bounce on you.
Bro,
So
I
better
knew
just
he
stay
was
on the
in.
fucking canvas.
Yeah, but I knew. Listen, I was
what
surprised
Joshua
he got up.
He took the path of most resistance. He kept getting up.
Yeah, but that's different. You see, when you're hitting a much bigger guy, younger guy, and so AJ got back up and kept fighting. He just couldn't fight through it. He couldn't get through it. Excuse me. He fought through it. He just couldn't get through it. What happened to Ortiz? He had no choice. It was over. He just boom. Now try to get back up from that. The guy's face changed. Everything bad happened to him with that 1 punch.
Guys, look at the screen. Look at the size of this version of Joshua. Can you see it?
Fucking joke. Look at him.
I mean, look at that shit. That was for a photo shoot, man. Like more for a photo shoot than a boxing match. Look at
That's
his
a
boxing.
WWE physique. That's not a boxer's physique.
It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Anyways, thank God he's losing muscle. He's taking this serious.
His legs are far too big. Them big fucking tree trunks. You don't need to be carrying them around.
Mm-hmm. And nobody ever told him, like, listen, this is counterproductive. Like, I don't understand. His trainer never stepped in. Well, then again, he was winning, so, right? Why change anything?
That's right.
But now things have changed.
A lot of energy. Takes a lot of energy to throw punches when you're that big. You're gonna throw hard punches, but you're also going to get tired rather sooner than later. Yeah, so the stamina will benefit him if he loses weight. But I don't think it should be necessary that he loses a whole much, like within one fight. What did he weigh the first time? 250? 260? 250, right?
256, I think. But
So
anyway,
I wouldn't go from 256 to like 235 or 240 if he could make 240. I'd probably just drop about 10 pounds.
10 pounds.
Yeah, because even though this is a heavyweight, who's to say that something like drastic loss in weight would go against them, like Roy Jones when he went up to heavyweight to 200, then came down to 175 a fight after that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still young. He's 29. Shouldn't be that big of a deal, but he's tall. He's 6'5". You don't want to come in too skinny. If you did want to drop a whole bunch of weight, you want to do it gradually, I guess. And another thing is because you fought at that weight in the ring, so how is it gonna be like when you have to perform in the ring against another fighter?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hawker Moskin says Sean Newton was AJ's biggest fan. No, that was too little, by the way. Stu's passing out or something.
Get tired.
Say, look, people think about.
Maybe we should end the stream. It's been a
about,
while, man.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Yes.
This AJ Ruiz talk, man.
Yeah.
It's just starting to tire me the fuck out.
Yo,
There's only so much about a fight.
And it's not even fight week yet.
That's very convincing,
fucking
man.
shit. Well, either we end the stream or we talk about something else.
Yeah, because I'm fucking dying here, man. I can't listen to this.
We've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day.
And also the Wilder talk's getting boring too, so I don't know what the fuck. Well, we have Oscar Valdez fighting later tonight, Frampton, both making their super featherweight debuts.
Yeah, that would have been the lightweight debut for his opponent. He came in 11 pounds overweight that they had to find another.
Shit, 11 pounds. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, I think Frampton might struggle. Just because of the size of the other guy. Frampton's like 5'4". I know they say 5'5", but you think he's 5'4". Man, he's pretty small for a... I think he was small for a featherweight. Now he's moving up to super feather. Fuck, I don't know, man.
His size is going to start to be a problem for him because size doesn't matter, especially when you're fighting a guy that's as good as you are. And I think that's the problem with Frampton. I think it's all right when he was super bantamweight because there's small guys there, and I think he could get away with it there. But I just think these guys are too big for him.
We'll see.
That's right.
And Bob Arum said that the plan is if Oscar Valdez wins, he would face Miguel Berchelt, and if Frampton wins, he would face what's his name again? Hold on. People in the chat are gonna beat me to the fucking punch. Frampton would face.
No, Dagbe is a small guy. I thought you were gonna say Frampton versus Valdez.
Bob Arum's fight. I forgot.
Jamel Herring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Herring, yeah, that's the one. Bob Arum's fight, yeah. But he's apparently like that's going to be made if Frampton comes through this. But that guy's huge compared to Frampton. You see the size of him?
Yeah, exactly. He's 5'9", no?
What's Frampton? About 5'3".
Oh.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah, like 5'4".
Okay, I'm getting confused here.
Herring. Herring's a tall guy.
Herring. Frampton's talking about moving up and fighting Herring if he wins this fight, yeah?
Yeah.
But that guy's massive. How's Frampton going to win that one?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. He's 5'9". Herring.
And Frampton's what, 5'3", 5'4"?
Well, they say 5'5" on BoxRec. It says, but I think I remember he was 5'4" on Sky Sports and stuff like that. They would, or wherever he fought. It wasn't Sky Sports. They said 5'4" all the time. So.
How tall is Leo Santa Cruz?
He's rated at 5'8".
Okay, because those two fought, and so he's fought a guy comparable to.
Good point. That's a good point. Oh no!
Look
wait,
at Whoa,
hey, Stu.
I did not go fucking hiding. What are you on about, man?
Jamel Herring is 5'10".
5'10". I mean, let go. For fuck's sake.
That's a tall fight. That's like Chico Corrales almost, man. Remember? He was.
Yeah. He looked like Deontay Wilder versus Mini Me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
No, you know what? Hey, Bucho, it's impossible. Maybe Stu's tired, but the fight weekend is barely beginning. So there's much to talk about this fight, especially if you're going to do 5 shows. Maybe the energy's not there now, but it should be later.
Well, I mean, as far as Ruiz AJ talk, I mean, we're gonna have to talk about it next week. But I'll try to write some specific topics so we can focus on that. Because right now we're just overall, talking about the fight overall, right? But maybe we can stick to certain topics to make it more interesting. Because it's true, Stu's right. We've been talking about this for fucking ages now. And
yeah, that's right, man. Or people just really want to see the fight, see what fucking happens. We pretty much know what these guys bring to the table.
Yeah, at this point, just fucking have the fight, man. Fuck, we gotta wait a week.
Yep.
Hopefully they won't do it like they did it with the Canelo Cole fight, where the fighters are waiting 1 hour.
No, that's never gonna happen again. Never gonna. Hey, by the way, at what time is the main event?
Or like 3 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and never mind. I'm speaking for Filipino time.
Yeah, okay, so it's at 3 a.m. over there, so it's 3 p.m. over here. I think we're at 12-hour difference, right?
Yeah, but I'm suspecting maybe it'll start around 4 or 5.
Oh yeah, for sure. So the card starts at 3, so the main event should start at 5 p.m. Eastern time, I believe.
The card starts at 12. At noon your time.
Oh Jesus, that's gonna be fucked up, man.
The main event starts at 3. By the time they get done with the national anthems, maybe an extra fill-in fight just to compensate. I don't know. It's probably gonna start around 4.
I'm glad that the fight's gonna be early. I'm tired of these fucking late ass fucking pay-per-view fights. God, the worst one, Call of Canelo. Yeah, we're talking about that. That shit was so late. God, it was horrible.
Yeah.
I had a huge headache and everything. It's like, I wasn't even interested
Because
at that
fight
point. I was like, fuck.
late already, like because of the UFC event, but also because they did the national anthems after that. They had to sing like 3 anthems. It was like really, really late.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens this Saturday. If they drag it or not.
Ryan Garcia got that KO early. There was like 2 quick fights. Yeah, they should have had like some fill-in fights at least, man.
Horrible. Horrible.
So that's gonna be like action. That's gonna be a lot of heavyweight fights. I think some of those fights will go the distance. Definitely, will definitely go the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always do. Those undercards, it's like at least, if they got 5, at least 2 of them will fucking go the distance.
Yeah, and it might be a boring card because not all the heavyweights are gonna throw a lot of punches, and most fights will underperform too, unless you get a spectacular knockout and they do go the distance. This is gonna be less than exciting. So by the time we get to like the main event, we might be like, oh, whatever, we want to see this.
Good point. All right. Any other topics? What did I write over here?
Oscar Valdez replacement guy, Besputin.
Valdez manager Frank Espinosa and trainer Eddie Reynoso want Burchelt next. Okay, that's what I was talking about.
I think Rasputin's fight is happening now, no?
I think it's over by now, no? I couldn't watch it because since I'm streaming, I tried to stream the zone and it was fucking slow. I was like, ugh, I can't do it. What else did I write here? Oh yeah, oh well, this is stupid. This is what 78's video that I watched, just to have some laughs. He was saying that everybody is uniting against the PBC. Matchroom Boxing, Top Rank, Golden Boy, they're all against the PBC, and that's why the PBC should stop. The PBC should stop denying credentials for brothers on YouTube who protect you, who work for you, PBC. So stop making it hard for us to get credentials. See, even the PBC, they don't want anything to do with these people.
But you see, what are they doing that the PBC is not going to, out of nowhere, just stop their credentials? Like, what did they do?
Exactly.
That you see, there's something missing there.
Didn't do nothing, man. Recognize, and it says, recognize who your soldiers are. He's saying that to the BBC. You have to recognize who your soldiers are. Like, what the hell? Like, yeah, you were talking about if he was at war, right? Recognize, like, this is the language he's using. Soldiers. We're soldiers. My fucking
soldiers
God.
of what? YouTube? You're soldiers of YouTube?
Yeah.
Last night I went I Googled the PBC roster and I counted how many fighters they have. They have 166 fighters, I believe.
That was before. They still have that many? Because I remember a few years ago. Wow.
And a lot of those guys, look, some are Ukrainian, some are Dominican, some are Puerto Rican, Argentinians. They got Bolivians, Suscategui. Is a friend of mine. Anyways, they got Mexicans.
Well, that's where he's from.
That sounded like the
African Americans too, because this is the United States, obviously, but not. Maybe they're a little more, but in the whole, there's fighters from all over the world, man. This is not exclusively African Americans.
No, nobody. I know
African American network. Hell no.
Yeah, I know, but they see it that way because they see only 3 faces, like Spence, Wilder, and Davis. Maybe Charlo too. So that's all the faces they see. They don't care about the other fighters. So for them, it's like a exclusively black promotional company, which is ridiculous. And now Heyman, he's like a civil rights activist. Fucking.
What about Andy Ruiz?
Elijah
Manny
Muhammad
Pacquiao,
over there.
Manny Pacquiao, Andy Ruiz. Who else can we throw out there?
Oh no, they don't count.
Fighters.
They don't count.
Yeah, they got that white kid, that Caleb Plant. He's a champion. We gotta count the people that got belts also. Yeah, man, it's not taking anything away from the brothers. I mean, yeah. It's all right,
no,
but,
listen. The PBC is like it's a promotional company like all the others. Like, let's just cut the bullshit. Right? They're not a civil rights movement. Like this, they're not there to help you out or anything. They're there to make money, and if they can scam you, they will scam you for money.
Well, like the civil rights movement,
Oh,
they only in it to make money too. Actually, maybe Al Haym is on to something.
I looked up Top Rank too.
Go ahead.
Top Rank got about 90 fighters. Man, Top Rank got a lot of good fighters. If you go down the list, if you just punch in Top Rank fighters, and you'll see all the fighters by their name and their profile. Man, Top Rank's got a lot of good fighters. Butaev, Crawford, Lomachenko. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but they got a lot of good fighters. Vosdik. Yeah. De La Hoya got about 80 fighters. A lot of prospects.
Yeah, they have to build those prospects up because...
Yeah, he got 80 fighters, and the one that we mainly know about is Canelo.
That's why they call him the Golden Goose.
He is the Golden Goose.
That's
you got Canelo, you got Virgil Ortiz on the come up, you got Linares, a few others here and there. Yeah. You also got a few black
He better
fighters.
start looking for his new star, because Canelo's making so much money. He's gonna probably be like, "Yo, man, what's up?"
He'll start his own shit. Maybe he'll try to pull a Floyd Mayweather, but I was thinking that's a good point. Like he has to look for new talent or the next superstar. He has, what's his name again? LGBT guy, Ryan Garcia.
Oh yeah,
but I think
Ryan Garcia. Yeah,
I think that De La Hoya knows that he's not that good. I mean, he's okay, but his ceiling is not that high.
If you put him in the right division, I think they're looking at putting him in the right division. Like if he could stay at 135, maybe 140.
Where he can be a weight bully.
Right.
Where the thing with Garcia, I'm writing. I think he's gonna be kind of good because he got 19 fights with 16 KOs. He's 5'10". He's young to where he hasn't reached his man strength. He's barely like 21.
Yeah, that's the one thing I like about him, Gonzalo. That's the one thing.
That recognized that guy got fast hands, man.
Yeah.
Dude.
No,
that's the thing, dude. When you got those fast hands, dude, if you're not reach your man strength, imagine when you get your man strength and you got those fast twitch reflexes and
when is he gonna
punches.
start talking his chin?
Now he got Eddie Reynoso. That guy's more defensively orientated. By the way, it's also gonna help Oscar Valdez. Because it's just like their third fight together.
Yeah, Valdez. Reynoso is making a name of himself now, and
yeah, he's trainer of the year this year. He's defensively orientated, where he said Mayweather didn't teach Canelo how to be defensive.
No, that's the thing. Oh, fuck. You know when they say he learned defensive? He's not doing what Floyd did. Floyd would stay out of range. Like, anybody can do that shit. Don't get me wrong. Floyd had amazing reflexes. So, when they were close range, he would, he could see some punches coming and dodge them and shit like that. Okay, fine. But a lot of times he just stayed out of the range. That's not defense, man. He's not looking for a fight. He's trying to stay away from a fight. I don't give you credit for that. That's not defensive fucking wizardry or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Staying out of range. Like, wow, okay. Fuck, well, try to touch me. I'm over here. Oh, fucking far. Like, come on.
Yeah, you got good reflexes. Let me show you how to play tag. You're going to become the best at playing tag. But you don't got to do no offense. Just be defensive and land a punch here and there. And you're great.
That's what I've been saying.
That's how you can become that.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive and defensive together. Show me that.
Mayweather, towards the ending of his career, became the best tag champion.
Oh, he was horrible.
Yeah, he tagged you and then run. Yeah. Like, you're it. I tagged you. So basically, you got to tag me back. You can't.
And Floyd could have stopped a lot of these guys, huh? If he wanted to, but he just didn't. Like Robert Guerrero. At some point, man, he's like, if he didn't even want to take a little chance and go, you know what, I'm gonna get this guy out of here. No, Throughout the whole fight, you fucking Guerrero tired and bleeding from the. He's still just like getting away from the ropes and running away. It's like, come on, man, put on a little bit of a fucking ending to this crap show at least.
Guerrero probably. I would say maybe he could have stepped it up, but everybody else that he fought, he knew what he was doing. He couldn't take punches anymore. You know, that's the sign of a guy.
Cotto at the end, remember? But Cotto was fucking tired though.
Well, listen, Cotto was the one fight. The Cotto fight was the fight that made him say, "That's it. I'm really gonna play it defensive from here on out." Because what Cotto did was he showed Floyd that he cannot outbox Cotto on the back foot. He couldn't. Cotto was catching him and was hitting him with some big shots. So he kind of had to, which shows you that he's a good fucking fighter, right? Is that he had to stand his ground, and when he did, he won.
Yeah,
he won those exchanges. So,
but against Margarito, that would have been a good fight then.
I think he was afraid of Margarito.
Yeah, 2007.
Yeah,
and we're not talking 2012 here. It's like this is 5 years before.
He would have been too afraid. He would have probably lost.
How many close fights did Mayweather have throughout his career?
A lot.
All right, let's see. We'll start with Castillo.
2.
Yeah.
That's
then
2 right there.
That's kind of tough fight though. The Judah fight though. But
Marcus Maidana, definitely a close fight.
Maidana.
Yeah. Both fights were like he took a little beating.
Somebody said Emmanuel
De La
Augustus.
Hoya?
Nah, that wasn't Emmanuel. Remember the Emmanuel Augustus fight?
The
Tricky, but it wasn't.
Well, Emmanuel Augustus bust him up, but then his corner stopped the fight.
Mm-hmm.
He bust Mayweather up though.
Yeah, that's a good point, Stu. The Pacquiao fight was not definitive. That was one, the 2 Castillo, 2 Maidana, the De La Hoya, and the Cole fight. Those are like 6 or 7 fights right there.
Yeah, De La
that's
Hoya.
almost like 10% of his fucking resume right there.
Yeah, I forgot about the De La Hoya fight. Yeah, the Pacquiao. Yeah, nothing happened in that fight. Like,
yeah,
he was clinching. Like, he was so scared, man.
Both Castillos. So you got 2 Castillo fights. They were both close. The Maidana fights, I say they're both close because maybe he won wider on the second fight, but he took a beating. So that was close to me. That's 4. The Zab Judah fight was close early. Yeah, that was a close fight. But
you mentioned Cotto. Did you add it?
Cotto was a close fight. That's 7. Let me think of another one. Emmanuel Augustus, even though they stopped it, he bust Floyd up. That's 8. He's had quite a few close fights.
Yeah, and if you take away from the 50 fights, the fights that never should have really happened or counted, like the McGregor, Andre Berto, which really is not a formidable opponent. If you're talking about all-time greatness.
No,
the Ortiz fight was questionable because, I mean, I'll give that to Mayweather because you have to protect yourself at all times, but he did kind of sucker punch fucking the quitter, Ortiz.
Go ahead, Stu.
With the Gatti, I know Gatti's tough and Gatti's a good fighter, but Gatti was never in Mayweather's league. He had no business in there with him. Let's be real, he did.
I like and Johnny was gonna get pissed off. Go ahead.
Yeah, go on. No, you go ahead, Butch.
No, Gatti was never an elite boxer. I'm sorry. He's one of my favorite boxers. He's entertaining and all, but he wasn't elite.
He's tailor-made for Mayweather, wasn't he?
I mean, fuck yeah, man. That was a beating, man.
Clear. You know, I said no disrespect to Gatti or Mickey Ward because I like Mickey Ward. I like Gatti. Both of them exciting fighters. Look at the wars they put on, but. If you're struggling to beat Mickey Ward, then you've got no chance against Mayweather. It's not rocket science.
No, and at that point, Gatti was with Buddy McGirt, and they were having a good little run of wins, consecutive wins, remember? And so I guess they said, well, why not? Let's put him against Mayweather. It's going to sell and everything. But like Stu said, Gatti wasn't anywhere near Floyd Mayweather's league. He really didn't have a chance at all, man.
Well, yeah, that's right.
No, he did. I mean, come on.
Mayweather good fighter.
I couldn't believe
But
that
he also
was
fought
a
a
big
lot
fight,
of older
man.
fighters. The Mosley and the De La Hoya he faced were nowhere near like the real primes.
No.
Okay.
No. No.
He would have never fought De La Hoya in his prime.
Man, De La Hoya was a pretty good boxer, man. I have to keep debating people all the time. And then I sound like a De La Hoya fucking fanboy.
He had a lot of talent, bro.
Yo, man. He was tall. Especially at 140. At 140, he was also fucking devastating. 147, the power was kind of still there with the left hook, but he wasn't really fully there.
There's a lot of fights that Mayweather could have took, like Sergio Martinez at 154, Paul Williams, Margarito. These are all good fights that he could have took, and he didn't. I'm not saying he could have won every one of them, but he didn't take them, so we'll never know, will we?
Yeah, that's what we always come up with.
He would have won that one. I think he would have won that one, but he could have taken it.
Could you imagine? We're talking about Sugar Ray Leonard and go like, well, but he never fought Thomas Hearns. You know, at 147. Right. Like, imagine that. It's like, what the fuck? That's kind of the same thing.
He could have faced Pacquiao 5 years prior.
Well, exactly. That's yeah, sure. Floyd fought Pacquiao, but it was too late. It's a little bit like, okay, let's put it that way. Leonard, okay, he fought Thomas Hearns, but it was like they were both way past their prime. So does it even count? You know?
Yeah, he did run the fights back with Castillo and Maidana. I'll give him props for that. He didn't draw him out. He didn't do like Wilder did to Ortiz. Well, 1 year later, yeah, he took the immediate rematch, but they were still close fights. Okay, yeah, he proved something a little bit.
Yeah, I love it when some people say, "Oh, Floyd's a great boxer. I'm not a super Floyd fan, you know, blah blah blah." Like I'm not biased or anything. Okay, who won that fight? The first Castillo fight. The first Floyd Castillo fight. Like, oh no, Floyd won it. Like, they never even want to concede that he could have lost. So that tells me you're a fanboy because you're just looking to protect that zero.
There's no, bro. There was no way that they can't that you can say, look, he could have arguably lost that fight, but I thought
they can't even say that.
It's like, dude, the people on HBO that night, George Foreman, all the other guys were like, before they even read the announcement, they were talking about how Floyd clearly lost this fight, what he did wrong, what he needs to do to come back. They were clearly saying this. Then they read the decision. They're like, nah, he didn't win this fight. He didn't, you know. Harold Letterman, who loved Floyd, he used to give him all the benefit of the doubt rounds, had it 8-4 Castillo. 8-4.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you guys consider Floyd Mayweather's best win?
Best win was probably, well, like performance-wise, was Corrales.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And that was his first big fight.
Yeah.
You're going all the way back to fucking... That was in the 90s, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
the 90s or the early 2000s, one or two.
Wasn't it 99?
No, it was early 90s.
Fucking shit.
That was 90s.
I think it was 2001.
Okay, maybe I'm fucking way off.
Or anywhere from 1999 to 2001, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It has to be one of those. Yeah, probably, man. I remember I thought Corrales was going to win. I think he was a favorite.
Me too. I thought Corrales would beat him, but it didn't turn out that way. I know that Corrales was struggling with weight at the time. I mean, look, I don't know if that would have helped him somewhat. You know, maybe if he wanted to fight at 135, Floyd was like, nah, you fight me at 130. See, like, it's like shit like that that makes you look at Floyd and say, yo, come on, Floyd. Like, let the man fight. Fight at 135. If he's like, yo, look, I'm really struggling to make 130, why would you just be like, nah, fuck that, 130, that's it?
Well, that's what I said about Morales and Pacquiao. Morales couldn't make 130 anymore. And Fredo was like, no, he has to be at 130. He's too small. And then Pacquiao ended up moving all the way to fucking 152 or some shit. So that was bullshit. But that's what happens when you're in the A side, man. You dictate terms and...
Yeah. You dictate terms.
Now people are gonna go talk shit about, oh, Bucho, anti-Pacquiao. It's like, nah, man. Pacquiao would have beat Morales. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, like, listen, at that point, like, let that guy move up, fuck. Like,
Yeah, listen, Pacquiao's a great fighter, but don't act like he didn't fucking he didn't play little political games himself. He did. But, you know, the difference between him and Mayweather was his fights were exciting.
Yeah, exactly.
Those fights turned out to be blowouts. When he had an advantage, if he had a physical advantage in the ring, it worked out big time for him. Because he would fucking knock dudes out. When Floyd drained Canelo. Let's be real. Okay, like what? There's nothing. Oh, but Canelo said.
People are saying 2 pounds is nothing. Remember, 2 pounds is nothing. They were saying.
Yeah, did you see him in the fucking? Did you see him in the fucking weigh-in?
I made a video about it. Yeah.
He was dying, like literally dying.
He couldn't stand up. He was sitting, and then remember Floyd noticed it, and he starts like just moving around, like he like trying to show Canelo, hey, listen, look, I'm fresh, I'm ready to go. He's moving around, throwing fucking punches and shit. Canelo's just looking at him like he's about to fucking die, man.
Yeah. Canelo couldn't make.
He drained them. He was a young Canelo, and he still went the distance.
Remember Andre Ward clearly saying that don't look good about Canelo? He said that did not look good. He says, I like Canelo, but this fight looks like it's going to end bad for him.
Fuck. Yep. And you know what? Everyone's like, oh, Canelo's so big, whatever. They're the same fucking height. When you look at the fight again, you don't see Canelo much bigger or anything. They look about the same fucking size, man.
Yeah, they're about the same size, same height.
Floyd's bigger than what he claims. He used to. He's also another part of his fucking shtick, whatever. Oh, I'm too small.
Oh, remember when he said that he was 149 pounds in the ring against Manny Pacquiao?
Bullshit.
When Manny Pacquiao was 152 and looked tiny next to Floyd.
Yeah. He always. Yeah, and why was he taking? What was the point of the IV shots and shit like that then?
That motherfucker was like 165 in that
fuck,
fight.
man, yeah. This guy's bigger than what he claims. He's just to like make it seem like to embellish his fucking wins and go, listen, even though I'm like a small guy, I still beat this guy up. Like, fuck off, man.
So what is he gonna do now that he comes back? Because people are calling bullshit. Canelo says, "Oh, well, have fun fighting MMA fighters." What's he gonna do to bring back prestige to his name?
Canelo's trying to lure him into a fight. Crawford's calling him out, but I think he already has.
The LDBC threw him under the bus, talking about Wilder's face boxing. You know, so what's he gonna do?
Yeah, he has kind of like nope. I mean, look, he's still gonna draw more than most people if he does decide to fight, but he's starting to lose support. I mean, the LDBC they're too invested in Wilder. They don't got time for Floyd Mayweather shit, especially if that's going to take shine away from Wilder. So
Wilder's they're a man now, right?
Yeah,
yeah. It's not like the LWC like makes a big push anyhow. They're doing it for Wilder or going against Mayweather. I don't think that really reflects negative numbers on the market. But what I'm trying to say, look, on Google, I saw a note that said that Mayweather is expected to make $250,000 in his ring return in 2020, depending upon the fights he takes. But what are those fights?
Well, let's think about this.
What if he faces Broner? If he's trying to up Manny Pacquiao to where if Manny Pacquiao had a good year, I think he sees Pacquiao as his nemesis, his biggest rival, is an all-time great. Where I think he really, really has that nature about him that he hates Manny Pacquiao. How could Manny Pacquiao beat a Keith Thurman? A Broner, he had a good year when he was 40.
No, Floyd can do
this
that.
guy's 42. What can he do to outshine Pacquiao? If you really want to bring some respect to his name, he's got to do something to do that to Pacquiao. If he wants to up him, one up him.
What's going to end up happening is Floyd's going to get so much backlash because his supporters don't support him no more. You got the Manny Pacquiao fans still calling him, a coward and all that stuff. Some of it is well-deserved. He's going to end up making a mistake and going in there with a real boxer.
Oh, no, you think he's that stupid? No, everything's... Right, he's always
Yeah.
been calculating. How is the word? Calculated. He always calculates every move, and he doesn't really care about what people say, though, unless at this point he cracks or something. But
He might crack.
This way, when Floyd,
he might
Remember,
crack.
here's
when
the
Floyd
problem. You got the Wilder fan. The Wilder fans are his fans. They're the same people.
Yeah.
The only difference is that they're not
They're
not
grown
riding
up.
with him.
They've grown up. Is that what you're saying?
No, they haven't grown up. It's just that Wilder's the new hero.
Or also, Bucho, that the love for money, the love for money is going to blind
Stu
them.
jump in. He wanted to say something. Stu, go ahead.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Stu. Yeah.
I was just about trying to say, with Floyd, when he picks an opponent, health and safety is the first thing that he ticks off. So, how dangerous is the opponent? What threats does he bring? And then take it from there. Let's be real.
Well, you think, Stu, that the same thing that he preaches about money could end up being his downfall, like gold fever? You want to talk about gold fever, how you lose your mind, that in the end that's going to be his own downfall? The love for money?
Like I said, that'll be the downfall of him in the end. But the guy's made so much of it, it's going to be a while before that happens. But the way he spends his money and the habits he's got, then while he's still fucking young enough to get in the ring, even if it's a freak show against some Japanese fucking she-boy, he's going to get paid for it. So he needs to be doing stuff like that. Because, like I said, that money will run out very quickly the way he spends it.
How many times can Floyd pull this shit off, though?
He won't pull it off in America, in the UK, Canada. He's not pulling that shit off. But in Japan, they'll lap that shit up, having Floyd up.
He already did it once.
What,
You
for
think he
those
can pull it
guys,
off
he'll
again?
get paid
Come
like
on,
$9
that fight
million,
was garbage.
Stu.
No, hold on. I don't think this can happen again. In Japan, it won't happen again. Where's he gonna go next? Like fuck, where? Indonesia or something?
Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Oh my
He
God.
can, but he's gonna get paid about $9 million. He's not gonna make $100 million.
No, that's
He's
for
gonna
sure.
make a little bit.
That's over.
Mate, surprised if they bring fucking Prince Nassim Hamid back to fight him in Saudi Arabia.
In shit.
Look, look. Right now, I believe he can still make $100 million versus Canelo. You know why he won't do it?
Yeah.
But you know why he won't do it, right?
He's gonna get
Because
fucked up.
there will be nothing in the negotiations he can do that will give him a physical advantage or the physical advantage he would need to beat Canelo or to not get knocked out. See, Canelo's going to say, look, 165 or 160, take your pick. He's going to tell Floyd right off the back, $100 million, here you go, no problem. Right? And pay-per-view numbers, no problem. You got it. 165 or 160, you take your pick.
Yeah.
Once Floyd signs on that dotted line, hold on, Gonzalo.
Yeah.
Once
Yes,
Floyd signs on that dotted line and says, I'm willing to take that deal, that's an automatic zero on his record. I mean, an automatic loss on his record. Automatically, he loses that fight. That's the that's the part he can't get over, because put one loss on Floyd Mayweather's career, everything goes down the garbage. He'll just be a regular guy that had very little power. I'm just telling you, that's it. That's the reason why he will not do it. Look, Canelo lost the fight. Canelo's had some controversial decisions go his way that boxing fans didn't like, and he still sells because he can knock a guy out. Okay, Floyd cannot do that. So Floyd is battling with himself. I know I can make at any time I can make $100 million to fight Canelo, but that's an automatic loss because you're not going to tell Canelo go down to 154. Canelo tell you go fuck yourself. Get the fuck out of here. I'm Canelo. All you're doing is officially passing the torch to me. That's all you're doing. We're paying you to officially pass the torch. That's it.
Fuck, man. No, there's no way Floyd fights Canelo again, and like you said, because he can't impose anything on Canelo.
Can Mayweather jump back into the sport and say, "I'm the A side, I'm the guy"? Can he? No, I don't think so.
It depends against who. I mean,
it depends against who, but if he wants the biggest payday, fighting somebody,
yeah,
that's more likely Canelo. That is more likely. And you're not going to get a physical advantage over Canelo. You're not. That's not going to happen. Canelo will be fair. He's not going to tell him, come fight me at 175. What he'll say is, look, 165 or 160. That's it. And I think even at 160,
And you know what? You know, I gotta say something. You know what? It's a fucking fake ass fucking move, and I really hate it. And I hope a lot of people pick up on this. When you're fighting an MMA fighter, that MMA fighter is not a great boxer. He's going across the road to fight from another sport, where these guys are at the level of a journeyman. Man, this ain't great fights. This is a fucking sham.
Oh, we know that. By the way, somebody in the chat, Dominic Brown in the chat says Floyd made Canelo. Jesus Christ, I'm can't really read now. Floyd made a Canelo fight look easy. Yeah, we know. What's the point? We're talking about now. We're talking about what will happen if they fight now at 160. It's like.
First of all, that was 6 years ago, or something like that, where Canelo's 29 or 28.
He was 22, 23, I think.
22, 23, and he also weight drained him. You know, now shame on Canelo for doing the same thing to other people. I agree with that, but look, I don't like Canelo for a lot of shit that he does outside of the ring. But let's be fair, he wasn't. First of all, he was green, and then he was drained. He had no shot of winning that fight. No way.
Yeah. No, I don't think that this isn't a discussion about. I'm a Floyd fan, so Floyd beat Canelo in 2013. This is about now. Floyd's saying he wants to come back. Who is he gonna fight? Canelo's calling him out, basically. Terence Crawford is. Floyd still hasn't replied to any of those two boxers. Gonzalo mentioned Adrian Broner, but like we said, if Floyd wants to make the big bucks, that shit is not gonna work with fucking Broner. I don't care how much they try to sell that fight, and Broner fucking throws money around and shit like that. It's not gonna sell at this point. Broner has already lost to Pacquiao. Nobody wants to see that shit, anyways. And by the way, could you imagine a Broner Floyd fight? That would be fucking boring, man.
Yeah,
Broner's gonna fight. He would even fight scared against Floyd. I don't even doubt that shit.
That would be a fucking boring fight also.
Yeah.
You hear? And Floyd
Because I know Terence Crawford called him out and said, fight me.
That would be a good fight.
He ain't gonna fight no Terence Crawford.
No. So who is he gonna fight? I don't understand.
Pacquiao, Canelo.
Hey. Sorry to interrupt you, man, but we're talking about this announcement from Floyd, and that happened like a week and a half ago or something like that, right? Like, there's no buzz if you think about it. We didn't even make a show about this. Like, we're just talking about it now here.
I'd be happy if Floyd come back for either Sean Porter. So I'd be happy with that.
He won't take that fight because it's too high risk, low reward. Even if he controls everything in the fight,
The reason why we don't hear too much about it is because his fans, man. It's his fans. They're chilling with Wilder.
But even in the
first of all, you need a big name. You need a dancing partner. So you would have to pick out a big name in order to get the reward. And the reward is on the side of the money, right? You want a big payday, right?
The leader of the LDBC said Floyd needs to sit the fuck down.
The soldier, the sergeant. What was he saying?
The sergeant,
the
sergeant that thinks that somebody's looking for him because Lomachenko. He doesn't think Lomachenko's the number one pound for pound fighter of the world. I call bullshit on that, but I heard him clearly say, Floyd needs to sit the fuck down. He's just jealous of Wilder.
Jesus.
And I think there's some truth there.
You agreeing
Not
with this,
jealous
man?
of the money, obviously. We know that, right? So we're not talking about that. We're talking about how they forgot about him and Wilder's everything. And I think the difference between him and Wilder is Wilder knocks you out. That's the only difference between them.
Hey guys, in the chat, the Quacks is saying, I heard the UFC is putting Floyd in their video game, and this could be a setup. Maybe.
Yeah. And all the UFC fans, they're gonna talk about it. Yeah, Floyd, this and that. But you think about it, man. The guy that does the whole kick punch thing can't kick. So when he's thinking with his hands alone, he can't really compete at the level of a fighter has only fought with his hands that came up that way. No, it's just not an evil playing field to where they're saying, "Oh, he went and fought a UFC fighter." That's not even fair, man. The boxer will always beat the fighter in his own discipline, and that's bullshit, man. That's fucking weak sauce.
You know who's also like Donald Trump? Remember I told you Wilder's like Donald Trump? Floyd is also like Donald Trump as well. He's a troll, right? Just when you think you're gonna beat him, he pulls out. Okay? He'll pull out. He will not go in there with a risk. You're gonna have to give him a whole lot of money. Okay? You're gonna have to give him a whole lot of money for him to,
Oh wait, hold on. It also depends on his current situation. How desperate is he for money, though?
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, that's the thing about guys like him. They don't tell you that they're in a bad situation.
We need
gotta
here.
Yeah, like
Where's
that bank account's gonna get low if it's not getting low already. It's probably getting a little low right now.
I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, you're a hater. You're a hater. Oh. I'm waiting for those comments in the chat.
There's going to be a red-headed devil smiling at you. Mayweather, where are you?
Canelo would smoke.
If Floyd Mayweather, since you're saying he's very sorry, Stu, if you saw that he was very calculating and he saw some sign that Pacquiao was human at 40, he would take that fight. But he doesn't. Pacquiao is really doing well for a 40-year-old man. That's why he's not mentioning his name.
Pacquiao will box his head off. Will box his fucking head off at this point. Think about the Floyd that fought Conor McGregor against Pacquiao that fought Keith Thurman.
Yeah. That was a fat version of Floyd Mayweather. He looked out of shape. Slow. Yep.
I'm looking at the bets over here. Oh yeah, we have Jacobs against Chavez Jr. Chavez Jr. is an 8-1.
I thought Chavez Jr. pulled out because he's not taking his test.
No, they postponed the fight basically, and they changed it from California to Arizona, I think.
Yes, that's right.
Man, Arizona's a beautiful state, brother. Just gonna tell you guys that right now.
Are you being sarcastic or?
No, it is.
No.
It's just beautiful out there. It's dangerous, but it's beautiful.
Jesus.
It's all right. It's all right.
You ever been to Arizona, Gonzalo?
90 seconds.
Of course, I've been all throughout the United States.
That's why I asked you. Yeah. That's why, because I know you was in the military.
Yeah.
You didn't like it?
Yeah, especially driving down from San Diego to Arizona. There's like real steep highways.
Mm-hmm.
Going down real winding roads. It's
You know where I like it at, man? Right by the border of New Mexico and Arizona. Those mountains up there.
Yeah.
I was there. Beautiful over there.
It's really hot as fuck, though.
It's really, it snows over there too. Do you know that it snows up there?
That's right. Yeah.
That's
right.
They say Arizona. Yep. I'm like, yeah, it snows up there.
Jesus.
They made up a law a few years ago to where you can arrest a Mexican on sight just because you think he might not have no papers. That's the thing that did happen.
Oh yeah, I'm going over there.
Yeah. Like, you look Mexican. Put your hands up in the air. I'm gonna kill you.
I'll dress like
I'm gonna shave my head bald.
Oh, that's even worse.
Don't think that I'm part of the Aryan Brotherhood. So
this is MAGA country. You could buy a gun there. What else? What's cool about Arizona? The cost of living.
Hey, you guys want to see the LDBC again? Oh, fuck.
Who's this? Oh, yeah.
Well, to be fair, Chavez hadn't signed no contract with VADA, and they just showed up talking about at the Freddie Roach gym. We need a sample.
Hey, Bucho.
Yeah.
When I was younger, and I was constantly in the courthouses and shit. There would be guys that they got caught for shit, and they'll do that. But one judge said, "Listen, This is bullshit. I
So
know
what,
he's-
they're trying to
I know
plead
he doesn't
insanity
have
or
the-
something, or what is it? Like,
Huh?
what are they trying to? They plead insanity? Do you mean that
Yeah,
screaming?
yeah. It's complete insanity, man, because Rikers Island and all these state prisons, not just in New York. I mean, there's worse prisons than New York. Go to California. Like the state of California. I heard they I mean, not that I know by experience, but you hear nightmare stories about Arizona, California, all these other. New York's bad too. Don't get it twisted. You got some. Any prison in America is bad. There's a lot. The most dangerous people in the world live there. So some of these guys don't want to go in the regular population.
Yeah.
You know, some of them actually get accepted to go to like a softer part of the prison and fuck it up, man. And then they they fuck it up for themselves. They're like they break all the rules, like fighting, taking advantage of somebody who's weaker than them. And the next thing you know, they're back in population.
Oh boy.
And so they'll come back to the courthouse. Ah, ah, ah.
Oh man.
Okay, you're a bullshitter. Don't bullshit me. Don't bullshit me, Ramirez.
There's a lot of Puerto Ricans in New York, huh? Recognize.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's getting a little bit more like with the other Hispanic groups are like catching up. The one group that might be catching up are the Dominicans.
To be a Latin Kings, can you be any nationality within the Hispanics?
Yeah, of course. They're just mainly Puerto Rican in New York because there's a big Puerto Rican population. But like Latin Kings started in Chicago. It was Mexicans. I think one of the leaders, or the leader, was a Mexican dude. Not 100% sure because I never joined that group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
I didn't really have problems with them. You know, it was just never my thing. I was never gonna.
You could have joined though. If you really would have wanted, you could have joined, right?
They offered when I was locked up. Yeah, they offered me, and I told them, "Nah, listen, man, there's no disrespect. I'd rather be on my own. I respect the rules, and that's it." When you tell them you respect
I used
the
to watch.
rules,
I used to watch Gangland before. They used to have like.
Gonzalo, when you tell them,
that-
Gonzalo, when you tell them you respect the rules, that means that certain things that they got going for them, you're not going to challenge that. Like if they have the phone, they have phone privileges on a certain block, you're not going to challenge that. But if you just tell them, nah, no, thank you, you're basically
especially if they think you can fight, man. They know, man. The people they think you can fight, they're gonna want to recruit you.
Do you think they would recruit Vinny Mac then? For sure, huh? He'd be like their first priority.
Unless Vinny Mac's
us.
voice is deceiving and he's like a killer inside. They probably would.
I'm gonna rip your guts out now. Get ready.
But they're outnumbered now in prison. They're pretty much outnumbered. A lot of Hispanics, especially a lot of Hispanic, especially like Puerto Ricans, joined the other gangs and the Bloods.
Alright, guys, we're gonna end the show now.
I don't think gangs are really relevant.
Guys,
I don't think.
Time to end the show. It's been like 5 hours or some shit. Come on.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize that. Damn. All right, bro.
Did the Valdez fight already start?
It's at 10 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, it's a bit late. So that's at 10 p.m. The card.
Okay, so somebody can post a link. Can I
don't say it. Go to Discord. Go to Discord. It's all right.
Go to Discord.
Guys, thank you for joining us. Everybody in the chat. Thank you for go check our Discord page. The link is in the description. Discord is a community where we talk boxing 24/7. Check out the Discord page.
I'm sorry.
I'm out here in the Philippines. I don't get none of that.
I don't mean to offend you.
All I'll see you in Discord.
What if I try getting it?
Kiss you on the mouth.
Everybody in the chat,
I'm not cool with
thank
that.
you for joining us.
sorry.
The Fight Star Joe Lopez,
One more time.
Ship of the Song, Soccer Mustang, Transnational Inc. Everybody who donated, Mr. Pigeon, Mike Tyson, Magic Man. For the dog thing also, Sakir,
Come on.
Dice.
Do it, man.
There was a lot of people, man. I can go through everybody.
Gonna be alright, Nicky. Go ahead, shoot.
Travis,
Just kill the fucking man.
Chimp, Saint
What are you
Britt,
going to
Tucker
do about
Mustang.
it?
They said that. Official Boxing Scorecard. B-Space.
I want to get out. I want to get out of this rat hole.
Jonathan Morrison.
I want to get online. I need
BDA Boxing.
What is River saying? Shoot!